this is a sad day for MMDoC lovers. As you know, guys, Ubisoft decided to shut down the servers, and I have a guest, or I guess I am the guest, and he is the real host of the event. He's, how I would say, he's the heart of the community. One, one, one of the guy who was always here and always support the game. And so, uh, one word after one. He is Uraxor. Hey, Uraxor.
Hello, Tutu. Hello, everybody. Thanks for agreeing to have us here. It's really well. It's great to be here, even if it's for the last time. And I'm kind of excited because we have so many people. We have so many old friends of ours that are coming to join us tonight. So I'm sure that we're going to have a good time. Yeah, if you can't hear me, just let me know in the chat, because you know how my connection usually is. It's not the best one, but I'll do my best, and hopefully everything will go all right. Um, First of all, big congratulations to you, Tutu, because you're the fresh father, and you are still with us here. So I really appreciate that. And guys, big cheer for Tutu because he has two beautiful daughters, not even a week old now.
Yeah, thank you for the congratulations. Yes, I have a twins now. They are 18 years old, so I can promise to be here all the time because they are crying, they are loud, and I don't really wanna disturb the stream with a child cry. Okay, so
Wah.
yeah, wah, wah. Hopefully the quality is good. I have a worse internet than before, but as I can see, it's maybe should be good. Some guy talking. You should volume up your uh, mic.
I can try to speak loud because I don't think I can do anything more about my mic. So hopefully that will be good enough.
Okay, then I will
Yeah,
try.
Tutu said,
I will try. Is it
okay,
better
cool.
now, guys?
Volume up. Can you up the volume of the stream maybe?
Oh, it's already max. Wait, maybe.
Okay, it
Moment.
doesn't matter. I will scream. Your kids will scream, and they will be all perfect. Um, how have you been doing since like 2 years ago? Have you done much? Which games are you playing now? Tell me.
I still have the decks. I never uninstalled DOC, so uh, we even can start play right now. I don't know how you wanna do it. I guess we can play one match together, and after that, me or you or our guests can play with the viewers or with each other. I don't know. Just let's cheer.
Okay, yeah. I suppose we can go play one game now to start it off. I made some decks. I don't know what good they will be, but yeah. So I'll get into the game, and we can start off with some nice gameplay, hopefully. Um.
One moment, I will just try to get my microphone louder.
Okay. Oh, what are your daughters called? Hey, what's their names?
Levent and Dorina.
Okay. Okay. Not gonna remember that, but it sounds nice.
You can call them Shar and Damira.
All right, that was Matrix, by the way. So just let me know whenever you're ready, because I can challenge you anytime.
I'm ready, but I have to turn off the mic, as I said. One moment, guys.
Sure. Right, so how this stream is gonna go is gonna be a bit wild. The final call is the Mernixia. It's this stream. It's just so called because it's the last time we're together. You know, having fun with this game, because starting tomorrow it will be no more. So we thought it would be a good idea to give it a nice goodbye, come together one more time, talk about the game, play some games, you know, and yeah, don't worry, Matrix.
Okay, I will. I guess you are in the game, right? I
Yes,
will challenge you. Because
right.
my
Let's go.
wife taking care about the babies, and that should be
Thanks.
fine.
Big shout out to her.
Whoops.
So yeah, I guess we can just be talking. I'm not gonna watch the stream or nothing. So, and since it's the two of us, I guess we can just, you know, be chatting with the game or without it.
Okay. I didn't even choose a deck, so it's maybe. I guess it's not standard. It's open. My deck. Hopefully your deck is also open.
It doesn't matter really. You're playing Yurikiko as always, so I'm not even surprised. I'll take it. Yeah, I've just tried to put some Mateva together. Basically for all the decks, what I've tried to do was to take some cards from the latest expansion, which I thought would be interesting, and I've tried to build a deck around it, but I haven't played for quite a while, so it's gonna be wild. I have no clue what half of the cards are doing.
Yeah. How? And I don't know. So, what's your plan for today? Let's talk about it a little bit, because as I know, you planned a war event. So
Okay.
So just let's talk about and tell the viewers.
Well, I thought it would be fun to basically invite as many old players that I know as possible, and just talk about the good old times we used to have over this game, and how's everybody doing. So pretty much that's what's gonna happen. We'll be having guests. There's the list on the forums on the Facebook event. There's a list of people that should show up at some point, and we'll just ask them a couple of questions, and people in chat, if they have questions, we'll try to ask those as well. And man, it's difficult to talk while I'm trying to focus in a game. You're not making it any easier for me, you know? But yeah, sometimes we'll play some games. Not many people have decks left, so they'll be a little bit limiting, but I hope they will manage. And that's about it, really.
Okay, and do we want to tell? I guess we want to tell who will be the guests today, right? So I think you should tell who will be with us tonight.
Okay, so in no order in particular, the list should be. There should be quite a few people. I know that Matrix, you've heard him already, is coming. Jason should be coming. Hectoring, Kimmundi, avkall should be coming. Lurifax, Nillicomes, and SpaceElephant. And then we have sort of a special guest who's Milky, who's trying to make a spin-off of Duel of Champions with his team. So they will introduce their game as well to, you know, show folks how they doing. And well, that's about it for the moment, and I think that's already quite a lot. So hopefully that's good. And yo, that was mean.
Yeah, it's lots of good old faces, and we just love the game. Even Matrix, even SpaceElephant, who wasn't in the game in like after the first year, but they just did a lot for this game. We will talk about it if they will come. I guess.
Yep.
Ah, you are getting some board control. I don't really like it. Well,
Some board control. Come on, look who's talking.
yeah, it's some serious board control. Mm. Well, I can do something like this.
Oh no, those guys are coming. Okay, that's not so bad then.
Well, I didn't play it like 3-4 months ago, and I only played 1 or 2 games then, so I should play very badly.
That's, that I think we have in common.
But let's talk about the new, I should say, new copy of MMDoC or something like that. I like to call it like that because hopefully it will be good like MMDoC, or at least near good like MMDoC. What Milky and others doing, because it will be showed in the stream, right? At least some video, or they will present it, or I don't know how it will happen.
From what I was told, they are still in the very early phase, so they don't have much done, but they seem pretty excited about that, and they will basically Milky will come and he will give us a rundown of what they have, and then he promised to have his team around as well, so they will introduce themselves and what are they trying to achieve. But I haven't seen much more than or that is available, because they haven't released that much really. So
I only saw some screenshots about it, some arts, and maybe the board that was in their Facebook. I guess I will link it, or someone will link it in the chat.
oh yeah,
on Facebook.
I'm sure they will get the full package when they come. They should be here in about 2 hours.
What I wanted to do here, I don't remember.
Oh, strength of the sea, nice.
Yeah,
Nice, you're killing me, man.
I killed my truth, in fact.
Good, good, good. I need any help I can get.
Mhm. Why did it? Oh, it bloodthirst. Okay. I can't even remember for the cards. I thought that has enrage ability. It's much easier now. Yeah, I will update my decks Infernal for sure for that 3-4 hours. So I have tons of memories about this game. It started with the beta for me around 2013 or 12 September, and it was Matrix who streamed this game first. I saw him and I liked how he played. He made theory crafting about the game. I learned from him a lot, and in fact Matrix was the guy who just made me streaming at that time. And you was maybe my first viewer. Yes, Uraxor, you was my first viewer, if I remember right.
Yeah, man, they said a good times now. It's been quite a while.
Yeah, there was tons of tournaments. I'm so sorry about this game. Ubisoft just close it.
Okay, I need to play something. So bear with me.
Oh, it's a foil one.
Whoa,
What happened?
time's
I
up.
didn't see it.
Time's up. Time's up. I'm panicking. I have no clue what am I doing.
Damn, I can't use tools, right? And
I hope not.
I haven't outmaneuver. That's bad. And this has
just
magic resist, so I can't kill it with these.
let me just take the board back, please. That would be nice. I would much
No.
appreciate it.
Ah, that looks fine.
No! No! Go home! Yeah,
Take
you
that,
won.
King.
Nice, nice. Okay. That was humiliating.
Okay, so what's next? We should play something like maybe a Swiss tournament with the viewers, if the viewers want it, or I don't know.
I think that would take too long. I think that would take too long. We have let's see, I'm not sure Jason can make it. Oh yeah, he should be Discord, yes. Oh yeah, so Jason should be coming in about 10 minutes. So I don't think we have enough time for that. I'm
Woohoo.
gonna...
Referral update. You have received a total of 1,905 gold today. Nice.
Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, oh, do you have a full collection? You could show off your collection, because I think you have one of the best collections around here, don't you?
Know. I have only 3 million gold. Why? I wasn't much higher. Oh. Is the shop still working? Yeah, it's still working. Nice. Oh,
There's
there
a
is a discount. There is a discount.
Yeah.
I think I haven't a full collection, but I have 7,800 cards.
Nice, nice. I was buying some cards for today, so I'm doing pretty well. I still have some tickets as well, but yeah, it's going sadly without playing. I have one foil geyser.
Wow.
I have
and how
yeah,
many alternate?
only one. The alternative art, yeah. I have a couple of void colors arts. Oh, do you know what? Do you have the alternative art of Raya? I think that one is absolutely amazing.
I don't know. I will check it. No, I hasn't.
That is unfortunate. I think that's one of the prettiest art in the game.
Okay, I got a challenge. I will play it, if you don't mind.
Okay, yeah,
Because
yeah, go for it.
to play,
And
just to play in the stream, I will play Shalan. Because Shalan. I will miss Shalan.
yeah.
I can't even believe this is the last time when I will play DOC. I played it like 2000 hours, or I don't know. And maybe about...
You have almost twice the level that I have. Oh, you have to... Oh, to see the cards, maybe you need to unhide duplicates.
Yeah, I know, but I'm in the game right now.
Okay, after that, that's fine. We'll see, I mean, in about 10 minutes we'll have Jason, so that should be interesting because he's been with the game for quite a while.
Yeah, guys.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know if at least Jason Paradise mostly just streaming. You can find him. He is streaming Guitar Hero, I guess. So
yeah.
You should check his stream if you wanna find him. I think lots of players love Jason Paradise. He's a very good guy. He was the one who just made happen the road to Paris, the second road to Paris. But we will talk about it later.
Definitely. He should be available. So, how's your game going? You're playing against Alia? What's her name?
Yes, Alia.
Nice, some Haven action. That was always my favorite.
I don't know what kind of deck will be it. Kappa.
Gustavo is saying not too shabby player about Jason, so I think we'll have to tell him that.
Yeah, we will if he coming.
Yeah, I'm sure he's coming. A few minutes and he'll be here. Oh.
Even Spartan in the chat.
Yeah, everybody's here.
Official tester of MMDoC.
Good old times. Good old times. Everybody's here.
Whoa, Arcade was Mage.
Oh man, your decks are still so mean. Have you? Which game are you playing now then? Have you been playing something else outside of the OC?
Now I'm playing Civilization 6. You know, it's so I can just stand up and go away anytime. Mostly that's why I'm playing, and of course I love it. But mostly that's why I'm playing it. It will be a message like this.
Okay. And okay. Are you streaming any of it, or have you stopped streaming entirely?
I haven't time for streaming at the moment, so I'm just stop streaming.
Okay, that's fair. Let's see if you can find another game that would be worth streaming once your kids grow up a little bit. Because your streams were one of the best. Always.
Oh, thank you. My accent is just too good, right? Hungarian accent is just too good.
Yeah, I like your music and everything.
Uraxor is talking with me. You should know him. He made Beat the Jack tournament, or you made a lot of. You was the host of lots of tournaments, right? I can't even remember how much, but it was.
We had BDJack first, then it was Swiss Overlord, and the final one was Ascension of Legends, which was super cool because people actually contributed with seals into a prize pool, and then it was Elite Invitational Tournament. So I was quite proud of it, despite everything that went wrong during the tournament itself. It was a really great event, and we've seen a lot of high-end gameplay, and it was happening almost at the same time as the last Road to Paris. So they all came together in one big cocktail of DOC madness, and I think I had a really good time trying to run it. And then I went to Paris to see the finals, to meet the players, and that was 2 years ago, man. And since then I haven't touched the game.
Yeah, Paris was an amazing event.
Have you been to all of them?
I didn't understand, sorry.
How many times have you been to Paris?
I was only
With the game.
once.
Okay. So
only
it
once.
was like Matrix and Nillicomes that were there multiple times.
Nope, there was only avkall was multi and what was the name, the Holland guy, the Netherlands, you know, who was second?
M&M versus Smarties.
Yes, M&M versus Smarties, exactly. He was twice. He was once second, and he won it the second time. So I guess he's the best player in MMDoC. We easily can say that.
He's done a good job, and sadly I couldn't get hold of him today, so we can only speculate. And I've just got a word that Jason is about. For those of you who don't know Jason, he's been a community manager after Asa and Kimmundi were taken away from the job. And where you from, Jason? You from, where is it? Canada? North of US, Canada? Somewhere there. So he's talking from overseas. And yeah, so big applause for Jason, please. Hey, Jason.
Hey, Jason. Jason? Are you here? Well, he just disappeared.
No, he's here. He's turning on his mic. Hey. I kind of made the introduction really complicated, so he isn't sure if he can talk. It's not. You should be allowed to, Jason. You should be allowed to talk. Because you have the same rights as everybody else. Okay. Give him 2 seconds, because he's just joined, so I had to give him the rights, and they didn't probably update correctly. So he's reconnecting, and I think he should be okay now. Hey, Jason, are you there?
There we go.
Jason.
What's going on, everybody?
Hey, man, how are you?
I'm doing all right. It's a little bit of a busy morning, but I definitely wanted to take the time to come on by and say hey, and all the love for the MMDoC community holds a really special place in my heart, you know?
Yeah, it was your first job at Ubisoft, right?
It was my first community manager role. I started there as support, actually, but that only lasted for, about a month. The whole idea when I got hired at Ubisoft was eventually to, get me into a CM role, and DOC was really the opening door for me there, because we had the dreams and aspirations of doing something competitive with the title like Road to Paris, and my background was all in esports, so it just made sense.
Yeah, and you did really well your job. So everyone loved you, and you with Asa and Kimmundi did community streams. You started the community streams, right?
Yep. We did the streams. We had 2 each week. It was Az and Kimmundi did the European stream, then I did the North American stream. And then we were lucky enough to be able to do one together when I was over in Paris for the Road to Paris finals, which if you go back and watch that VOD, it's so silly because we had the smallest space in that office at the time. It was on the top of this like spiral staircase room, very little space. It looked like a lot more on the camera than it actually was. But Azza and I just like bantering with one another, and it was just a blast. It was so much fun.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Azza will be joining us later. He's still busy, but he's the last host, so you have to wait for him before he's able to connect.
So, Jason, you are still streaming.
Yeah,
I know it
definitely.
because I sometimes watching you, even if I can't play on guitar, and you maybe should tell to the viewers where they can find you. Just love you.
I
guess
wasn't
there
expecting you to talk about that, but sure, yeah. I mean, because this isn't about me. This is about the community.
Of course, but still.
But yeah, I am partnered on Twitch. I did just do partnered spotlight, focusing a lot on rhythm gaming because that's where my passion always was before getting into things like card games. And I got to be honest, DOC really did turn me on to card games, and I had never known, and the community had given me so much support when I was like, I want to make it to 1500 elo, and hey, I was the only developer on the team that did. It was kind of cool. But yeah, I am still focusing on things like Guitar Hero and Rock Band on my channel because won 2 national championships in Guitar Hero back in the day, and still playing the game, and it's been a lot of fun. I mean, the support that I've seen in the community is humbling. Doesn't even begin to describe it. It's more than humbling. It's unreal, the level of support I've seen from the community that's developed, and I am overwhelmingly just in awe. I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful of what's become of this, and if you'd have told me, hey, during your partner spotlight you're gonna have 1.4 million views come through, I would have never believed you. That's insanity. It's absolute insanity, and I'm just so grateful that been able to do things like this.
Yeah, I guess we should be so grateful about you because you really made something with the game. You really made some improvements with your ideas and with of course with other community managers like Azza and Kimmundi. So really thanks for your help. Unfortunately, we still couldn't save the game, but it's happened.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a bummer because like there's so many things that were firsts for me with this game, and I don't know the inner workings. I haven't been a part of the Might and Magic team for it's got to be close to 2 years now, right? I've been at Ubisoft for 3.5 years now, and there's a lot of things that have happened over time that just, I mean, kind of it's a little bit tear-jerking for me because I do have this really big place in my heart for this game, and even just like looking at the stream and seeing the cards right now, I get emotional, which is, it sounds ridiculous, but like, I mean, to keep going a little bit more on the emotional side, the first person that I ever really got really like became a good friend with from the community was through DOC as well, which was Crixius. Who was the you remember that name?
Yes.
Yes, sure. American player.
Yep, he was absolutely incredible at the game, and he did so many cool things for us. And I remember that I became good buddies with him, and we were friends on Facebook, and he always had some cool ideas and things like that. He actually ended up getting a job in the game industry because of that. And then to break hearts even more, he ended up suddenly passing away of cancer, which was like that hit like I think it was 1.5 years ago or so, and I mean I was destroyed for that because I was just like it's someone that I had grown so close to from the community. So a huge shout out to him for everything that he did in helping the North American DOC scene. Like he was an absolute legend in my mind for this game, because he really tried to do a lot with the North American scene. Him and Smurfburn and Dietrich, they were kind of like the cornerstones of Duel Champions in North America. So all the love for him and what he did, and again, it just certain memories tear at my heartstrings, you know.
Yeah.
That's what we're here for.
For sure.
Both good and bad way, really. Did you do a lot of live events in the States? Do you think it was a lot different from the European ones that you have been to?
We didn't do as many in North America, or at least I wasn't a part of as many. There was one in particular that really comes to mind, which was we did. It was a thing called, was it KublaCon? I think was the name, in San Francisco, and I flew out there with the team, and we set up a bunch of computers and demoed the game and gave away codes for extra seals and things like that. And it was a lot of fun. It was one of the most fun in-person events I've done for Ubisoft, because everyone was already there, genuinely interested in things like, card games. So people were sitting down and having fun with the game, and they're like, "We love this design," and "Oh wow, the card art's so beautiful," and it was a lot of fun. It was great, and again, I wish we could have done more.
Yeah, I really wish. Well, sorry, I have to concentrate because I have a really hard game now. And I
I'm
guess
watching, yeah.
I will lose.
Prison, it's good old prison deck. I remember we had such a great success with that. It used to be such a broken card before a couple of
Yes.
rebalances, and you could just lock out players forever. Initially, I didn't have prison, and I was hating people with that deck so much. I was rage quitting. I was dodging games like crazy. Every time I just saw a Haven hero, I was like, I'm not playing this game. And
Yeah.
Yes,
and
Sandal
then I
from
got-
Siegfried and others.
yeah, and then I got prison myself, and I abused it so much.
That reminds me of there was one stream I was doing, and I don't remember who it was in the chat, but the chat started going, "Hey, we've got a deck we want you to try. You need to play Nurgle." And it was that stupid Nurgle lock deck that had come about. And I was like, "What are you guys?" And they're like, "No, trust us. We're gonna tell you every move to do. Just follow us." From the chat, I remember this. And I was just like, "You're trolling me. There's no way this works." Oh my god. I won like 20 in a row with that or something like that. It was so silly. That was the silliest deck, and we ended up having to nerf it because it was it was too good.
But even worse was the Naga Mill deck. Do you remember that?
Oh my god. Oh yes.
Which played with like 100 cards and they just always
Yes.
drew it. They just always. I hated that.
Oh man. There was some beauties through the days. There was the Amar that was just absolutely broken, that we had to ban from Worlds.
Yeah,
from Paris. Oh yeah, that's good times.
Yeah, and then when a big tournament came, all it came down to was Kelgorno. There was always one dominant broken deck.
Well, then we had some surprises too. Like we had, like the Akamas came out of nowhere with how aggressive it was in the Road to Paris.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I mean, that was one of the things that was like, I remember doing the shoutcasting, and I think it was Nillicomes that started kind of like bringing out the Akamas into competitive play because of how powerful it was.
Yeah.
And nobody expected that to be good, because people were like, "Oh, that's a trash tier hero. We're not gonna, you can't play him." And then all of a sudden, it ended up being a pivotal hero in the World Championship.
Should I draw here? Yeah, I guess I have to draw. Oh, what?
Yeah, Nillicomes always was good at coming up with surprises and making everything fun. I mean, he's gonna be joining us later as well, so yeah, he's definitely one of the guys that kept the community together. There was a bunch of people like that I will always remember.
Yeah. Okay. story time, because this is one of my favorite memories from Duel Champions. Road to Paris. We're all out there. It was myself and Matrix, who's in the chat. Hey, I love you, buddy. You're great. There was Nillicomes and Trupicio. I'm probably slaughtering his name. I always called him just Troopy. And we were all sitting around in this hotel lobby drinking wine and just talking about life and Duel of Champions. And I remember we stayed up till 6 in the morning just drinking wine and talking about the game and just design ideas that we had. And that night sticks with me because it was what the community should be, you know, just having fun and smiling and laughing and talking about cards. I mean, what a cool day, you know, what a cool moment. That was so fun. So everybody that was at that Road to Paris, again, has a special spot in my heart because it's part of me. It helped me grow into who I am.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Was it Saturday or Sunday? Did you have tournament games afterwards, after that night?
Oh god, no, that was after everything had finished. That was after avkall had beaten Smurfburn in the finals, which again was so amazing because it was two players that nobody really expected to get that far, and we had the North American player who everyone's like, nah, North America's so far behind, come within, it was like, what, 1 HP, I think, of winning? It came down literally to the last game. It was like game 5, 1 HP left. Like, you couldn't have wrote a better script. It's such a great event in my mind, that memory.
Oh yeah, I think that's, as a commentator now, that's what you always wish for, to have the duel go into the last game, to have it last as long as possible. Or did you ever have a moment like where you thought just finish the game now, I don't want to commentate anymore this?
Oh no. One of my dreams has always been to commentate a large event like that, and I do believe the Road to Paris that year was really the first world championship that Ubisoft ever did, like on that scale. So being one of the head commentators for one of the head shoutcasters for something like that, that's really important to me in my development. I mean, that was one of my dreams, was to help run an event the style of Road to Paris. Okay, so a little bit more onto my backstory. You know, as I mentioned before, I did the two national championships in Guitar Hero, and I got to travel the world. You know, I got to go to South Korea. I got to go over the United States to play a plastic guitar. It's a little insane in of itself. But after I did that, my dream was always to help other people do the same. You know, one of the things I always wanted to do was be able to help people travel the world because they liked the video game or played a video game. And the Road to Paris helped me do that. I got to send people from North America to Paris, and there was Jay Zilla from Australia. Oh my God, he got to fly out. Dude was so cool. Yeah. He was just down to earth. People from all over the world got to converge into one city to play video games. That's what it's all about right there.
Man, you're in the right spot. I can hear your passion so much. It's great. We really couldn't wish for better replacement for Kimmundi and Aza, and I'm sure that people appreciated you so much as they write in, because you made the game great for us, and your enthusiasm just, you know, took everybody with them. Yeah, it's what the game needed. Really good commentators, and then some.
Gosh.
It was really good times because everybody was so excited about the game.
For sure.
We had so much of community involvement. I mean, yeah, it was something unique. And like mostly everybody was positive, even when things started going wrong. And there's so much hate on the internet now. People just, you know, put everything down when something goes wrong. But DOC, people always just held up and were trying to stay positive until the last minute. and I think they really contributed to all the fun memories we have with the game now.
Right, yeah. I mean, again, I take so much with me from this game. We actually just we're moving offices right now at the office that I work at because we were upgrading to a bigger space, and there were these 2 DOC banners that I used to use when I was streaming. Back in the day, we didn't have an actual like streaming station in my office. I had to stream right from my desk, and I wanted to make it look a little bit more official. So we had these 2 DOC banners they sent me, and I put them behind me, so it made it look like I was in a room, but it really wasn't. I was just at my desk, and these banners were blocking off the office. And since we're moving, and they said, "Hey, do you want to take these?" And I'm like, "Yes." So I've got them in my house now. You know, like I'll always have that DOC as a part of me, and it's just it's awesome.
Did you say you have to? Did you say you have to?
Yep. It's 2 different heroes. God, what are their names? Oh, it's been too long. Sanctuary, purple guy. What's his name? The hero.
I know what you mean, but I can't remember as well.
I think it starts with an N, I want to say.
What? Sanctuary?
I'm looking it up.
Man,
this is gonna kill me. Someone in the chat's probably gonna get it before I do.
Noboru.
Noboru, that's it. There we go.
I see.
Roshenek and Gustav got it in the chat. There you go. It's Noboru. Or in math, yes. I got him on a poster, and Alia as well. The 2 of them. I've got these giant posters in my place now. You know, that's just those are staying with me. Again, the game might be going away, but it's always gonna be in my heart to tug on the emotional strings. Here we go.
Nice. I'm so jealous. Really, I have like 3 T-shirts, and that's all. And I still wear them every now and then because they're so cool. But could you do us a favor? Could you because right after you should be Matrix coming up, but he's around already and he's itching to join in. So could you introduce Matrix, please, for us to have him join the conversation?
Of course. If there's one person that matched my gingerness in the community, I think that'd have to be Matrix. The first world champion for Duel of Champions, the most charismatic individual, always had something to say, and was always trying to do something awesome. Matrix, you're the man. I'm glad you could join in today. If you're around right now, man.
Oh my God, you're making me tear up,
dude. As you should, you beauty.
Oh, thanks. That's a really nice introduction. Yeah, I mean, I've been listening to the conversation, and when you started talking about the first road to Paris, I immediately wanted to join in.
Honestly, you should have, man. That's some good memories. That was before I joined the team with the first road to the first world championship, right? And then I did get to meet you when we did Road to Paris that year, and it was. I mean, hey, you remember the night I was talking about with the wine and sitting around at 6 in the morning, man. It was great.
Well, I also remember getting hammered with Jayzilla the day before we were supposed to play our games.
Yep.
Worked out for me, I guess.
Hey, good memories again, right?
Yeah, and what you said about sitting there and interacting with people that share the love for something you love yourself, that's just it makes you feel like you're among your people, you know.
Agreed. Yeah, for sure. Totally. Speaking of which, I actually I'm gonna have to get going soon because I'm gonna have to go do my own stream. I'm supposed to do a Halloween stream today later on, and I've got a costume that I'm gonna put on and go be goofy and play plastic guitar and all that good stuff.
What kind of costume?
I haven't told anybody in my community this, but I've got it's this stupid skin tight skeleton outfit, and I'm gonna look so stupid, and I'm looking forward to it because if it makes people smile, then that's all that I want. All I want is to make people smile. You know, it's That's the best part about streaming, you know, is just making people feel like happy. It might sound crazy, but like the coolest thing to come from the streaming on my side is
Yeah.
when people send messages like, hey, I'm depressed, but you're gonna help me sleep better tonight because I smiled so much. Thank you. I mean, that's moving to me, and there's nothing more fulfilling than when people are just happy like that. I think that's one of the things that I was so passionate about DOC for as well, because the community just genuinely got happy when we did things, and it's fun. It's heartwarming.
So,
Man,
Matrix,
thanks.
you still have a bird?
Of course I do. I mean,
Yeah.
that's my hallmark.
Yeah, the bird. I love that. You always was like, I don't know. It was iconic. You and your bird, and you just always thinking with your hands. I don't know the English word. Please help me.
What do you mean?
When you with your hand with the bird.
Stroking my beard. Yeah.
Yes, 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 yes. And you always
Yeah.
thinking like that. It was iconic.
Yeah, and let's not forget that my ginger beard is exactly what's connecting me so deeply with Jason. It's the gingerness in both of us.
Yes, it's
Yeah,
true.
exactly. Yeah, before we move on, let me just say big thank you to Jason for stopping by on his busy morning, and good luck with your stream, man. I'm sorry I can't get to see it because we're all here, but I might look it up later. See you in your
Oh, for
grotesque
sure. And,
costume.
See you and thank you,
and
Jason.
And thank you guys for everything. I got to meet so many amazing people through the DOC community, and I would love to keep in touch with you all. I mean, if anybody'd like to in the future, I'm not saying it now, but hey, hopefully I can see you drop by the stream because I'd love to connect with some of you. I've seen some people
Cool.
in the past from the community stop by, and they just found me because they were looking up Guitar Hero, which was crazy. But
Nice.
I would love to see some of these individuals. Thank you so much to everyone that made Duel Champions such a positive experience in my life. Tsutsu, you're amazing. Matrix, love your face. Uraxor, you've always been a gentleman. Thank you so much for everything you've done. Nilly and Smurfburn and Crixius and Troopy and just everybody. I couldn't name everyone if I tried. So much love from one random ginger American guy that just loves video games and esports and all that positive passion shit. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Jason, for everything.
Yeah, thank you for being as passionate and caring as you are, because you thanking people that made this possible and made it happen definitely should include yourself.
Absolutely. Absolutely, man.
Thank you all again. I'm out of here. Have a great night. Take care
Bye.
and good luck with the rest of the stream.
You too. See you, man.
See ya.
Okay. Okay, Matrix. Hey, man. How are you? How are you doing? How's your life been going?
Hi. I'm doing well. Just playing games, working, doing whatever. I didn't actually find another card game good enough to play, but aside of that, it's fine.
Do you ever remember DOC? Have you ever turned it on after you've stopped playing? Or have you just lost contact at all?
No, I actually didn't really. I didn't play the game after I decided to quit. It was it was like an addiction. You can't just play it a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. It was an addiction. Well, I
It
lost my
was.
game, but it was a good game.
Yeah, I mean, from my experience, it's the only card game that I ever got so much into and so dedicated to, because I've played a number of different card games over the years. I mean, even Magic the Gathering, and undeniably it's an amazing game. But I never committed to any other game as much.
Yeah, it's the same with me. I never committed to any game like this because I play this every day, every hour, I don't know. Uh, Maybe Heroes 3 was the same game which just bring me like that.
So I guess the Duel of Champions dying is quite good for you because you found some time to, get your twins.
I didn't really play it in the last year, or maybe so more. So
And that's
no.
where children come from.
Okay, maybe I don't know. No. I still had some time, some for the life, but now I'm surely couldn't do the same thing. Two babies, just too much time to playing or with them.
Yeah, well,
And
we're not
also,
as
working plus games plus childs. It's just too much.
yeah, I mean, we all are getting older, and the time of playing games whole day is slowly passing.
Yeah.
Yeah, not for me, says Tutu.
he
And
can have a baby on one hand and play with his other hand.
or teach his twins to play.
yeah, unfortunately, I can't right now. I can't anymore because it's closing. Anyway, Matrix, you said you playing games. So what kind of games playing you right now?
I have been playing a little bit of Elder Scrolls Legends. Didn't really capture me all that much. I mean, it was quite interesting. I even streamed it a bit, but not really.
Oh, you streamed?
No, it didn't.
I missed
Yeah,
it.
I did stream a little bit, but I'm not really into streaming all that much anymore. In general, I'm playing a lot of turn-based strategies, and probably nobody heard of this obscure one.
Obsecure. Yeah, I know it.
No. That wasn't the name. That was a word. Obscure.
Okay.
The game is called Edor, Masters of the Broken World. And I play a lot of Europa Universalis 4.
Oh, I play it as well, but I'm really bad in it. So I didn't play too much, but I like it. It's a really good game.
The game is fantastic, but it's also a time sink. Well,
Yeah.
just like another game that I have been addicted to for a really long time, Dota 2.
Yeah. I don't really like MOBAs, but I can understand it.
Well, I love MOBAs. I don't like people that
Yeah.
play them.
Yes.
There is always that one guy, that guy that flames or quits or throws or something. In my games,
Yeah.
it's usually me.
Yeah, in Dota, I guess you need a good team playing with you. You need four other people who is always playing with you, right? And then it's more enjoyable.
Yeah, it is definitely enjoyable when you already have a team, but I think that the problem with MOBAs in general is that they require such a huge commitment to be good at them, and at the same time you don't really enjoy them all that much when you're not good at them. So it's like a negative loop, you know.
Yes, I understand.
You feel like you're not good enough, so you're not enjoying it, and then how do you enjoy it more if you don't enjoy playing it, right?
Yeah, you are right. I don't know. I played some League of Legends, but not really too much. I played the Blizzard game. I can't even remember the name.
Heroes of the Storm. I think.
Heroes of the Storm, yes. But I never really got into it. I got rank 1 with Heroes of the Storm, but it's just not my style. I like turn-based strategies, card games, and I like to play chess and I like these slow and more thinking games.
Yeah, I mean, for me, that was one of the biggest draws to Duel of Champions, that since you had a static a static board with fixed positions that you could move around, but you couldn't just smash face like in Hearthstone, ignoring what opponent is doing to some extent. That forced you to not to overcommit, and it forced you not to play solitaire basically, you know.
Yes. I couldn't agree more, because Duel of Champions, it's much more strategical than any other card games, in my opinion. I tried Elder Scrolls Online as you, and I tried Hearthstone, I tried Feyre, I tried tons of them, and I never got back that what I got from Duel of Champions.
For me, really, the defining feature for Duel of Champions is that it didn't totally prevent rushy decks, right? You could play a rush deck, but your costs didn't always have your cards didn't always have an immediate payoff, meaning that you cannot guarantee that you will hit face, because you could just get blocked. And with the other games, I mean, namely Hearthstone and Elder Scrolls Legends, it is almost guaranteed that they will hit face, so there is much less space for control. That's and you know, that's my play style, just controlling the board. I mean, I remember the good old times of Damiria, Lock, and
Yeah.
and basically how unwinnable it was for people that, you know, chose to ignore it.
Yes. Ooh, I hated that deck.
Oh, come on, the deck was amazing.
Yeah,
And
the deck was amazing, but you know, I got too many losses against that deck.
yeah, and you know, at that time, that was definitely the best control deck, and it played really nicely, like from a different angle, because you also had some hand control, and that's something that I think is missing from number of other games. You know, the discard effects, they are usually just discard at random, or your opponent discards, chooses to discard, and with Damiria, or with you know, the oh god, I don't even remember what were the names of the 2 cost 2 fortune
Yeah,
Inferno
I can't
ones.
remember. I know what you mean, but I can't remember. It was for a fortune, and was
Yeah, but
Twist of Fate, or not?
oh yeah, one of them you could discard a fortune card. One of them you could discard
Yeah, and
a
was
spell.
one which you could discard any card from the
Yeah,
hand.
yeah,
right?
yeah,
That
yeah,
was
but
2 cost.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, that's in general a trend in card games that I see, is to ramp up the like, you know, wow factor of you know, situation changing dramatically, and
More
people
chaos.
getting like suddenly stomped or whatever, at the cost of any control given to players, and that's sad for me.
Yeah, and you also could look into enemy's hand, and you could just try to imagine what he will play.
Yeah, exactly.
And I lost my game.
In information, the usage of information in the game was way better than in others. Like also, you can think about it the same way that give me a second. I'm just putting on my jumper. It's quite cold here. You can think about the playing with information part with the way that you deploy your creatures, right? Since you deploy it on a fixed lane, the opponent knows more or less what you're planning, right? That you want to block, that you don't want to get damaged, and with the whole, just, you know, taunt or whatever mechanic, and just go to the
Yep. Exactly. Oh man. I really got loose. I was outplayed. Okay.
Nice. Naruto got you down.
So,
All right,
and,
Uraxor.
can you tell us about your feelings at the World Championship when you win it, the first World Championship of the
Oh,
EC?
at the first one. Oh God, that was something totally fantastic. It was my first like real life tournament, not an online one, and I felt like a kid in a candy factory, going, wow, my tickets got paid, my hotel got paid, and there were people taking care of me, and there was a schedule, and people were watching, and people were asking, oh, what's this game? Who are you? Why are you eating my food? Is it your hotel room? And stuff like this. But yeah, in general, it was a fantastic experience, the first World Championship. But it was very, very different from the second one, the first Road to Paris, because the Road to Paris had so much bigger scope, and it was so much more professionally prepared. Yet I kind of missed this, I missed this small scale feel, like things were so rough on the edges. I don't know. I remember a situation where basically it not in
So we lost Matrix, maybe?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I remember that after some of the games, I was standing at the Ubi booth, at the DreamHack, and I was helping them, give people codes and T-shirts and whatever, It was feeling so nice and organic.
Yeah. And the
Nice.
second one was also very good, in my opinion. It was, but as you said, it was much more professional, and what can I say? It was so good to meet with players and who I just talk with every day, but I never seen them. It was just so good. I can't say anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real shame that I didn't end up qualifying for the second Road to Paris, because I would have loved to meet you. It was a missed opportunity. I don't regret it, but it makes me a bit sad.
Yeah, I will. Maybe we will meet in the future somewhere somehow. Hopefully.
Sure.
Yeah.
Next time I'm in Hungary, I'm going to let you know.
Oh, okay. Uraxor was at me. He visited me, in fact, but I wasn't in good shape, so unfortunately. But
Oh,
still,
well.
it was really
It was
nice.
a lovely house, man. It was a really nice visit. I've enjoyed it. And if I have a time, I'll definitely be happy to come around again. But yeah, maybe in a few months now when the babies get older,
Yeah.
or maybe you will win another big tournament and you'll go I don't know where, and we can meet there if we get to play another game, which would be so much
Yes.
fun.
Or maybe we can meet when the what was
Was that?
of the game that Milky was preparing.
Oh yeah, maybe he should be coming later today to show us, but yeah, it still seems pretty far off, so that might take a while.
Yeah, but maybe we can meet, the old guard of Duel of Champions and kick some ass in that game.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
form a guild, take over.
Sure.
That'd be so much fun.
I'm always losing. It's so bad. It feels so bad. I lose every game. I only could win against Uraxor.
Yeah, you always beat me, man. Sad story.
So what other questions do you have to me?
For you, are you going to keep your beard forever?
Forever is a quite long span of time. I'm not sure about that, but so far it's there and it's growing happily.
Nice. There's a whole lot of streamers that I watch every now and then that have this big beard and they pick things from out of it, and they basically make it central to their stream. So it seems that big beard is really helpful for streaming if you want to have your face in a stream. And maybe you should be using it more. Are you planning to stream again, or do you stream anything now?
Well, I did stream a little bit of Elder Scrolls Legends, but
I think you dropped out again.
I said that I did some streaming of Elder Scrolls Legends, but nowadays I have a quite packed schedule, working a lot, and I don't think I'll be streaming unless I find a game that is so fantastic again that I will get addicted.
Yeah.
Am I no right? You shaved your beard once, right? Because of a girl or something like that.
Yeah, that's an old story. It did happen. Well, I don't think I'll be doing that mistake again.
Did you lose the girl?
Yeah.
He lost the beard.
Yeah, then it didn't worth it.
Yeah. Well, life moves on, right?
Yeah. Tell me, how was I know that you were the first one to organize a community tournament for Duel of Champions. It was the big invitational where actually I got to play and Sutsu as well, and then he beat me as always. How did that go? Because there was the first one. How was it with Aza and everything?
It was less of organizing, more of disorganizing. I mean, I've never had an experience like that before, preparing a tournament, but it actually worked out quite fine, and we.
I don't know how I wanna kill him. If you're watching the stream, I have only soothsayers because this guy did my what's the name? Enrage Cyclopsis. So I can deal like maximum 6 damage.
You have to card him out. But yeah, coming back to the tournament Matrix, when you were asking for prizes, how did that work? Did you have to haggle for them? Did they just assign you the rewards? Are you with us, Matrix? I can't hear you right now. Okay, so he seems. I'll try ping him.
I got the having trouble message. Damn. This is the worst message in the game ever.
Which one?
Having trouble? You may need to fine-tune your deck to beat this mission.
Okay, man.
And it's just... it's like I'm not enough angry. You still disturbing me with the message,
Oh no. Put up the poster Matrix sent to if you can from his tournament, because there was quite a fun. Do you remember? It was the first one we've ever played.
Actually it was the
shit,
second one because I played in the qualifier for the first World Cup. And
okay.
I get beaten by POAS in the second round or something like that. But yeah, the first big where I was really part of, then that was the Matrix. I don't know the official name, something like Matrix tournament, Matrix Invitational or something like that. Yeah, that was the time. It was Void Rising expansion,
Yeah.
if I'm right.
Yeah.
And I always played Siegfried Ramp.
Yeah, man. And I've played the same deck, and then you got such a awesome hand. You've played all of the epics at the same time. There was it was the old prison lock, wasn't it? So you basically played, what was it, Cassandra's Devotion. There was it was a Cassandra's Devotion into prison, no, to heal yourself and lock out your opponent. It was the time when prison was not unique and you could play 4 of them.
Yes,
and then
and if I
cycle
played
through
it,
them.
and if I played Throne, I didn't lose all of my resources, so I could play Pow, Throne, Pow, and
Yeah,
that was my my big weapon. Pow, Bridge, Pow, Pow, Throne, Pow, and Pow, Throne, and after that Prison. Oh, that was so OP. I have to admit. But I can't even remember what was my place on that tournament. It's maybe second or third. Where
I think you
finished.
missed.
I
I know
can't
that you've
remember.
lost one game. I know that you lost one game, and I was so sad because I was rooting for you.
I lost against Matrix, maybe.
No,
I don't know.
Matrix was the organizer.
Oh yes.
It was like I know that
Right.
Carnage was playing there, and whoever it was the
And
really old days.
and the Griffin, or something like that was the guy name.
Yeah,
Who was from Spain and always played Keltor. Do you remember?
yeah. It was wow. What was it? 4 years ago from now? Maybe
Yeah, around.
4 years. Quite a while.
Yeah, so Matrix saying in the chat his internet is down.
Okay, well, at least he can be in a chat, so he can say goodbye there, and if he joins us later, then then we can talk to him again maybe. But yeah, big shout out to Matrix because he was the first one to stream that I've seen. He was the first one to really beat me. I still remember that loss against his Nargal. That was like my first, serious game in DOC, and I've lost so bad. And then, he's done so much for the community as well.
He was the first streamer, the first promoter of DOC, so it's a big thanks for Matrix for sure.
Yep. Well, we'll see if he joins us later. For now, were you playing more games? What was it now?
Yeah, I'm still playing.
Do Inferno games. That's nice, man. Now, big shout out to your wife as well for looking after your children, giving you the time to have you with us.
Yeah, I have a really good daughter. He's just, well, she is. I'm sorry, I'm Hungarian. Here is no she or he, but she is a very good girl and always sleeping. We just put her down and she's sleeping. But my son is really, he is really loud and crying all the time, everywhere. So guys, don't get a son. they are just really bad guys. But yeah, I love them, both of them, of course. But
That's great.
But now my wife taking care of my son. He is just hanging on her chest, so it's fine now.
Okay. There's a question. Can you talk about CCG future and with MMDoC closing? And I actually have stuff to say about that because obviously there's games like Hearthstone which are not really, as in depth as DOC was, and that's why you kind of want to be searching for more. And one of the old games that you used to play before DOC that died, as is the fate of every game. I actually got in touch with the guy who owns it now and who's also doing all the programmator stuff for it. And so we're kind of trying to resurrect it. I'll be doing all the stuff around for the game. He'll be doing the programming part, and we'll try to bring it back. We're shooting for about 2017 fall to have it ready for a general release second time. So that could be pretty exciting because it's somewhere in between. It's somewhere in between classical game and say Heroes 3, where you have a board. So you have your deck and then you place the cards on board and you play with them on the board. And it was my favorite game ever because it has even more depth than DOC, I think, due to the hexagonal field on which you play. And that was some 5 or 6 years ago. And since then, it hasn't really been up anymore, and I've always missed it, and now I'm coming back to it with such a great comeback. So if you guys have fingers crossed for me, then maybe in about a year's time you'll hear from me again saying like, "Come join this game, it's really good." So that's my future, and
Oh,
then Duel of
once again,
Scenario we'll
which
see
one?
later.
Hex.
Say what? Oh,
Uh,
Matrix is back.
Yeah, I'm back.
Hey
Hello.
man,
Hey.
how are you?
I just had to use the good old technology trick of turning it off and on again.
yeah, you are IT man, right? You are working in IT.
Yeah,
Management or something.
I'm a software developer.
Yeah, software developer. Yeah, then you know the trick for sure.
I mean, I've been fixing my PC case vibrating too much by hitting it for years already, so I know how to punch items.
Well, whatever works, man. We're happy to have you back.
Yep. Where are you now? What are you talking about right now? So I can jump in and join the discussion.
We were talking about possible replacements for Duel of Champions because it's not really easy nowadays. There's not many games that would offer all that the OC used to offer, you know. So right now there's kind of gap on the market, right?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there are games like, you know, Hearthstone, but if somebody was playing Duel of Champions and didn't suddenly jump to Hearthstone back in the time, I don't think that anybody's going to be doing it now. There is the Elder Scrolls Legends, which is a little bit better in the in the DOC direction, but I mentioned it earlier, the whole lack of board importance is quite crappy.
Yeah.
Yes. Anyway, I found a game which need a board. You need to focus on the board. It's Phaira. It's hexagonal board. It's pretty good. I didn't really play it since like 3 months, but that was just the beta, and it was really promising. It had some balancing issues, but I guess it's worth to try if you're really looking for a card game or something like that.
Yeah, well, you know, the whole journey with Duel of Champions didn't even start with me looking for a game. More like game found me.
Yeah,
I
same,
just saw,
same.
Heroes of Might and Magic World and card game. Wow, nice. I'm going to go for beta.
Yeah, I got into Duel of Champions with I guess Heroes of Might and Magic 6. I bought Heroes of Might and Magic 6 and I got a coupon code or something like that for DOC, and I never played Heroes of Might and Magic 6 again. So
Yeah, well, you end up discovering something that you didn't expect to be there, and it steals thousands and thousands of hours of your life.
repeat, please? I didn't understand. Sorry.
You bought one game and you discovered by coincidence
exactly.
another one that stole thousands of hours of your life.
Yes, exactly. So it was to buy. It was a worse buy. So it was a good buy for me. It was like 2,000 hours play, just not with that game, but because of that game.
Yeah.
That's serious value.
Yes, exactly. I can't even say any other game which I played that much with the DOC. Whoa, alternate Dark Assassin.
I just before I'll be going off, I wanted to have a shout out to especially to two people that were so amazing and helpful doing the help developing the my knowledge in the game and just having fun with it. One of them is Pascal Albert, He was my sparring partner with whom I was preparing for the World Championships in Paris, the first ones. And the second one is Le Rancourt. I don't know if anybody remembers him, but he was
I remember
amazing.
Pascal, but I can't really imagine how right the second one. I guess it's
Rancourt.
Poland. Yeah, Rancourt.
No, no.
Oh, of course, he
Yeah, yeah.
streamed also a lot.
Yeah, and
He
it's
loved
just
Syria.
it was fucking amazing, you know, getting to know them and interact with them, because the game, similarly to what Jason said, the game is only as good as the community around it. I mean, obviously
Yes,
the
exactly.
game has to be good, but the community made it into the best game I ever played for me.
Yes, exactly.
Nice, thanks for that, man. And yeah, shout out to Rancourt and Pascal Albert. I remember them from when I was beginning. When they were helping you, I know that you had people help you for the championships as well. I know they were one of them. So thanks, and thanks for stopping by, man. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Matrix. And
Thank you
thanks
very much for
getting
having
into in this game.
Oh, you're so welcome. I mean, when you started streaming, it was a real thing. I enjoyed watching your streams so much. All right, then I'll be signing off, and see you later. Bye bye, guys, and
Bye bye, Matrix.
let's shed a tear
All right.
Thanks
for
for
Duel
being
of
here.
Champions.
It was a pleasure.
Thank you, Matrix, and good luck in your
Bye.
future.
Thanks. Bye.
Okay. That was Matrix. Thanks to him, big thanks to him for stopping by. Let's see if the next guest is ready. He should be lurking around, so hopefully in a minute or two. How are you doing, Tutsu, with your games? Are you playing Quasi Kieran Mira?
Yeah, it reminds me to old times when you played a lot of Kieran, for example.
Oh,
it
yes.
was a Kieran era in the game.
It
But
was.
now-
I got 1500 with him. I was like 6th or 7th maybe to get to the benchmark. Yeah, and I was really proud of it because it took me like 2 months of, trying really hard and playing only one deck, and then I made it eventually. Yay.
Yeah, 1500 was a big thing at that time. I remember. And also, what was the best time in DOC, in my opinion? It was maybe the jackpot times. When jackpot was a thing, there was like 1,000, 2,000 players who would try to climb up on the jackpot every day, and they, you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, jackpot, that was really a special thing. And speaking of which, we have Hectoring with us now, who actually was winner of the first big tournament I have organized, and that was centered around jackpot, and that was called Be the Jack. So Hectoring, if you can hear us, welcome to the stream.
Yeah, hi guys, thanks for having me on the stream today.
Hey,
Can you hear me
Hectoring.
okay?
Yeah, you are perfectly fine.
Cool. How are you doing, man?
Yeah, it's a bit disappointing to see the end of the game, like after the last R2P I thought, oh, I'll just take a break for a bit until the next competitive season, and then there just wasn't one. Yeah, I've just been loading the game up over yesterday and today, trying to remember how things work.
Yeah, me too, man. I was looking at the cards like, oh, what's happening here?
Yeah.
Tell us how long have you been with the game? Some nice story if you have any from the game.
So I think I joined about after the first R2P, so like I was about a year late in joining the game, I think. And yeah, I just got really sucked into the game, and as you say, the first time I really tried to get competitive was in the Beat the Jack tournament. Good time.
Man, it worked out. No, I remember you played a lot of Kelter in that
Yeah.
tournament. No, how is it? How were jackpots? I remember myself. I was always so shaking. You know, we either proceed to first position or fall back into the 20 best, and there was always so much pressure.
Yeah, and then it's one of those things where it's like, 1 o'clock at night, and you're thinking, do I play one more game? And then you play a game, and then you lose, and then, well, now I've got to get back my position, and then the next thing you know, it's like, yeah,
Yeah, and the game sucks you for 3 more hours. I
exactly.
remember that very well. And I remember back in the day, at the very beginning, there was no matchmaking. So when you were at, the very highest elo, you could get matched with somebody who was just starting. So then winning wouldn't get you anything, but losing would get you like minus 50 or 60 or 80 elo.
Yeah.
And that was absolute nightmare. And then it kind of improved a little bit. And then, man, that was really competitive during Beat the Jack. There was some, winter 2 or 3 years ago, no?
Yeah.
There was still loads of players. And yeah, what was your finals like? Do you remember in that tournament?
No, I remember in the semi-finals, it was like 3 Kelthor mirror matches in a row.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, and then yeah, there was a lot of Kelthor back then.
Yeah, Kato was a really good deck most of the time. Not always, but most of the time, because his ability, the enrage, dealing damage with the enrage counter, it was really, really, really strong. It was like Ishuma's ability, right? Just
Yeah.
dealing damage, killing enemy. And that was the most powerful abilities in the game, in my opinion.
It was back in a time when, you still didn't have to pay for Kieran or Ishima. They used to be passive, and that made them so much stronger, and it was really good fun. And I liked Keltor so much because it was aggressive, but I still let we still let the other person play. It wasn't a lockout like Prison or Nergal, so for me that was a really good deck. What about you, Hectoring? Do you have a favorite deck, favorite hero, favorite card?
Well, I think Kelthor was like the ultimate in the kind of mid-range deck, like value creatures, value spells. And maybe the ability did deserve to be nerfed because it was clearly the best in sort of that category. But I mean, you saw that even after that, now there's still, in standard, there's lots of decks around the same thing, like with Togrul or Shar, or basically lots of stronghold decks have access to that kind of combination.
Yeah, it's just not broken anymore, I think. But I still like it. I still like Enrage and Bloodthirst. They still get abilities. What was the time? What was the time when you stopped playing? What made you stop playing?
Well, it was basically after the R2P, they didn't announce what was really going to happen, and then they brought in Draft, and then I thought, okay, this is going to be good fun. But then Draft was like bugged for days, like 1 or 2 weeks at least. I just gave up on it then, and then I waited to see if there are any more announcements, but it just didn't pan out. I don't know. Did you guys play a lot of Draft at all? How did that work out in the end?
Unfortunately, I didn't really play it a lot.
I've
I only played 1 or 2, so not that much.
I've only played a little bit. I remember it came at a time when I already stopped being active.
Yeah.
So at one point I had like a little comeback to the game, and then I would play only Draft because that was fun and you could create some really sick decks. And so I've enjoyed it once it was up and running, but sadly it came too late. I remember you were both part of the VIP group, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, I remember it was really rushed going through the testing stages and kind of chaotical, right? I'm
Yeah.
not sure how much you can talk about it, so just little bit. That already it seemed like such a good thing, but coming so late. And it was like I felt like the final attempt of resurrecting the game, and then it just had such a bad luck with all the bugs and crashes that accompanied it, I suppose.
I'm asking the chat. Sorry, I'm asking the chat why my creatures have -1 damage here. I just don't know, or maybe -2.
Oh, isn't it? Okay. I don't know, man. You'd need to. No, you're big.
Okay. I found it. Okay, sorry for that.
What was the reason?
The Celestial, they changed it.
Oh, they
Because-
changed.
Oh yes, he
like-
maxes it at 2/2 now.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty tricky. And the beefy cards, I really like them. The creatures at 7 or 8 resource cost, but I was so difficult to play. They've never seen a competitive play because of all the cheap removals.
Soul
I was
Reaver.
really sad. Yeah.
They really tried to make high cost creatures playable, but it's never really happened. In fact, they get it
Yeah.
too close, but never really happened, unfortunately.
Some of them were really good, like Black Skull Cyclops or Jin Cloud. No, Jin Cloud Shapers, was it? They were getting
Yes,
cheaper
they
with
was
your
OP.
mana.
Yeah, but it's not the same. Doesn't count as like a 8 resource creature when you can play it for 0.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Maybe the Sanctuary one, the 6 cost one, which has retaliation or preemptive strike or something like that.
It's still reactive. The only really good creatures were the ones that you couldn't target or they had protection from magic, so they had a chance of surviving a turn on a board. Or then cards like Zephyria that would, affect the board immediately. So even if it got removed, you would get their value back right away.
Yeah. So exactly like Gustav says, it's the big ones that you can cheat out with gate or something. That's the only time they saw any play.
Yeah. And of course the those for Cator, you just forbidden flame everything and play for
Yeah.
what was the real name? Some kind of ultra, if I'm right.
Black Skull Vulture.
Yeah, Black Skull.
There you go. It's funny because I remember when I was starting, I had like one Ghost Dragon from Necropolis, and that card would win you games easily at the low elos. You just drop that, and nobody could stand in its way. It just smashed faces. So if you got 2 of them, you were such a boss. And that's back in the day when I was starting, and then at some point it breaks, and suddenly these cards become really bad. Those cards are used to win you games.
Yeah.
When I started the game, I played tons of Inferno, with just a simple, that simple Inferno Rush deck, which needed Lilim and maybe Ravager if you had, or Juggernaut.
Yeah.
These was the cards, and Ravager at that time was a really, really strong creature with teleport. It was really cool. You just could
because
deal
Garant, the
6
basic
damage.
hero, had teleport available to him.
Yes.
But I mean, because when I tried playing some other card games, when you start out playing, you just you take the rarest cards you have, and then you just put them on the same deck, and then and that's usually the best you can do. But in DOC, I found that things like a mana curve and all that were a lot more important.
Yeah, and in DOC we had lots of stall decks, for example. Okay, someone hated it, someone loved it, someone always played it, but still we had it. We had lots of rush decks like Zorm Rush or Keltor, or Keltor is not Rush, but you know what I mean. And
Yeah.
had some
Yeah, yeah.
mid-range decks, so we had a huge diversity in decks, and that was a really good thing. You always could change if you had cards, of course, but you always could change your strategy if you want.
Yeah. Oh man, I remember the Siegfried tag back in the day with Wolf Captains and with Dark Assassins, and you could win as early as turn 3 or 4 if, you know, with a couple of campfires, rivers of gems, you flood the board, you have like 15 damage by turn 3 on board. I mean, for me it was kind of fun because the games were so fast. Then you still had, you know, fallback for mid game in the form of Cassandra's Devotion and Prison if things didn't work out as fast as they should have.
Yeah.
Wow.
I always
They
liked
got- Yeah.
liked the decks which needed board control. I always like to count the damage, like the position on the board, and this kind of stuff.
Yeah, you get really complicated puzzles, right? And board states.
Yeah, I still have
Oh,
on my
yeah.
YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And then what was it? The Inferno hero recently that was being played with lava spawns. That
Delab.
was Delab. Oh yeah, that was.
Yeah,
I mean that was a bit more boring to me because you just dropped creatures and they had naturally high attack. You didn't really need anything else, like any combo like in Kieran back in the day or Siegfried. But they're still so effective, and with Colors of the Void and with what you call them, with the chain succubus that was dealing direct damage.
bound
You
succubus,
bound
yeah.
succubus. Yeah, man.
That was crazy before the nerf. I mean, it's like Ignatius every turn.
Yeah, yeah, and then if you had multiple of them on board, it was like, oh, goodbye. Yeah, Inferno has some really good cards. And man, Inferno has some of the nicest artworks as well. Really gonna miss those.
Yeah.
And the
I mean,
arts
I
of the
don't-
game. I think the arts of the game is just really beautiful. What do you think, guys?
Yeah, it's got really detailed artwork from the Might and Magic series.
Yes.
And
war-
just yeah. And it's a real shame to, you know, all this not gonna get seen again, probably.
Lost and forgotten. Lost but not forgotten because we're gonna download it, we're gonna keep it. We're
Yeah.
gonna look at it. Which tell me your favorite card, both artwork and playstyle wise.
me
you have
or
any.
hectoring?
Both of
You
you.
go first. Yeah.
Oh, my favorite arts was, for example, I don't know, I love them all. For example, the Sanctuary hero Akane, or what was the name? Which had, you know, Medusa hair. I only played her because of the art. It's really I only played her because of the art. It was so amazing, and also just look fires. That sword, it not really looks from if I just put down on the board, but if I looking close, it's really detailed and really well painted, and it's a really early art. I guess it was in Void Rising. He came up with Void Rising,
Yeah.
but still, Forbidden Flame and other arts. Town Porter, one of the first arts, and still
Really?
really amazing.
Why?
Teleport,
Nice.
still one of the first arts. That's also later, the Haikyuu. But so I think I most like the heroes, but also everything. I think most of the arts is just really good.
Yeah, I don't think I can really pick a single favorite piece of art from all of them. I mean, especially like you know, the later cycle of hero. I'm not sure how you call them, characters like Hikyu
Heroes.
and
Oh yeah,
Zephyria, Raya. Those are really intricate artwork.
they are. Really like him. Hectoring, do you have the alternate Raya? Because that was my absolutely favorite. She is such a seductress, and I can't like, I have it pulled up now, and I'm like, I can't stop looking at this card, man.
I
It's so
don't think I got the
cool.
alternate Raya, sadly.
Okay, I'll go play against it too, and I'll pull it up so that everybody can see which one I mean.
Yeah.
I just have to get it into. I have it in a deck, so I'll put some soothsayers in to be sure that it's gonna come up.
I mean, you can screenshot it and link it in the stream or something.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, that might take a while though.
alternate
Okay, I'll
arts.
try.
Alternate arts. Maybe my favorite was the color of the void. This is not that, but I have it. Hopefully, I will draw it. That was
Okay.
absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I'm not sure I have that one actually, and I'm really, really sad that I don't because I know that I liked it so well as well.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna screen this beauty. And give me some time because it's difficult. Are you there? Is anybody there? Are you guys
Yeah,
still there?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just thinking
Yeah,
about
yeah.
the game because
Yeah.
I
Oh,
still.
your game you're playing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Someone's saying in chat that they've got a Russian offline DOC client or something.
Really? Oh man, that's crazy. I know there's somebody posted that you can actually download all the arts from the game.
Oh
So,
yeah, there is a media pack. I think it's like 3 gigs or something like that.
I'm so gonna do that. I'm so gonna do that. Oh man, I'm on borrowed laptop and it has a really stupid print screen, and I don't know if I can do it.
You can try like onpaste.com or something that you can paste straight onto like Imgur from screenshots.
Yeah, give me a second, they might think. Oh, here we go. Okay. Anyway.
So have you guys found any good card games to replace DOC, or well, nothing really replaces it, but you know what I mean?
Well, I promoted Feira. It's a hex-based, hex board-based game. It looks promising, but still can't really replace it. But promising.
Yeah, Duelist also has a hex board, right? Have you tried that?
Yeah, but I don't really like the 2D arts or what kind of arts that the I forget the name. You know, I don't really like that art style.
Yeah.
So that's my only problem. And I got that game too late, or I don't know. It was some cards felt like too powerful for me, but I didn't really play it like 6 months or something like that. But some cards was really strong and really hard to get for me. So I just didn't really play it. Oh, there it is. Absolutely.
Sorry?
The Color of the Void alternate art.
Yeah.
No, I have to see it. Now my stream crashed because I'm trying to do all these things here.
I will play it.
So excited. Ask Tutu if donation system is working. Is your donation system working, Tutu?
I don't know.
Are you interested in having it work?
I don't know. if the viewers really want to donate, then I thankfully will put it on, but it's really not necessary. So
Okay.
you know, I'm not doing for that.
Okay, yeah,
Oh,
it's
look at that deck. She has 58 resources already.
Oh man.
that's sick.
Oh,
Celestial armor and forgotten research. Forbidden research. Crystal
dangerous
cabin.
research, yes. Damn. 4 of them. And the
This is the
crystal
good old fashioned stall deck.
and oh my god, I fail. That was some
This is-
kind of OTK with agony.
Yeah. But what's the win condition in this deck?
With agony and crystal power, he dealing, you know, the
Oh right, yeah, 2 damage to your player and then it multiplies.
yes, if you kill the creature, and that could be a huge damage. At least I guess. I never seen this deck before.
Have you never seen the
Uh-oh.
deck before, really?
I think not really. I saw similar, but not with Miranda, or what was the hero name? So not exactly this deck, not with Crystal of Cavern and dangerous research.
Right, but there was like them old Asala deck, no? That made million resources and then what was the win condition? I'm not sure, man.
No,
Ashara hasn't primal
Sh-
damage, right?
Shalan? What was it? Which one was it that made million resources?
Oh, nope. It was Sandafon, not? Because at least at very old times it was Sandafon, and you could play for like 100 resource or something like that at all times with 4 crystal caverns when it wasn't nerfed yet, and with what's the name? One moment. So the fortunes. Of course, with devotion and river of gems and this kind of stuff, you could really ramp up your resources. Yeah, that
But,
was
I
annoying
mean,
deck.
those decks didn't need like a million resources. You only needed just enough to lock every turn, right?
Yeah, but I guess it felt so good if you could
Yeah.
ramp up your resources. And also in old times, TK used Crystal of Cavern for getting more resource, and what is that card?
The one that lets you keep resources until next turn or something.
Yes, and also use the draw card,
Time jump.
not time jump. The
Okay.
draw fortune for, where is it?
Cosmic
Oh.
realignment.
Stone of Enlightenment. You know, draw free cards for 4 cost.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. At all times, Cat used it. Yeah, that was style how you play against that deck.
Okay, so I posted the alt art in chat, so you can have a look, and I'll post it in the stream chat as well.
Yeah.
I didn't understand. You was a little bit robotic.
Oh, sorry. I've posted the alt art in the chat in Discord, and I'll post it in in Twitch as well for others to see. But yeah, sorry for the quality. I think it's visible well enough anyway.
In Twitch chat?
In the Discord.
Okay.
I hope you guys can see it in the chat.
Oh yeah, that one.
I never seen it, or I saw it. One moment, guys. I will put in the screen.
Okay, cool. Cool.
It's-
Yeah, man, that's my favorite art by far,
I
along
can't
with the white
remember.
color.
Yeah.
I can't really remember for this.
Do you guys remember when they had the weekly tournament modes? And one of the modes was 39 cards, and you got these crazy combo decks that cycle through their whole deck until you got Tower of Oblivion.
I didn't really play that weekly.
It
Uh,
was really
tournaments.
difficult to keep up. Like, you had to
Yeah.
have a deck every week, new deck. That was so difficult. I played like 2 or 3 that I had the decks for, and or that were fun. There was like only Inferno cards or only, only one faction cards.
Yeah.
That was kind of fun. You could get real broken things going there.
Yes, so on the picture, on the screen, it's the Telnidraya. Yeah, she looks sexy. I should say that. And she has Medusa hair as well, like Akane.
Oh, I
Well,
remember when I started playing now. It was during the crack hack meta. Do you guys remember
oh
that?
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Crackhead.
Turn 1, drop a bunch of. What was it? Turn 1 or 2, you drop a bunch of Dark Assassins, and then.
That was really good. Because they started changing the game with Crystal and everything, and that created a lot of other issues with other cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's because that's kind of very go out of hand because it just got too complicated for everything, and people couldn't simply keep up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, they were trying to go in the right direction with introducing standard so that, there was a limited learning curve, I guess. But it was too
yeah,
late by then, I think. I mean, the Dragon Crystal already came very late in the development phase.
yeah, that too. But there was such a minor difference, though. I mean, there was really long fight over it in the VIP channels. How should that issue be balanced? I remember we've been at it for months,
Yeah.
arguing back and forth.
So, I mean, we simply didn't have enough manpower, I think, because it's quite a complicated question how to balance first player advantage. And no game has managed to do it perfectly.
Yes, and also if one player feels balanced, other will not. So it's really it's not exact thing. Of
Yeah.
course, in
Yeah.
chess, it's still for example, chess is not balanced because there is white, there is black, and white has a move advantage, right? So
Yeah.
white always
Mhm.
better. That's a thing.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to make a more balanced game than
But I mean, in
chess.
chess, you'd usually play like one game as white and one game as black in like professional level tournaments, right?
Yeah, but somewhere you have to decide who win, and
Yeah.
there isn't infinite matches. So if two players equal, they will play most of the time draw,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
sometimes white wins, or just who makes mistakes, or I don't know. So what should I play?
Play what you want, but allow me to introduce another guest in the meanwhile because the time's moving on. And
What's the cat OTK deck, by the way?
I tried to
that's
remake.
OTK.
I tried to remake the old Cat OTK, but I never really played it, so I'm really bad in it. And now, of course, not working. It's something like playing the unique fortune and bringing up
Oh,
the
yeah.
Cyclops and the one cost fortune.
The
ramping
double
up the
strike
damage.
Cyclops, right?
Yes.
Right,
But
I
Right,
suppose.
it's easy to
I
counter.
guess everybody knows who's the guy that's coming now because
And
he's
thank
been
you,
with the
Hector.
community since the beginning. And no, keep hectoring around
Oh,
for
okay,
a little bit longer. I'm
sorry.
not kicking everybody out. all I want to do is invite Kimmundi for the discussion. So hey Kimmundi, how are you, man?
Hello everyone, I'm fine. And you, how are you going?
Hey,
Thank you for
Kimmundi.
the stream too. It's a sea of memories. All those words and cards and decks coming back. I have to admit that I haven't touched the game in a year or something. And talking about all those decks, all those strategies, all those new cards, it bring back a lot of memories. So thank you thank you for that, guys.
Yeah, and we also thanks for being here, Kimmundi. He was a
Of course,
big
I
part
wouldn't
of the
miss it.
game.
I was.
So you had
It was a rough day. The day I learned of the shutdown of DOC. To be honest, it was really depressing a bit. It's been a big part of my professional life, and I worked on DOC for a year and a half. So when I learned that, it was pretty depressing. It wasn't a good day, I have to admit.
Yeah,
Of course, I needed to be part of it.
It was the same for me, man. Immediately I was like, oh, what's this? We have to do something. And then I was like, let's do a more stream. Look, hectoring, give me one question, tricky question for Kimmundi.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? A tricky question?
Oh, you want me to give Kimmundi a tricky question, or?
Yes, absolutely, go for it, man.
Right. So, are you still with Ubisoft? What are your plans there for future games?
No, I've left Ubisoft when DOC went to Blue Byte because my contract was finishing at the same time. So sadly, I left Ubisoft. I've been in contact still with a lot of people from there, but from now on, I'm working for Bandai Namco Entertainment. It's a video game company as well. For those who don't know it, it's a Japanese video game company. So I'm still in the, let's say, in the video game industry, but I switched. But I got a lot of good memories with Ubisoft.
Yeah. Well, glad to know you're still working and having fun.
Yeah, that's the goal. I'm still doing community management and stuff like that, but it's a bit different. But I do miss the good old DOC days.
Don't we all?
It's unforgettable.
Yeah, it's unforgettable, and
At
I
least
remember.
for us, who just play the game every day, or it was a job for Kimmundi. Of course, unforgettable.
Yeah, it's. I try to play as much as I can, even if I think I'm only like level 35 or something in the game. But 38, I have the game open. I didn't play as much as I could, and most of the time I was playing on this good old VIP server. Yeah, most of us, I think, were part of this little gig. It was pretty awesome. I remember I spent a lot of hours on this one because that was giving us the opportunity to test the new card in advance, and so I knew how they worked before they were going out. We had good times, and yeah, I see we got Simon on the chat as well, etc. He's the best game designer we had. It was so awesome to have him on the team. Everyone on the team was great. The good old producer of the game, Stefan. Some of you may have known.
Yeah, of
course. We are living in the same city now.
Oh,
and really like a few, not even like I think.
Sorry, he is working on, or maybe it's SpaceElephant who is working on Ubisoft, the big Ubisoft game.
For Honor.
For Honor, yes.
Yeah, that SpaceElephant is working on For Honor, and Stefan is working on The Crew.
Yeah, he is working on The Crew. Yeah, I noticed that.
And we are living like really next to each other. That's the world is small. He came back from Quebec to France.
I don't wanna lose this game. Damn.
Okay.
Damn.
So while you're losing this game, I'm gonna say big thanks to Hectoring for taking time to come, and good luck in the future, man.
Thank you, Hectoring.
You too. Thanks for making the stream. It's been good memories.
Someone should play, and please let me allow to go out for a cigarette, and I will spectate the game until that, because you know I have kids. I can't smoke anymore inside the house.
I will always remember the Tsutsu stream when you can hear him smoke at the same time. It was a good day when you don't have a kid.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Go for it. Go for smoke, man.
See you later.
I'll ask
Uh,
Kimmundi some questions here.
Yeah,
Go
of
on,
course.
guys. Somebody play a deck with Serpent Fly,
and please
so that we
someone
can
play, and
rectify
I
that.
can spectate.
The Serpent Fly deck. I don't even think I still have it. I had a deck like that.
Oh, hang on. Do you have a deck? Do you have a deck, Kimmundi? Are you?
No, I wasn't planning on playing. If you want, I can, but I
Okay.
wasn't
No.
really
No. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
I just relaunched the game just to look at the cards again because I remember that. No, my God, the exclamation point Rafa in the chat. The worst memory of chats.
Oh no! It was such a good time. I
Yes,
won something. I won.
yeah.
I won. Like I was going through my Twitch mailbox the other day, and I found like 3 or 4 codes for the OC there from Von Ruffles, from like different channels that I never remembered to, cash in. And I was like, all right, well, that's here. Yeah, that was a great time. And all the
Yeah, I
t-shirts,
remember. Yeah, Jason was talking about the chats, the stream we were having like twice a week. It was a NASA ID at first. I remember we had the discussion in Quebec. All the team was there, and it was the only time we went to Quebec to see the team with there was like Simon, Jared, Sparta, and everyone. And Asa arrived with this crazy idea, and he said, "Let's do two streams per week on Duel of Champions." And we were like, we had nothing to do any streams. We had laptops and a shitty camera and headsets. And I remember we started doing stream like that. And when Jason arrived in the team, he managed to take one of them for us, and it was awesome because doing a stream on a Friday night after the full week of work was pretty exhausting. So I remember I was doing Tuesday night, and he was doing Friday night, and I was going back at home and watching his stream at home, and it was good time. And I remember all those giveaways, all those crazy decks from Tutu, and I remember asking on the MMDoC.net RSC chat a few hours before the stream, saying, "Hey guys, don't you have any crazy deck for me to try on?" And I would try making them work. Very good memories.
Yeah, I can imagine, man. It must have been difficult streams from Friday afternoon, but though I remember that at some point you've got your own studio with all the posters, and it seemed really professional, and I was so jealous of you guys. Oh, they get to play in such a setting. How cool is that? And then I always seen you or Azza, and you were playing your fun decks, and I wanted to cry. I wanted to be telling you, play this. You're playing it wrong.
Yeah, we were always playing it wrong, but that was part of the fun. And
I know.
At first, I was. It was really funny when Jason spoke about the stream he did with Aza during the first road to Paris. I remember because it has all the team of Duel of Champions that had come to Paris for Paris Games Week, and every one of us was in the office, and we were doing a small tournament between us.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, we had Aza and Jason doing the stream upstairs, and I remember they broke a Xorm statue at this time.
Oh no!
Yeah, we kept the video for such a long time, and at this time, yeah, indeed, we were doing streams in a meeting room that was kind of like an empty room where we had put a table and the chairs in it, and we started in that, and then we got a studio, and we got a professional camera, a professional mic. We got a green screen where we could put whatever we wanted behind it, etc. We went from a crappy setup to something very good, and it was some good times, those streams.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Tell me, what's your fondest memory, if you have any single one that you can, mention?
I would go for the streams, of course, because there was like so many streams and so many stuff. I remember doing like with Rosquita. I remember doing this history stream where we were talking about the lore of the game and what was happening with all the characters, etc. That was something else because we never played. We just had the game open and showing cards and showing the art book, etc., and explaining what was happening. There was that. There was, of course, the 2 Road to Paris. I remember I did the first Road to Paris. I had been on the game for less than 6 months, I think, and I had never done anything like it. And I ended up at the time I was doing only French, so you didn't see me commenting because I was doing the French commentary. But the finals of Road to Paris were happening at Paris Games Week, which is a huge gaming event in France, and we were doing that on the ESL stage, and so I was on stage next to Silver Medusa, he was a very good player, a French player, and a good friend still, and we were both of us doing a cast and doing commentary of the game in front of an audience. Like there was like 200 or 300 people seated down and watching the games. And in the meantime, we had Jason and Eza in the back doing the English stream, and that was a very good memory. And then we had the second Road to Paris 2015, and that was a longer stuff, and that was awesome because I remember all those gold finals on the Duel of Champions stream that was every month, the last Sunday of the month, and we had this professional agency that did all the setup for us, and it was Aza and I every Sunday night from I think it was from 6 to something like 11 in the night, and we had all those crazy decks, all the changes in meta every month. And it all culminated with the Road to Paris 2015 finals in Meltdown. We changed it to go to the Meltdown, and it was really awesome. And we had all those people coming, and that was all the stuff like Jason said, like drinking wine and beer in the lobby of the hotel. Because at first we were like, we should go to a bar or do something, but in fact we didn't need to do that. We just stayed at the hotel. I remember I had asked the guys at the hotel, like, can you stay late and serve us beer and serve us wine and stuff like that, and say, yeah, okay. And we were just all there, staying there in the lobby of the hotel, and we didn't need anything else. We were just happy to be all of that together. And yeah, indeed, I think I went home earlier than Jason because I wasn't staying at the hotel. But
yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
Hey, welcome back. See, you have started the game.
Yeah, I started the game.
I'm watching on the stream, so I got a slight delay on what you're doing. It's really fun seeing all those cards coming back, because I had forgotten most of those cards, and just seeing the artworks brings them back to mind. And I see a lot of people in the chat that I remember, like Ogrimmar and everyone, and Infernal Wisdom, and
that's how
and we
awesome
got
this
everyone.
community, because
it's been I think a year or something that the game is going down and everyone stopped kind of playing, but everyone answered the call. The last call, everyone is here.
Yeah, and after more than 1 year, still 120 people on the stream. So big love for this community. You are awesome, guys.
I'm working on a lot of communities now because I'm not dealing with only one game at Bandai Namco, but still the Duel of Champions community, it stays my favorite community I've worked with. And maybe it was also because I had more time to to spend with you guys, and I could be on streams every day. I was on someone's streams, and I could learn this way. And now I got, I don't have all this time now anymore, but this was awesome, and it's just that you guys are still passionate and mature, and we can discuss a lot of stuff, and you had. And you were always ready to help when we needed, because we didn't have time to do a lot of tournaments, a lot of things, because we had a lot of stuff to do, and you guys were always organizing new stuff, and it was awesome to support you.
Yeah, I had so much fun with it. It's really good fun. I had you mentioned that you didn't have much time, and I was curious. Like, tell us what's a community manager's life like. What do you actually do? What's the common thing you would do? Because not many people, I think, know. Most of them will think that it's just playing games and giving out rewards and being amazing. So tell us what's the reality.
It's complex. Usually there's not one day that is the same. It goes from going on the community channels to look what is being said and report, and reporting is a lot, because we are the link between a community and the development team or marketing team or customer support, or a lot of people like that. We are the only link some people have to understand what the community is doing.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes I didn't even have time to do that. There's a lot of strategy and planning, and it's really preparing news and preparing articles, and I don't know. There's never one day that is the same. Nowadays, I spend a lot of time on strategizing, for example, at work, and preparing new activities and preparing a new way of developing communities, and sometimes it was like that. And also, we need to take a lot of time to keep in touch with the major people in the community. I'm not saying that there is people that are more important than others, but some people like streamers, tournament organizers, etc., or website owners, because I remember I worked a lot with website owners, especially with the French guy from MMDoC, for example, and it requires a lot of time to keep this day-to-day communication with everyone and be sure that everyone is happy and everyone has what they need to do the job correctly. So there's no one day like the other.
Okay, thanks for that. Couple of follow-up questions, if I can. How much of an influence did you have on the development, and how difficult was it to push your idea or the voice of the community through into the development of the game?
I will be speaking from, I guess, from my perspective, but
Yeah.
working with the Quebec team was really easy. Most of the time, they were taking into account the word of the community and what the community wanted. Of course, when we are community manager and we are working for a company, we need to keep in mind that the company also has needs and also need some revenue or stuff like that. So we need to put aside sometimes some stuff. But the Quebec community was really open, and I remember, like, most of the time when we had a touchy issue or something, we had a phone call with a producer. I think Simon for a time, Dev Simon in the chat, hated me for a time, because every day when he went online, and we had a time difference with Quebec, so it was 4 p.m. for me or something, and it was 8 or 9 a.m. for him. He didn't even get his coffee, and as soon as I saw him connected, I would ask him questions on the game and ask him, is it supposed to work like that? Is it a bug? Is it going to be fixed, or are you planning to fix that in the coming update? And that was the beginning at first. At first, I was a new guy. It was my first community position. So at first, I understand that I didn't have as many, let's say, influence as I hoped. But towards the end of the game, towards the end of my contract, everyone was talking to everyone, and we had a lot of discussions. It was really nice, and the Quebec team was always open to any suggestion, etc. And if we needed any help, they were always happy to help. They gave me access to. They were giving us access to the VIP environment, and I will always remember that. For example, the VIP environment, when we started playing with those new cards, we didn't even have artworks for them. So we had grumpy cats on some cards or stuff like that, and the developers were putting like random pictures on cards. And I see Simon saying that he expected me to poke him every morning and that he didn't even bother him. Oh, that's nice. I think that just he wasn't a morning person, and sometimes I may have thought I was bothering him. But yeah, that was nice. It's that I could every day, if I wanted, I could get in touch with a developer, with a support guy, with a tester, with a producer. Even the producers of the game have always been very open. Oh, I got one anecdote about that. I remember a very fond anecdote.
Okay.
It was at the time of the Altar of Wishes, and I think it was when we reworked the monetization of the game. It was a tricky moment for the game, and at one moment Jason and I really wanted to communicate. I think it was on the change of the Altar of Wishes card, and that was something that at first the development team wasn't really, not the development team I would say, but the producer wasn't really happy to talk about directly to the players. And Jason and I were like, okay, we need to discuss that with at the time it was Samuel, the second producer we had on the game. And we set up a call with everyone. I think it was late at night because it needed to have Jason and Quebec at the same time. And so Samuel told us, okay, I'm okay to do that, only if both of you manage to beat me in Duel. And so that's how we settled it. That's how we settled the issue. We had to fight him for the right to communicate with community on the subject, and that was so Duel of Champions. It was okay. We both have good arguments. I think we cannot reach a good argument. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna duel for it, and we're gonna win. Trial by combat, as my girlfriend is saying. And I remember that Jason and I won. We won, and that's why after that we managed. I think on stream, it may have been on the Jason stream that we were allowed to talk about. I think it was the new Altar of Wishes prices.
Okay, man, that's so glad that you won the game. I'm kind of proud of you. Because I know that.
I'm pretty sure he let us win because I remember. I think I remember the deck he played with. It was an Alia deck.
Okay.
I think I was playing a Kierbrand deck, but his deck was totally not competitive, and I had already played against him, and I knew he was better than that. So I will never know. I should ask him.
You should. No, that's good, man. I mean, I really like that kind of spirit behind the curtains. That you guys are having fun with it. I have one more question for you. With all the community tournaments and with all the streams that you were supporting, how difficult was it for you guys to secure the rewards, secure the prizes? How much were you allowed to give out?
Oh, so to be a bit to go into the back door of how it happened. It was once again Azar ID when I arrived, and we had this community tournament support ID that we worked on together before exposing it to the Quebec team. And the idea was like to avoid having to negotiate with the team every time we wanted to give out rewards. We wanted to create like let's say a chart of how we could give out prizes. And after that, for more than a year, we had an Excel file, in fact, that was created by the monetization manager, if I remember correctly, of the game. And we entered like how many players were there, and was it like a major tournament, a small tournament, a very, very small tournament, like sometimes some people did only for their community, for their own community or something like that. And then the tool will give us like a rough idea of what we could give out. And for example, we had points that we could allocate, for example, for seals, for gold, for rewards, for artworks. Artworks, of course, for example, artworks were really rare and really hard to give out, so we kept it for the best tournaments. But and I remember we had some rules that we applied that we couldn't, like, of the total of prizes we gave out, we couldn't give more than 60% of seals. And so because we wanted to keep seals like a rare currency and not have some tournament player flooded with seals. And so it was nice because it was a huge agreement between all of us, and we had this easy tool. So it wasn't really hard. It was always a bit harder when we had, for example, to defend some stuff like what was that, Ascension of Legends, when people had to pay out seals to enter the tournaments, and it was given back in seals, etc. Was it Ascension of Legends or was it another tournament?
Yeah, it was Ascension. It was the only tournament where people actually paid to enter, and it was really magnificent in my opinion.
It was a very good idea, but for us on our side, it required like a manual intervention, because we had to remove the seals from someone's accounts, and we had a lot of discussion. I remember on this tournament internally, because it was not easy to acknowledge the fact that we would remove currency bought by players directly from the account. It wasn't something we were supposed to do. So I remember I did it for most of the entry. I did it myself, and I was always afraid I would like remove more than needed or something. I see we got Stefan in the chat. So hello Stefan. Stefan, producer, the first producer of the game, if I remember correctly, the first, or at least the one that was producer when I arrived. And I see a lot of baguette and baguette waffle, etc. I will always remember that.
Nice, man. Oh, I've had no idea that it's so difficult for you guys to, to do that. For me, it was like, well, they're community managers. I'm sure they can do it.
It wasn't really difficult or anything, but we had this tool that is more like a customer support tool that allowed us to look into the account of players. But really, I tried to avoid it a lot as possible, because it wasn't really my job, and I didn't want to do any mistakes or anything, or I didn't want to spy on players or anything, because we could know a lot of stuff from the like victories and rewards and etc. and how many seals they had, and how many gold they had, etc. So I try not to look into that, because when you taste the power of this tool, I think it was a bit dangerous, maybe.
Yeah, I can understand that totally, man. No, I'm really appreciative. Hey, Tsutsu, could you please have a look at the Discord channel, if you could set up?
Yes, but I can talk. Sorry.
No, just have a look at the Discord, and Milky is going to send you a presentation that he is going to ask you to present for their game, because after Kimmundi says goodbye here, we'll have them coming and presenting the game they are preparing. So if you could get that ready, that would be brilliant. And then let me know once you are ready, please. Yeah. Right. Kimmundi, your time's about up. If you're still around when Asa joins, because he should join later, so then maybe you can join us again. But
I see. I will stick around, I think. Yeah. I will watch the stream until the end anyway.
Man, thanks for that, and thanks so much for coming. You
I
guys
got I got the game the stream on my TV. So
nice, nice.
I can still kill virgins playing my favorite card of the game, Angel of Redemption.
Thank you.
So
Oh, I thought that's Serpentfly.
oh, of course, Serpentfly. But how can
Thank
you
you,
compare
Kimmundi.
Serpentfly to any other cards? I think my other favorite card would be Anael or Throne of Renewal.
Okay, nice. One last question. Do you
Yeah.
still have your beret?
Yeah, of course. It's right next to me in my desk in my drawers. Yeah, of course I have it.
Brilliant. So I think that the world is still gonna keep spinning. That's great, man. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank
Talk
you
to you
guys.
Thanks a
soon, man.
lot,
Thank you
Kimmundi.
guys. I will be watching from my TV and maybe dropping in the chat. Thank you everyone.
Okay, brilliant. Thanks a lot. And I'm gonna ask if Milky's ready because he has
He didn't send me anything.
Oh yeah,
Am
okay.
I
He's
just
asking
blind?
for a little bit of time. So
Okay.
how's your game going, Tutu?
Well,
Are you-
I guess I'm losing again. I'm always
Oh no,
losing.
don't say that.
I'm always losing. But that's not a problem. Kill Virgins killed me in Paris and kill me now.
Ah, shite. Okay, yeah, so yeah, we'll give Milky 2 minutes before he comes up, and basically what's gonna happen is that Milky has his game coming up, so he's invited his development team to come along, and they have done so. So after the introduction, I will give word to Milky, and I will take a short break and Tutu, and then Milky will introduce his game and his team and their plans. And if you guys have any questions for them, then that would be the right time to ask them. They will have about the half-hour slot to, get you on board with their project. So that's what's gonna happen as soon as Milky is ready. And after that we still have a lot of actually good players, and not only players coming in the second half of the stream.
Yeah, we still have
That should be
plenty of guests, which is very good.
yeah, there should be avkall and LurifaxB coming from them really good players. There should be Nillicomes coming from the gods of the OC. They were always out there, one of the entities that you could just call to and he would
the
answer.
Danish juggernaut.
Yeah, he's coming a bit later too. And Simon and SpaceElephant from the developer side will be joining us. So definitely we still have fully packed program all the way through until 11 o'clock, which should be about the end of the stream. So stick around for that, and I'm sure that Asa will be joining us because I know that he had some other event he had to attend, unfortunately, today, which is why he's not with us at the minute. But yeah, hopefully he'll be joining us soon. And I'm pretty excited to hear Asa again because he's done so much, and I know that he's been trying to get his own game running and that he had some issues with that. And I know that Asa is still, like Jason, actively streaming. He has his own YouTube channel and everything.
Yeah, not that. I watched him, but not that active like in the OC days. But still, yes, he streamed like I only saw him in YouTube, but he had some videos about Heroes of the Storm and I don't know, World of Tanks, but not the tanks, but the airplanes ones. So
Right.
Others still doing a job. A good job.
Yeah. He's always there. I know that he tried to stream Portal 2 at some point, and I've actually watched the the videos that he put out. That was quite fun. It was a really nice game, that one. I remember.
PPT, what is PPT?
PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, okay, of course. I'm stupid. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I think we can.
Who the
Milky, are
PC?
you ready to start talking? If you can join the last call stream, last call voice channel, and we can start talking to you.
I need a little bit time while I set up this, so I will.
Yeah, sure.
And
Yeah,
I still
don't
know
worry.
how I will.
Are you able? Just can you just stream your screen and then play the presentation there, I suppose?
In the other group. What?
In the general text channel.
Only text channel. I only see voice channels. Wait.
And yeah, if you go to general,
Hear me?
this on the left, in the left
Okay,
Hello?
panel.
found it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah, Milky, are you here with us now? Can you hear me? Is your mic enabled? Kai, are you there?
We can't hear you. Hey, Milky.
Hello, are you there? Try
Test.
saying something.
There was something. Oh, I have a game. Sorry, but I already lose it, of course.
Don't lose the game. Don't lose the game.
Hello?
Hey,
Oh.
Milky.
Brilliant. How are you, man?
You can hear me now?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you. Are you ready?
You can hear me fine, or is it feels like the connection isn't perfect. I don't know why, to be honestly.
We can hear you good right now. I think we
It's-
can hear you pretty good.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
I have a question. Should I show the full? Or no? Sorry, I will just solve it. But I need a little bit time.
Yeah, no problem, no problem.
Okay, so let us know, Tsutsu, when you're ready with the presentation. And until then, if you could give us a quick rundown of the things, Milky, that would be awesome. Kai.
Yeah, well, we're here from Duel of Serenarun, which is a game we are currently developing that is based on the mechanics of MMDoC, which, yeah, I think we'll see in the presentation what it's about, who we are, when it was founded and things like that. And then later on we will do a short Q&A, so if you have people in the chat, if they have questions, they can ask us. There are also other members from the team, from the different team leads, like
Now you dropped out.
It dropped out.
Okay, back.
Excuse me? You can...
Yeah, we can hear you now again. You were saying that you have people from the various development teams here joining us as well.
Okay. One question, Milky. I set up. You can see now in the stream. It will be good like that because it's easy for me. Or should I work only for the images and try to? One second, please.
Is it okay if Tsutsu is,
Okay.
you know,
Maybe it's up to
have
you.
this have the presentation like this?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's fine, Tsutsu.
Oh, you
Okay.
have the presentation.
Yes.
I see it on the stream. Okay, that's great.
Is it good right now, or should I try to?
I think it's just fine.
Okay.
Okay, so
uh,
guys, I will let you with Milky listen to his presentation. I'll take a quick break, and please, Milky, the stage is yours.
All right. Yeah, great. So if you can slide to the second slide. Oh wait, actually, I just have to open the presentation myself, otherwise I can't see what I'm talking.
So until that,
Just
I
give
have
me
a
one.
question. I have first
Yeah.
real question. I can't even pronounce the name. It's Duels of Zen Arun.
Yeah, Zen Arun.
Zen Arun.
I think
Okay.
that's the best.
Okay, thank
The
you.
best. That's Zen Arun is the word we're creating. Like we also want to,
Yeah,
like
it's
we don't.
it's like a might and magic word, right? It's just it's
Yeah,
your
it's
own word.
yeah,
yeah.
it's a fantasy
nice.
based word, but we do want to bring like our own flavor into it. So we have also people working on the lore of it. So that's not just like a game with classical, like a little bit boring fantasy, but we want the full fleshed out game with fitting like the graphics, the art, the music, and the lore. It all has to fit to the game. Otherwise, we wouldn't be satisfied. So yeah, as you can see, now
You dropped out
a year
again,
ago we started this.
or I don't know. Your sound is strange.
Excuse me.
Okay, you can start. Sorry, just started. Hello, Milky, are you here?
I just can you hear me?
And I only can hear some words, so you have some
You cannot.
problem with your connection, or I
You
don't
cannot
know.
see me. You hear me?
Now good.
Now it's good
Nope. It's like
again. I really don't know why.
I don't know what's the problem. In fact,
Yeah. Okay. I think my colleague Kyle will now actually do the presentation because I don't know
now it's
my
good. Now it's
connection.
fine. Now it's fine.
Yes.
Yeah, just started.
Okay. So now you can hear me.
Yes.
Yeah, as I just said, we started this out pretty much like 1 year ago. At the time, like it was, I think last week or 2 weeks ago that we were exactly 1 year since we started. Like, at the time, Blue Byte announced that they wouldn't release any further updates for MMDoC. And then in the forums, just in the official forums, there were a lot of threads about how sad that is. And one of the threads, they were looking if they could, maybe find people who are willing to work on a new game based on MMDoC to follow in the footsteps. And as the discussion continued, we realized that there were actually all kinds of required, of the different skills that are required to do such a game. Like we found that there was someone for the art and for the music. There was someone for the software, for project coordination, and me who, has some experience, I want to call it, in the mechanical side of the game in terms of how CCGs in general and especially MMDoC work, how cards should be designed and balanced and stuff. And so it just continued, and 1 year later here we are. So the next slide, if you can go to that.
Yeah, I already go.
Okay. You can see the different people currently working on the game. I have to say that during the time until now, a lot of people actually helped us and worked for this. I think a lot of people are also here. Maybe at the beginning, I think Infernal Wisdom, for example, was there. JKK helped out with the betting stuff. Vem Fury was a part. So a lot of people that I think should be known here also participated in this. But right now, this is the main team that's currently working. That's me, who is responsible for the game design. As you can see, I was a former member of the balance team, so yeah, I have. And during my time with the balance team, I didn't necessarily comment too much on the actual balance of the cards, but on more design philosophy things, such as how fortunes work out against balance in the game, and I developed concepts to change that a bit, to make it more, make it more make it feel like it are two different card types that actually have different places in the game and stuff like that. And then we have Jimplay, who is responsible for visual design and sound and music as well. We have Kanium, who's the software designer and consultant. Thundercakes, who's responsible for the client side of the implementation. And then Kovija, who's the main person working on the lore. And then we also have Carl, who is both working at the lore and at the project coordination. Carl, are you actually in the conversation right now?
I am, but I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Well, hello.
So
Hello.
I don't know. Maybe you wanna continue.
It's fine. Oh, continue. Just continue. It's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, great. The next slide, please, then.
Yeah, I already turned it.
Yeah. So just a short, quick hi to everyone. Carl Hartz from Sweden, and you maybe saw that from the previous slide. So, Duels of Xenaroon, a bit about the game. As Milky said, we are trying to reuse some of the core mechanics of Might and Magic Duels of Champions. So the same sort of grid-based placement of creatures, determine where they can and cannot attack. We have done some thoughts on maybe expanding the battlefield. So there are some thoughts gone into that, but ultimately we decided to go for the easy way and stick with a 2x4 for each player to place the cards. Also, the same thing goes with the hero or commander card, which determines which kind of cards you can use, both in terms of creatures. The same kind of faction cards are used here. So you will have, for instance, we have revealed a bit of Dominion faction, and the cards associated with Dominions will be exclusive to Dominion heroes, whereas the other factions will also have cards exclusive to them, and there will be the same sort of idea with the spell schools as in MMDoC. So depending on what spell schools your hero has, it can play different spells. And we also have 3 different stats. So we have the strength, the magic, and the cunning stat, which will correspond to the fortune. There are some expansions of how fortunes works, and I will leave it up to Kai to do a bit more in depth into that. The game itself is set in Xenaroon. It's a high fantasy realm, so we will have the sort of the same kind of creatures that you'd expect in such a place: elves, men, giants, and so on and so forth. And the player will assume the role of a Nexus, which is the hero, or villain in this case. And the idea here is that the Nexus can shape fate rather than be bound by it. So that's the sort of idea behind the heroes here. And it's the whole thing is developed bottom up, so we are not reusing anything that's been done in Duel of Champions, for instance, where it's all new server side, client side, arts, music, and so on. It's all new cards. The only thing that we're kind of taking inspiration from is the way the game is designed at its core. So that's a bit about the game, to give you a quick overview. If you would give me the next slide, please.
Yes. Go ahead.
Just waiting for my Twitch to update. Still waiting for Twitch to update. Oh, there we are. So a bit of progress made so far. In terms of game designs, we have 3 factions designed. We have all spell schools designed, and we have neutral cards developed. I say that knowing full well that this requires quite a bit of testing to ensure that we have balancing right. But as far as the first iteration of those 3 factions, spells and neutral cards, we're there. We just need to bring them into the game and start doing the testing. We also have some other game features in early conceptual stages. For those of you who are following us on Facebook, you will see that we are considering draft mode and how to actually do that in a good fashion. If we're talking about visual design and arts, we have approximately 20 cards produced so far, and card layout, first iteration of that developed. And right now we're doing work on the user interface. So there's a bit back and forth in our internal discussions on how to make that as neat and clear as possible. And if we go to the next slide.
Yeah, done.
Yep, just waiting for Twitch to update as well.
I was a little bit slow. Sorry.
No worries. There we go. So server-side development. So we have the essential game services implemented, which means we have matchmaking, core game logics, such as when you lose a match, when you win a match, and basic card interactions, taking damage, and giving out damage, and cards going to the graveyard, retaliation, and so on. Those things are in the game. We have the base set Dominion faction and the Fire Spell School fully implemented server side. However, the client side hasn't yet caught up to that, but we have the core communication protocol implemented, so we can communicate fully with the server from the client. For those of you who have seen it, we have a YouTube clip up, which is me and Milky doing, a very just testing the server client interaction to see that we can actually play a game from different sites and making it work. So we can run full games, but they're pretty, what a client can handle so far isn't as much as what the server can do. So it's just checking that we can actually make a full game run, basically. So we cannot yet handle all the cards implemented on the server. So that's something we're working on, but we're confident that that will happen in, well, basically the next few weeks or in the next month or so. And there's a lot more, of course, going on. We're having internal discussions and, well, quite a lot of things. But I'll leave it to the chat and you guys to ask questions, and we'll try to answer them instead of second guessing what you want to know about us.
Well, of course I know it's a stupid question, because surely you can't really answer, but I must ask it. When you try to finish this thing, I mean, when we can play it?
So that's a very tricky question to answer, because one thing that we should have put into this presentation is none of us are doing this full time. So we all have our regular everyday job to juggle at the same time as we're trying to make this happen. Our estimate right now is that we'll have a closed alpha running somewhere in February, which means that that is what we'll do first is an internal alpha 1, which we'll use to just check for the most obvious bugs. But we are a small team. We can't do the testing required, for instance, for seeing that the server can handle the loads and so on and so forth. And that's where the closed alpha comes in. We need a big enough set of people actually playing the game to ensure that everything runs smoothly when we scale up. That will also be our way of estimating how much, how much power do we have to have in the server? What kind of server structure do we need to have if we come to the stage where this becomes popular enough that a lot of people want to play it, and therefore it will generate quite a lot of server load.
So it's already answered in the thread, but I will ask in the stream as well. Mr. Dreb asked, is the game will be planned to be implemented into Mac as well?
We can't confirm actually what platforms we'll deploy on. What I can say is that we're developing using the Unity engine, and for those of you who know what the Unity engine is, it's actually it's an engine to develop and deploy cross-platform.
Yeah,
so
it's
it
good
would
for mobile platform and etc. Right?
Yes. So the whole idea behind you, instead of writing something from scratch ourselves, is just that we are able to deploy to different platforms easier. So we can't say for sure that we will do this platform or that platform, but it's certainly taken into account in how we are developing the game.
Okay, DNA has another question. It's basically, it will be pay to win, or depends for money, or only on time?
Maybe I can answer this.
Yeah,
Sure, go ahead.
game designer.
So the thing is, like, first of all, we're obviously doing this in our free time right now. Once we have a finished product, we will, of course, sell things. Like, that wouldn't make sense otherwise. Like, at least so that it can, we at least want to have it financiate itself in the end. Like, so as an any CCG, there will be ways to buy boosters and cards and stuff like that. We also haven't yet, like, we have had some discussion, but we didn't plan the economy model precisely yet. That is something we will do a little bit later. But of course, we don't want to make it pay to win, so that, like, that model just doesn't make any sense. If you only that's the model where you just try to have a couple of people who just pay insane amount of money, and therefore the rest plays it for free, and then these people pay so much just so that they win. But this is not our vision. We hope that we can find a fair economy model. I'm personally always a fan of, like, giving people the opportunity to support when they like the game, with for in exchange for things that doesn't necessarily, like, matter for the game itself, like alternate arts or card packs. Or I've also thought about how you could maybe, like, sell for a cheap price like puzzle bundles, like in DOC. In the end, we had these puzzles. Maybe you develop like 15 puzzles or something and sell them for $2.99 or something like that. These are things that we look into, as well as obviously saying boosters and stuff. But I can't like say it precisely at the time, but definitely we don't want to make it pay to win, like in that strict definition.
Okay, Unreal has another question, hogy where we will be able to apply for alpha or beta, he mean it will be on info on Facebook or something.
Yes, the idea was that we would post the information on Facebook on our homepage, which is really underdeveloped at this point. It's something we're looking into doing, but right now we're focusing on actually developing the game, so that's not being worked too much on. And also on the MMDoC forums, but that is going away tomorrow, so I'm sorry, we'll have to stick with Facebook for the time being.
Lurifax also asked the question if we guys are seeking investors and or publishers. We don't necessarily actively seek for them at the moment. On our Facebook page, we already got a couple of like a few people who said like, guys, is there a way to donate money or to Kickstarter or something like that? And we said no, not yet. At the time, it just doesn't make sense because a couple of like donations we couldn't turn them into a faster game right now. And like the fact that we work on free time, of course, is a downside in terms of speed, but it also is an opportunity because we're not dependent on finishing the game at a certain point. Like if an independent studio really starts working full time, you have to deliver because that's where you want to make your money from, right? You have to live from it. So maybe you see, oh fuck, I can't really cope with that deadline, but I have to, and so an unfinished product gets out, and we can avoid that because we're not dependent on it. So once we have a stable foundation, I think we will start like something like a Kickstarter or something will come at times, but we plan that very carefully so that at one point when we started, we really have a plan like how much money we can use for what and how does it translate into bringing the game faster.
Okay, I have another question for you, Milky. It's a balancing question. How do you wanna handle the first and second situation? You know, it's always a problem in card games.
Yeah, I think that's a really, as you said, it's always a really difficult question. For the moment, I tend to just go ahead with what we had in DOC in the end, or what we also have in SpaceElephant, and I think in Hearthstone they have it as well. Just this one resource for the second player that you can one time get. Like, I think in DOC it was actually you had these what was it, the crystal, where you could choose different ones. Like you could get one resource, deal one damage, draw one card or something. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, but like I think like only the resource really makes sense. Everything else is in my opinion, it's just
sometimes
too much. Like but it adds complexity for new players and stuff. And
yes,
in
that's
the end,
true.
like I think just one resource is cleaner and it covers most of the time that you would do anyways. And for example, that's how it's in SpaceElephant, and I feel it works pretty okay there. Like at least you don't have such huge problems in 1 second, like you for a long time had in DOC.
Okay, DNA has another question. Do you think something like Kickstarter?
Yeah, as I said, something like Kickstarter will probably come, but just when the time is right.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Dreb has another question. Do you seek any more people for your team to make it faster, prettier, better?
As I said, there were actually more people at times. For example, my people who were on the game design with me were Ethereum, and then also Vamphyri and JKK, for example. but at the times, it turned out that it's really hard to work with so many people on free time, because like you maybe you don't have time for 1 or 2 days, and then someone posts something, but until he can do another progress, he has to wait for another person to respond, and always they have to wait till someone responds if someone has no time, and then maybe once he responds, I don't have time anymore. And so it really takes a lot of time, even though the discussions I had with the people were really productive. I think we really had some good, like especially Vamphry brought another view on the things than I had, and I think that really helped. And JKK helped a lot with the balancing. He also did that in DOC a lot. So, but currently we don't necessarily seek any more people for the team. But you, like, as Kai I think mentioned, we on the Facebook we want to have more discussion going on now as well. As he mentioned recently, I asked guys how you think could you imagine a draft mode, like how did you like the one in DOC? Could you give opinions? And we had some useful discussion there. So if you want to get involved, definitely check the Facebook page. I do some more discussions in the coming months.
GK is a good name for sure. Okay, Blaster Dizimo has another question. Any ideas for other game modes besides normal and draft?
Yeah, there were some ideas floating around. At the current time, it's obviously the focus to get the normal game and probably the draft as well running very nicely, because that's the core, that's the base. But there were also like plans. I think also our software team like has this already in mind, that for example maybe at times it wouldn't be too hard to implement like a 2-on-2 mode. That was an idea I think that was floating around, but if that was to happen, then it would still take a lot of time from now on. Like first we get the normal game, and then this would be the next step. Or I think we also might want to do some PvE stuff, a little more than it was in DOC. But these are just currently ideas floating around.
Okay. There is one suggestion for the developers. Don't wanna play only numbers, do some visual effects like MMDoC has as well. Do you plan something like that? Thank you, I will trust in your game. From Vitals.
I can take that question.
Yeah.
There is it's something we're discussing. So we haven't really gotten down to making a final decision on it, but certainly there are some ideas for how to make the game feel more immersive, and I think that's really one of the key pieces of making it like that. So it doesn't feel like you're just, playing a numbers game, was what Vital said, I think. And from that perspective, yes, of course we'll try to make something that makes the player feel like they're interacting with the game board in more than a numbers way. I will also say though that for alpha and maybe beta, those will maybe not be our highest priorities. It will be more of, definitely for alpha, getting the game into a playable state and making sure that we can actually test out and make sure that all the mechanics works. And then we'll add the sort of nicer things between alpha and beta. Does that make any sense?
Yes.
Yes.
So
good.
I have a from my past experience. So because I played the MMDoC a lot, and in fact myself like the Void Rising and before that expansion the most, because that was the most simpler. After that came the lots of I don't know. So the game had too many abilities, too many icons in the cards. So I hope you will not do that mess. Because
Yeah.
yeah. So you understand what I wanna say with that.
Yeah, I think it was too floated with different like icons, effects, and mechanics. Yeah, probably that's right. It always has to be found a way to make it clean and but at the same
Exactly.
time like easy but still a lot of depth. Like that's the best, and that's obviously the aim for every like card game. But it's also very like hard. There often come difficult decisions are to be made when you design such a game. I learned while doing it.
Yeah, of
Um,
course.
so I think
Up you.
yeah, we have Uraxor's writing.
I lost something, or I don't know. Okay, are you here?
I'm here.
Okay.
Can't say for Milky. Let me just add something to Milky's answer then, because it's something we've put a bit of thought into. This might, I don't want to sound like I'm stating the obvious, but what we're trying to do is present the information that is most important as being the biggest number, the thing that draws your eyes on the screen. So what I think went wrong in MMDoC at some stage where they just tried to flood the UI with a lot of icons and things that flashed and so on and so forth. That is not. Those things weren't that important. Those were things that you'd already learned when you got to that stage, and you didn't need all that visual feedback. So we're very conscious of that, and we're trying to keep it to a approach where you look at the things that are important instead of having a lot of information clamoring for attention.
Yeah, because that was one of the problem with DOC. Early players didn't play the game because they mostly just didn't understand, you know. So
Yeah, they did some really unnecessary things too, like the melee shooter, for example. It was really dumb.
yes, yes.
That was just
and lots of
too. It didn't make
listen.
sense.
Yes.
It was. It made some, but okay. Anyways,
Okay. We have another
Yes, continue.
more than one questions.
Okay,
DNA.
Tutsu, let me stop. Tutsu, let me stop you right there because we're about to run out of time. So
Okay.
if you could,
Can I go
if
for
you
a cigarette, please?
give it 5 quick minutes to
Okay.
show the artworks of the cards, if you may, and then we'll let you go.
Of course. Okay.
And guys
Yeah.
will answer the rest of the questions in the chat of the Twitch stream, if that's okay. Yeah.
Okay with me.
Thanks.
So how and thank you guys. It was really interesting, and I have a really good hope in you. So where are the arts? Am I got it or?
I think they are in the Discord channel. If you scroll a little bit up in the last call.
Okay. It will be hard for me to show, but okay. Okay. One moment.
Yeah, I'm sorry about all the beeping, guys. That's people joining and logging off the voice channel. So just ignore that.
Ria, can you?
Yeah, Tutsu, whenever you're ready.
Let's please talk a little bit because I have a time while I'm getting the images.
Okay, brilliant. So yeah, maybe one more question, guys, so you can answer.
Okay, so I just answered the next one. For the initial launch, are you aiming at staying close to DOC, or are you introducing new mechanics immediately? In general, we won't copy the factions from DOC. Obviously, there will be similarities because some, like in CCGs, I mean, you always have very similar mechanics, right? Like in every CCG, one faction has something to do with discard, for example, and stuff like that. But we like mix these different effects up a little bit. They're not arranged in the same way than DSC was. We'll have different. The faction will have a different design. There will be what we like from DOC. We will probably take over cards, stuff that interacts with the board. We will see a card later on soon. The tease card. Wait, what did I want to say? I wanted to say one more thing. On our Facebook page, I will link it in the chat soon. I made a pretty long post where I go a little bit in the mechanic details from one of our faction, the first one, the one that we will also see some cards from now. Yeah, there I made a pretty long post. You can just search for it, and then you can. I think you will get a feeling for how we do it and what I just meant.
Okay, I'm ready. So
Okay.
I'm ready to change.
Okay. I'll have to.
Oops. It's not supposed to be this right?
That's fine, man. Don't worry.
I will have to
Okay,
wait until
I
Twitch
guess
shows
this
because
will be fine, maybe.
Could you just say which card is showing? And
Fire arrow. I don't know if it's good, right? Like
yeah.
this.
Okay. So that's obviously. I think this card should be familiar with for people playing DOC. There is obviously the exact same card in DOC as you see in the Fire faction. So a couple of cards where we just felt they're just very basic cards and they were good. They weren't OP. They weren't OP. They just worked out fine. We decided to take them over. Also because that means that we have the same stat ratio, like we could also say like your hero has instead of 2200 life and then the attack is 20 attack and like things like that, but we wanted to keep it the same just so that we can use, especially I can use my experience with the balancing of DOC for our game so that I don't have to learn the balance of my game from the ground on because I know about it already. And for example, I use the value Excel creator that Zacrusher once created. I use it, for example, still for the game just to check things out. Maybe we can show the next card.
Moment. Right, okay, now good. So it's a druid of the sacred stones. Sorry, just my
Sacred stone, yeah. So that's another rather basic card of the Dominion faction, the one with the elves. It's also newly published artwork now, exclusive for the stream. It wasn't published before. As you can see, it's draws a card, cuts a card, and this is already one of the things that you also find in the Facebook post I just mentioned about the Dominion faction, because unlike in other CCGs, where you have elves as a rather light faction with the typical mechanics like in MTG have it. We mix it a bit up here. For example, our elves are portrayed a little bit darker, and they also interact. One of the mechanics they have is discard. They interact a little bit with this, so we have it here. And you can also see on this card that we will have activated abilities, like the ZZZ. That means it exhausts, like it would attack, but it doesn't attack, it uses this ability instead. This is obviously something that you know from other
It looks so
TCGs,
strong.
but
in fact,
it wasn't in...
It's
Yeah, I
just
mean...
my first opinion. Sorry for...
Yeah, obviously we don't have that...
you disconnect.
This card, I mean, it always...
Or I don't know.
Always it depends.
We just can't hear.
It always depends. You can't hear me?
Now maybe good. Talk a little bit.
Yep. We're okay now. I know you have.
Yeah,
you
we have activated the abilities in DLC. They were also actually aiming at implementing this before they died. They actually announced it in the private section. With this new type of ability, and so that's what the testing is for. Obviously, I'm very confident that I can change it around enough. Great.
Okay.
So
Cool.
the way there's the last card.
I think we're losing you, Milky. Maybe somebody from your team could talk a little bit about the last card so that we can invite the next host, because we're running a little bit over time.
Okay.
Sure, I can do it. And Milky, you will have to correct me if I say something that's completely out there.
Thanks.
So I'm just waiting for Twitch to...
Yeah, it's
Sure.
already Navahe, Lady of the Star Council. I guess it's rare, maybe.
It's a hero.
It's a hero
it's
card.
a hero. Okay. So
So-
yeah, I see.
So you can see the different... It has the same kind of mechanics that you would expect from a hero in Duel of Champions. You can draw a card, you can add to your stats, and here we have a mechanic that is that hasn't been seen in Duel of Champions, or hasn't been seen in quite this way. So we have authority, which is exclusive to the elves, to the Dominion faction, where you give everyone around them a bonus for their attack. But in this case, and this goes along with how the elves work, they are kind of authoritarian and pretty arrogant people. So you put a weakness counter to symbolize that you are making something that is good in the short term, but maybe not so good in the long term out of arrogance to one of your cards. So that's the kind of interaction we're trying to portray here, where sure, everything around you gets a short-term boost, but in the end you're exhausting your own minions to do that. Do you want to add anything to that, Milky?
No, you said that fine.
Thanks.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah, thanks guys for the introduction. I'm sure folks appreciate it, and the rest of the questions, if you could take into the chat, that would be great. And keep us updated. I mean, I will be keeping this Discord channel up for afterwards, so we can definitely set up some. We can set up one of the channels for you where you can have your own game running and all the information coming this way. So maybe that would be one option, or we can see about anything else. We'll talk about it later.
Sounds great. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, sounds great. Thank you very much.
guys, and hopefully we will meet in Duel Scenario game later.
Okay, cool. Thanks a lot.
See you.
Thanks a lot, and thanks a lot to you for running the presentation.
Yeah, thanks.
Yep, go for the smoke, mate. Now, and hopefully Simon is still with us. Hopefully he can hear me. The next guest is really special because he's one of the original developers. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, and welcome to the stream finally. Simon, how are you?
Hey Simon, and please give me 5 minutes. I will come back. Sorry for that.
I'm not sure we can hear you, Simon. Actually, are you there? Trying to speak. All right. Are you using browser or are you using browser or app? Oh yeah, because people have been reporting issues in the browser. Maybe you could try to log in because that seems to be working for some, or make sure that your browser is enabling the microphone. It's in the top left corner. Yep. Please do Swiss tournament, Uraxor. Toad, I will play some Swiss tournament maybe after the stream, because I need to try to focus on a stream now, and I can't, like you've seen that I cannot do those two things at once. It's too much thinking. But you guys are welcome to be running a tournament themselves, yourselves. Oh, are you there?
It's me, I guess.
You who? Tutu?
Yes, please play a game, Uraxor, because I wanna spectate something while I'm going to smoke.
Okay.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh yes,
Hello,
brilliant.
Nice. Okay, now it works.
Thanks. Hello, welcome to the stream. Thanks for coming.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, quick shout out, guys who have me in your friends. If you challenge me, I'll play a game so that you can spectate me. And hey, Simon, how are you? How are you doing?
I'm quite well. I'm really glad to have the occasion to speak to you guys one last time about Duel of Champions. It was a treat to work on that game, and it was a treat also to have such a great community.
Yeah, we were trying sometimes. But tell us, what was your work exactly? What did you do?
I started as a game tester on the game. I played a lot of Magic: The Gathering with the one that designed the game, and at some point they had an idea about a card game, and they brought me in and another tester to just start testing the game and finding loopholes, finding like the very basic balancing of the game. Like at a point where if I would have shown you the version of the game where when it started, you wouldn't even recognize it. It was so different. But so for 4 months, I worked on the game like just paper prototype. It wasn't even on the computer yet. Then we moved on computer. I became lead tester on that game. And right after the game was released, open to everyone, I became game designer on the game, and I helped to the balancing and creating cards. So the first set that I worked on, that I created the cards, was Herald of the Void. But the first set that I truly was like in charge of the design of card creation was Forgotten Wars. So that's pretty much my history with Duel of Champions in a nutshell. It's
Nice. Was it your first big project?
It was my first big project as a game designer. I had worked on Prince of Persia on the Wii, which was kind of a big project, but it's completely different. It was a cool project to work on, but it's nowhere near as dear to me as the Duel of Champions.
Nice. Yeah, the Mesa Sprite we really appreciate. I think it was a really good game, and you guys have done good job. People enjoyed it for quite a while. And is there anything you'd have done differently?
There's so many things that we discussed, me and Guillaume. Sometimes like we should have done that, but it's way too late. Like maybe monetization. There are we discussed like we should have gone like living card game instead of tried living card game instead of buying packs. This was one thing that I think could have been a success with this game instead of like buying packs. It's like you buy like the a whole expansion and you have all the cards, and would have made it less free to play but more pay to play, but would have made it maybe more accessible to more players faster. That's one thing. I don't know if it would have been the right move, but it's one thing that we discussed. There are kind of a trick questions like 2 years after I left the project. I don't remember exactly other things that we would have done differently, but there's surely a big list that I could build for that.
Nice. Are you using the experience that you got in your current work, or what are your current projects?
Well, the thing is, what I did was I created cards and I did balancing, which is something that's very like it's very specific skill set. And Ubisoft right now we're developing games that are action oriented, and it's really like controlling a character with like a controller or keyboard and mouse is action oriented. So what I had from DOC doesn't really translate to what I'm doing right now. I'm working on For Honor right now, and it's what I'm doing right now on that project doesn't relate to what I did on Duel of Champions, not at all. So, but yeah, I learned a lot about how to work with other people, how to communicate with other team members, because it was a project of new things, of new ways to work. Like every time we got to a new milestone, we were okay, we have to do this, and nobody has done it before. So we don't have anyone that we can ask to know how to do this. So we had to like improvise or just find the best way to do it. It was really hard because it was the first big free to play from Ubisoft, the first big PC game from our studio. We didn't have a lot of experience on that. First card game, the first game that was cross-platform. So there was a lot of firsts with that game, and with that comes a lot of things that you learn, like in terms of development, how to work with like tackling stuff that you have no ways to know how to do it.
Wow. Let me see. So, were you involved in, say, organizing Road to Paris as well when you were saying about, reaching new milestones? Because we've spoken about the fact that for Ubisoft, competitive scene has never been this big as it is with this game. Have you been involved in that part as well?
Yeah, to some point, but not as much as other people in the team, namely Spartan. He's more of a competitive player, and I always turn to him to ask him question about like stuff that's related to competition. And I was involved in the beginning of the talks for the Road to Paris, the last Road to Paris that we had, the one in 2015. I was involved at the beginning, but after that, I didn't get involved too much because I had other stuff on my plate, and it's not my forte, competition, which makes it hard for me as a designer because I was supposed to design a game that's so competitive, but I'm not a competitive player myself. So I'm more of a Johnny. Like if you know the magic archetypes like Spike, Timmy, and Johnny,
Uh-huh.
I'm more of a Johnny type. So I really had to rely on the VIPs to tell me what was wrong with the competition, the competitive type part of the game. I knew how to design cards for Johnnies and Timmys, but for Spikes, I was completely lost. So sometimes I really needed help to get that. So yeah,
Okay, I'm back. Hello.
I'm really talkative.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
you ask me a simple question, and I talk for
No,
5 minutes about so many subjects. Sorry,
I
I'm kind
really
of stressed.
appreciate it because it's great. It's great to have somebody who had such an influence on the game around. With the card design, I was curious, where would you draw your inspiration from, or how did you come up with the ideas for the sets and everything?
I drew most of my inspiration from Magic, the Magic the Gathering, and you can tell that you can sense that from the unique cycle that we did in the Forgotten Wars, like Hasafa and those guys, Anael, and they were like at that time, Magic had just released the Titans, and we wanted to have creatures that did more than just attack. So, and it was kind of our first try to do abilities that instead of attacking, you do this, but we didn't want to go too fast into that, so we tried it with the unique creatures. We said, well, they come into play, they do something, they attack, they do something, but they attack on top of everything. So it's kind of a midway to get to that mechanic that we wanted. So we took inspiration a lot from Magic the Gathering. Also, yeah, go ahead.
I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? Given the game's lore and background.
Yeah.
That is coming from Magic the Gathering.
Yeah. Also, some of it comes from my experience with Legend of the Five Rings. I liked a lot of that game a lot. It was my first trading card game that I played, and some of that pulls into the game, but I couldn't tell you specific cards that were influenced by that. I also I worked a lot with the guys from Might and Magic themselves. Like I had a lot of discussions with the creative guys, like the ones that were in charge of the story. So it's like, okay, next set we'll call it Forgotten Wars. So I was asking them the question, well, Forgotten Wars, what's the war? Who's fighting who? And we were kind of asking ourselves questions. Okay, so it's going to be in the desert. Well, how does Sanctuary go in the desert? Well, I said, well, we should invent a sub race of Nagas that stayed in the desert and adapted to the desert. So we got with the Sayama. That's how we invented the Sayama tribe. And from that came the idea of doing ambush, because it's like with the discussion that it was like a secretive Naga people that was hiding in the sand, and it didn't want to be discovered. Well, they would use kind of guerrilla tactics, so we came up with the mechanic for ambush.
Nice. And for ambush was such a hated mechanic at the time. It was really difficult to get used to as well. It's really tricky and pretty well designed, I think.
Yeah, thanks. But yeah, the main goal that I had with that card is I wanted to really screw up with quick attack, and to force players to just think more about what they're doing, because you have to. It's not only like deploying in front of something. It was also a way to enforce the strength that Sanctuary had over the opponent's deployment. It's pretty much the strongest faction to control the board on the other side, and it's like affecting the placement of your opponent. And too many players like would just like deploy randomly, not randomly, but like too carelessly, and not think about. And it's like this card, this ability is like, if you don't think about what you're doing, you're not playing that game right. You have to learn that lesson as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think we all saw that with avkall in the finals. I'm sure we'll talk about it when he comes.
Follow that seeker into an ambush.
That was...
Yeah.
That was a legendary one, really. Tell me, is there any card in particular, or any set of cards that you'd be really proud of?
Proud of? I'd say that Academy is something that I'm really proud of, because we knew that we wanted to add Academy at the beginning of 2014. We knew that Academy was going to be our 6th faction. And I started working on a couple of abilities for them. And me, Jared, and Guillaume, we tried to come up with a lot of ideas, but in the end, pretty much everything that I proposed got in the game, because like I had a little more time than them to work on that, because it was like my only thing that I was doing. I was only working on creating cards, but I'm pretty proud of the first draft that we had. The first set with Academy was pretty good to my knowledge for a new faction. I really was scared that I would completely screw up the meta with a new faction, and I'm pretty proud that it didn't. Like, Evade was a satisfying mechanic to me, like thematically, maybe not as much for some players, but I really like that ability. Range Reflect, all the mechanics from Academy was I thought gelled really well, and that's something I can be proud of.
So sorry, we have a question. I don't know,
Yeah.
Simon, if you see the Twitch chat.
Yeah.
Read it out to
Uraxor,
do.
nameless order. Okay, I will read. So the question is, VIPs obviously did a tremendous job in DOC, but I sometimes had an idea that we, as experienced and competitive players, pushed the game into more complex and thus less clear for new players' directions. Would you comment on what were drawbacks of the VIP team having influence on game?
There's one thing that you have to keep in mind for the new players is that those players are exposed a lot more to commons and uncommon cards, and we tried as much as possible to keep complexity out of that rarity. We tried to put more complexity towards rare and legendary, because that's where complexity should go. I'm not saying that we succeeded in that, because there are cards that are uncommon or common that are still pretty complex. But as soon as someone suggested something and said it should be common, and it was a wall of text of rules, and I was like, okay, we have to reconsider, maybe make it simpler, or maybe push it to rare. Even though it doesn't feel like a rare, sometimes complexity alone would push a card to the rare slot, because we didn't want to flood players with cards that are too complex. It's one mentality that comes also from Magic the Gathering that we held dear to until the end.
Yeah, I think you're right there. I think you have a big point, and in a way, I think you have still kind of failed, because eventually the game became so complicated that almost nobody could keep up. Each card had 4 or 5 abilities, and the way they combined together was creating so many combinations that if you were out of the game for a month, you couldn't follow anymore, because you would start forgetting the entire net of how things would click together. That's kind of my biggest issue that I've ever had with the game, that eventually it became such a mysterious thing that was really difficult to follow. Is it
Yeah, I agree with that. We might have moved a bit too fast on with implementing new mechanics. Like I was really adamant at adding buildings to the proceedings. I really wanted to have that as soon as possible, because I thought it was something that meant something for Might and Magic, so it had to be in the game somehow. But we didn't let that breathe enough, and during Hearts of Nightmare, there were a lot of really complex mechanics that got into that set. Also, that wasn't really new mechanics, but cards like the vampires, even though they play really cool, it's fun to play with. It's so much to read through. There's so much text in those cards, so that I would probably go back and make that set a lot simpler if I could, because that set hurt a lot the whole game. We could have used that set to make something that's much simpler and place buildings in a much safer spot, and let buildings be introduced over two sets or something like that, and then maybe it would have been better like that. And also, Griffinbane introduced stacking, which is also a pretty complex mechanic that I wanted to introduce. So maybe we moved way too fast on some of those mechanics. So that was a mistake on my part.
I think it was kind of a combination of many factors. If I can speculate. For me, it felt like the cards buying packs was the only income of the game, and for that reason, there was a great push on releasing new sets very soon, one after another, and then each set had to come up with something to keep the players sort of, ooh, I want that, this card is strong, I have to get these. So that sort of created a spiral on which the game then started going down, and you guys were forced into doing these designer decisions on the cards as well. And I think that was a big part of why was this all so rushed. Is it like something that you feel as well, or not at all?
I feel like the thing that I pushed the most, apart from mechanics inside the game, the board itself, is draft. Because I felt like we were actually pushed towards creating a lot of content to keep up with it, because we could see it, like we could see that like people were stopping spending during the moments that after a big series has come out, people stopped spending, but it's normal. But with a feature like draft, we could have stopped that and maybe have more income and maybe have more breathing time between sets.
Yeah.
But it was a very difficult process to get to the draft. There were a lot of stuff that we had to fix before we could get to the draft. I ended up writing designing the draft like during Heart of Nightmare, and it's Blue Byte that executed the draft at this moment, and I think they went with my initial design as is. Even it's like a very I thought they would have tested it more, but yeah. In any case, yeah. Also, I think there's something I want to clear up. Also, our mentality, we wanted as much as possible to entice player to come into a new series, not to think that there were stronger cards, but there were new decks to play, new ways to play. That's what I was working on the most. I wanted to have like, okay, now I can play this way with this faction. Now I can. There's a different feel to my deck if I play with these cards. I didn't want players to feel like, okay, I really have to get this deck, this set, because there's like all the strongest cards are in there. That's power creep. That's the biggest mistake you can do in a card game like that. Our goal was basically to say, okay, come to this series. We have ambush. We have this kind of mechanic. We have a new faction. We have actual milling. That's a supported strategy for Academy. Even though a lot of people hated that way of winning, but yeah. We wanted to entice player into buying our sets based on new ways to play.
Okay, Mr. Dreb has a question. Hey, how about MMDoC? You made something that annoying, and yet it was not balanced for such a long time. What's your opinion about MMD, non-interactive and fast OTK? Was it a mistake?
Yeah. Yeah, it's basically, yeah. There's a lot of times like what you have to know, and what most VIPs also know, is that the VIPs, like, we're 15 with testers, like 20 people that are playing on and off a version that's always moving, that's always changing. We can't always find all the problems in the meta that's going to appear. It's impossible to do, and you have to think that, like, Magic the Gathering, they have a year to develop a new series, and they're 6 designers and 6 R&D people, and plus they have a whole lot an army of players that are playtesting the game. I was the only designer full time on the each set, with 2 dev testers that were helping me with the balancing, and Jared and Guillaume that were sometimes, like, when they had time off of their other things that they had to do, they could help me. So in total, there was not a lot of people working on that, and we had like 2 months to develop a whole set. It was crazy fast. Sometimes it was really too crazy. And most of the time I was like, okay, we have a big problem with the meta in this game. in this this set that's coming out in two weeks, and I don't know what to do. Let's change this. And it's like every VIP was like going berserk. It's like, no, we can't do this. You're going to completely break the game. And we ended up like every time we ended up on something that was kind of okay with everyone. Some people like voiced their opinion, and sometimes like there was one guy that said, well, this is going to break the meta, and everyone argued and said, it's not going to break the meta, it's going to be this and this and this and that. And all those discussions, like, it was not helping my stress level. Because I was really stressed of releasing a set that was really broken, which unfortunately happened with MR, but we didn't see it coming as much as other people did. And once a set is released, like, it's thousands of people that can play it. It's thousands of people that within a weekend, they have more experience that we had 20 people during 2 months. So the fact that the game didn't break that much is kind of a good thing on our part. I'm not saying that we were gods designing this game, but we got lucky a lot of time.
Yeah. Did you ever wish to have more people working with you?
I wish to have more time.
Yeah.
'Cause,
Yeah.
more people at some point. More people is cool and all, because it brings a lot of perspective, different perspective on the game, and it's really useful because I wanted to have more Johnny and Timmy's in the VIPs, but I couldn't have enough of them. But more time would have helped a lot, because most of the time I would end up doing really drastic changes like 2 days before we released, and really risky changes. I can't remember exactly what changes those are, but yeah, I'm probably sure that some VIPs can remember like changes that were really late in the process, and we had to do something, and I just, yeah, it's, sometimes blind luck that we did have a meta that worked. Because after MR was fixed during Forgotten Wars, we had a meta that changed a lot for a while, so that was healthy, at least.
In my
Yeah.
opinion, one deck is always will be better than other, right? Because one deck always will be on the top. It's just and in fact you really did a good job, because always was there more than one, more than two, sometimes 5, 6 deck which was really playable, and I never really find the game boring. At least me.
Yeah, I think there's probably one meta that I think was the one that we learned a lot of about our game. Is the quickly after the release of Void Rising, there was problems with the Prison and Throne of Renewal that was really
Yes.
treating a really bad meta. That one it gave me nightmares. We had to do something that we didn't think we would have to do, like changing cards. We didn't want to resort to that, but we did end up changing the function of a card. Well, after it was released.
I think at that point it was necessary, because it wouldn't be able to play. We wouldn't be able to play really. There was the one deck that took it all home.
Mhm.
With the card change, could you quickly tell us how does it work from the process from setting up a card to the card being released in a game, and how much of it can you cut out with these quick changes?
the changes when it's live, the problem is always with the players the casual players. When a card is live, it means that every player has like its expectation of it. And if a player plays only like once per 2 weeks, and he completely misses the messages that says that his favorite card has just been changed. Mechanically, his favorite card has changed. It's bad because he doesn't understand what's going on, and he loses. He's going to lose faith in the game because he says, "Well, I might be spending $50 to get all those cool cards, but what if they change under my feet? Like, what if my best deck that I just created, I just spent $50 creating, changes from under my feet? Players can lose faith in that. So we tried to do it the least possible times. Saying that, we had at the end we could change server side some cards, so we didn't have to do any tricks with Apple, because we had to if we had to change some stuff that couldn't be changed server side, we had to do another version, and this could take up to 2 weeks submission time with Apple, because it was a companion and we didn't want to have any off sync with the companion. So yeah, that's a one thing that held us back a lot of our reactivity into nerfing cards.
Yeah, I remember we always were like, "Oh, Apple is making the game slow again. We have to play with these broken cards. Wait for the fix."
Yeah.
How many people were involved in the process from creating the card until the end stage? Is it difficult to get a card into the game? Or say when there was the community event for creating the card, how many people did have to get involved in that on a developer's end?
It's pretty simple actually. It was pretty simple creating a new card, except if it was a new ability. But let me take you through what it would take for me to create like a new card. But keep in mind that every time I did that, it was 100 cards, not one card at a time. It was always 100 cards. So what we would do is that we would write up everything that we wanted to have in an Excel sheet with extra cards, because we would end up voting on which cards we want and which card we didn't want, to narrow it down to 100 cards with rarity already set and everything. So this usually included me, another designer, and Guillaume, the main designer of the game, and 2 dev testers that were helping us with balancing. After that, we would send that to the Might and Magic guys, the ones that know all about the lore of that game, and they said, okay, this card, it could be like a Hellhound, and this card could be an Efreet, and this card, and they would like suggest us like flavors and stuff. We would sometimes suggest to them like this card should be like a Beastman or something like that, and sometimes they would suggest us back like this fits more with a vampire. Okay, we'll go vampire. Okay, cool. After that, I would get in discussion with our art director, Dan Vargas, and I would suggest to him like moods and say, okay, this card is supposed to be about this. This card is supposed to be about destroying the whole field, and this card is supposed to be about a creature that's scared or something like that. I wanted to make sure that he understood the goal of the card and didn't have really to read through the rules that I had set up for the card, so that we would have artworks that fit with the mechanic of the card most of the time. And after that, we would program the cards, which is kind of pretty fast to do with the system that we had. So within a day or two, it would would be made and would be put into the game and made accessible to the VIPs. And the VIPs would tell me that I'm crazy of creating those cards that are so broken and so on and so forth. Because usually what I did was scaring the hell out of everyone with a method that I call fail faster, which what I used to do is I put everything at cost 2, and everything it was cost 2 and requirement 2. So it was really easy to play at the beginning, and it was super broken because everything cost 2. But it was just to get a feel myself. I wanted to build the build the decks and just play them and go through a game and say, okay, this card has been played on the 5th turn, and it's not so bad. On the 3rd turn, it's too much. But on the 5th turn, if it's the only card that's played, I'm okay with it. So it should cost 5. So we start with that. So I started with doing that, making a card super cheap, trying to play them, trying to find the moment of the game that it feels right, and then cost them accordingly. And it was the first pass of costing and requirements. And after that, everyone pitched in and with their ideas of what the game should be. And that's pretty much how we created cards and put them online. Because after that, it's just taking what we had on the VIP testers servers and put it online.
Okay, yeah, this sounds
That was detailed.
long but interesting at the same time. Okay, I have 2 more questions before we'll wrap this up. So the first one is, in a very first set, there was a set of spells that the artworks of which, when you put one next to each other, they created a big picture. So It was a sort of an Easter egg. Were there any more Easter eggs after that? Maybe that the community didn't discover, or did you not have time for that at all?
We had some. There's if you check the events of Forgotten Wars, I think it's Forgotten Wars, or is it Herald of the Void? I don't remember exactly which one, but there's a beastman that hunts a sand shark, and you could see on the sand shark card, you could see in the background there's an orc. Then you have a card of an orc that's attacking a sand shark, and then there's an event that's you see orcs eating a sand shark.
Nice.
And
nice. I'll have to go through the cards.
Also, I don't remember in which series it was, but we had a Haven guy. A Haven guy that could kill big creatures.
Yeah.
Don't remember which the name of the card.
Vindicator.
Yeah, the Vindicator. Well, in our minds, this guy, it's the little guy that you see in the artwork for Abyssal Worm.
Yeah.
The Abyssal Lord, you see a little guy that's standing right there and lifting his sword. That's this guy, and it was a joke. At some point, we wanted we're saying, well, the card isn't about the image isn't about the Abyssal Lord. It's about this guy, and we made a joke about it. And it's like, well, why don't we make a card about this guy?
Nice.
And we did. Also, Kitten Warrior. Cards that's hated by a lot of people and loved by other people. I love that card. It was basically we were just brainstorming and saying, okay, we have a series of guys that have charge and quick attack, and we do another guy that's doing that and with a different cost, and we tried like with different numbers. While cost 5 is too close to the Panther Warrior. Cost 8 is maybe too much for the kind of ability that we're going for. It's like cost 1. What would it give? It's like everyone chuckled. It's like cost 1. That's ridiculous. And like with the cost and everything, and everything, the requirements and like the balancing, it kind of worked. It would have to be a creature that's so weak, but it could work, but potentially. But no one was convinced until I looked at them with like sparkle in my eyes, and I said, "Kitten Warrior," and everyone laughed, and it's like, okay, sold. We have to do that. And we went out and commissioned an artwork for it, and it's like, okay, we have to do a Kitten Warrior. That's funny as hell.
Nice.
And mechanically, it was answering something that we wanted. Also, it's a really cool Johnny card that was perfect for Kragak, and for me, it was a good spark of genius that came out of the design team. Wasn't just me, but yeah, that's one of the cards I'm really proud of. Even though there's a lot of people that's think that this card sucks, I love that card.
Okay.
So again,
okay.
another question and like a 5-minute answer. Sorry.
Thanks. No, it's really enjoyable, and I'm having a great time listening to you. But we need to move on. So, last question. Your best and worst moment with the game, one that really made you happy and one that made you really want to quit and throw everything away and never come back.
That's okay. Paris Games Week. It's the finals. It's me watching those guys battle it out on the big stage, and I was among the crowds, and a lot of players were there and didn't know who I was, and a lot of players were analyzing the meta and commenting on all the cards, and I was, holy shit, there's a lot of people that really know the shit out of this game. It was really cool to be among fans without them knowing that I was like Dev Simon. Because when I was at the booth for Duel of Champions, it's like, oh, okay, you work on the game, what do you do? And like I was kind of incognito. And at the same time, I was watching some incredible matches. And afterwards, I was backstage with Matrix, and we were commenting on the final game. And it was really cool to be with the former champion watching the finals from backstage. That was really cool. It was like a culminating point to see the game get to that point. And with so many different decks that were played during the weekend, during the championship. Worst part for me was just before the release of Griffinbane. I got so stressed out about stacking, it didn't work. It wasn't working. To me, it was going to be a wreck. I felt like we were going to release a game, a series that was not working, and I was under a lot of stress at that time. And yeah, so it was kind of a blessing in a way that the Blue Byte took the game at that point, because I was too stressed out. I had a burnout the year after, and it was probably caused by Duel of Champions. I took it too personally at that time, and I took it too personally that the game wasn't working as well as it should have to me, and it ended up not being that bad. The meta after the release of Griffinbane wasn't as bad as I thought it would be, but I took it way too personally, and it was really bad for me at that time, health-wise, stress-wise.
Okay. Thanks for that, and I'd love to keep talking to you because it's really cool. But unfortunately, we need to give space to others as well, because the line is too long. And so if you're very welcome to hang out around here for a bit longer, however long you wish. Talk with guys in chat. Maybe I'm sure they'll have more questions to keep you busy. Yeah, as I've said, I'll keep this Discord up so you can always come back for fond memories. And thank you so much for coming. It was really good to have you here.
Yes, thank you.
Well, thanks. I'll just hang around the Twitch, but I won't be able to chat a lot because my son is asking for me right now. He's been trying for like 15 minutes, but I'll log in on my phone and continue to watch the stream until the end.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks.
So thanks a lot for this opportunity. It's been really a blast to have you guys commemorate the final moments of Duel of Champions.
Thank you.
Thank you for doing
Thanks.
this, Abel.
Okay, so yeah, if you guys have any questions for Simon, share them in a chat. Maybe he can answer. Right now, avkall is going to join us, who is another of the really great players, and he's had a lot of experience. He's won a couple of tournaments, and he's failed at winning a couple of some.
He was twice. He was the another guy who was twice in the World Championship. He was in Paris twice, right? If I'm right, he won the first. I mean the second, because Matrix won the first. Or am I remember? I think
Yep.
I'm right.
avkall, come on up. Tell us, man.
What's up, guys?
Hey,
Can you hear me? Good.
Yes, you are fine.
All right. Yeah. So there were 2 Road to Paris, right, and 1 World Championship. Well, the first that Matrix won. So I won the second, and then I came in 4th in in the 3rd and last after you, Cuckoo.
I'm sorry for that.
Yeah.
But it was a great time for sure.
Yeah, it was nice. It was really nice. So you got any questions or?
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm doing fine, thank you. I'm a bit hungover from yesterday, but everything's great.
Well,
and congratulations to your kids, by the way.
Thank you. When you played DOC last time?
Well, I played some games today just to play the last day. It's
okay,
alive, but
okay, but avoid that.
Yeah. I don't know. Some weeks after the last Road to Paris, I believe. I don't really remember, but I think I got a bit bored and a little bit how do you say discouraged. When we noticed that nothing was happening, so I waited for something to come, but it never came, and then I just didn't play anymore.
Yeah, it was exactly the same with me.
Yeah, I think a lot of players experience just that.
Woo, I have 21 points. Oh, I'm champion 1. Nice. Okay, so you was in 2 championship. Which was better in your opinion?
I think the first one was the better one. Not only because I won, but I think they had a belief in the game. The first one and the second one, I just felt they they just felt they had to do it. They didn't have the passion, and they had lost it a bit, I think. It was smaller and everything, so the first one was a lot better, I think.
Okay. And do you play any other card games or something?
No, I
any
tried.
games?
Well, I tried a little Spellweaver. I play some Hearthstone now and then, but I get bored like after 2 games. But right now I'm just playing some League of Legends, but I don't get to play a lot. I study a bit, and so.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, just waiting for the doxa to come out. I'm following them on Facebook and everything, and I just hope it's soon.
Yeah, hopefully it will be good. Looks
Yeah.
promising. Unfortunately, that's a small team, but hopefully they have experience in card games. So
Yeah, but I like it that they don't rush it. They take the time and
yeah,
I think
exactly. That's neat.
It's
As Simon said, that went in the wrong way with the introduction of the buildings, the tower expansion.
Yeah. Yes.
And that was a so short time for them for do it, and I guess that was the biggest problem.
Yeah, of course, and that's what I think is good with the Doxa team. They do it on their spare time, so they don't have to make the money on it or have to rush things. They can take it slow, and I believe in that. That will be good, I think.
Yes. Anyway, do you wanna play today, or you just talking?
Yeah, no, I can play. Okay. But I think I only have standard decks.
I can make one.
All right, cool.
But I have to play this against Ogrima right now. After
yeah, we can play later.
So, I don't know. Where is Uraxor? Yes?
Can you hear me? Yeah, I think it's getting late, so my roommates may be connecting to the internet, so the connection isn't as good as it was. But hopefully I'm back now. Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
yeah.
You are fine.
Okay, brilliant. Yeah, how are you, man? How are you, avkall?
I'm great, thanks. How are you?
It's alright. Yeah, having a good time here, really. That's so cool having all these people coming back. I remember from 2-3 years ago. Who's the person that you talk to the most in the game? Who was your best buddy?
In the game? Well, I didn't talk to very much people. I like to play alone and like that, but I had a friend at work. I think he was the one that introduced me. He had played card games a lot of times and introduced me to this, and I think he was the one I talked to when we talked strategies and things. And then there was this other Swedish guy. I don't remember what his in-game name was, but we talked from now and then. And he showed me this deck that I played in the last Road to Paris. This was it Damiria? I don't remember. Again, I think it was against. Oh man, forget it. I lose the names. But it was a long game and I won. But anyway, no, I didn't talk to many people in Duel of Champions. I think maybe I was a bit of a loner.
I can't remember, man. Sorry.
No problem.
But yeah, okay. I've been sorry about me spacing out. I've been having some problems.
Nah,
Um,
it's a bit like Kimmundi says.
hopefully it'll get better now.
Okay, I already lost, so avkall, you can join if you want. I
Alright.
didn't lost right, but I will in the next one. I guess. Anyway, how is the life in Sweden? You still live in Sweden?
Yeah, I live in Sweden. Well, it's good. I'm studying economics, second year. So just chilling. I think you need to like bomb me with questions, because as Kimmundi says, I'm not very talkative.
Yeah, but I'm talking a little. I'm talking few because of my kids sleeping. Sorry because of that. I'm trying, but you know I have to concentrate to the game also. It's hard. I have to catch up myself. I don't even know how I did it before then. When I streamed, it's so hard when I concentrating the game and talking also. And what was your favorite card? Favorite alternate card, for example?
I like that that chick from Sanctuary, the unique girl.
Raya?
I don't know, Raya. Yeah. That was a really beautiful card, I think.
Uraxor show it also.
Yeah, I think many people like that.
Yeah. And which meta did you like the most?
Which what?
Which meta?
Well, I always liked like Rush, so I.
You like the fast decks?
Yeah, or like Keltor. That's what I liked.
Yeah, with the 4 vultures, for example, that kind of Keltor, because you know we had a lot of Keltor meta.
Yeah, the vultures was nice.
Yeah,
That was kind of early, right?
Yeah, it's when we just Forbidden Flame and played 4 vulture. That was incredible.
Yeah, and like turn 4, you could have like 3-4 vultures out and just win the game. And the ability was a passive, right?
Once again, please.
No, but did it cost anything? The Keltor ability.
Yes, because the discount. Yes.
So good.
I don't know how they nerfed it later. I will check how they nerfed it. But I guess it's never again. It wasn't free again.
Nah. Right. Should I take like some questions from the chat? Because I see there are some questions.
Yeah, just ask it, or where is the question?
Alright.
I see. Did you even think about trying to make money with competitive DOC playing?
No, well, everyone wants to make money playing, but I don't think there was never a chance you could do that in DOC. It was too small of a game.
Well, I guess if you would try to make money, it not gonna be DOC, right? It should be something like Hearthstone or StarCraft 2 or League of Legends or Dota or something like that, which has a
exactly
base. With DOC, it's not really possible.
No, and I'm too old for that. I need to get a job. that being the pro in gaming is for kids, I think. I can't do that. You need to start early, right?
Yes, exactly. You have to start like at 10 years old or something like that, when you have good reflexes and others.
Yeah. So I can answer a question here that Lurifax is writing. Tell us a bit what went through your mind during the World Championship you won. Not about the Power Ambush Cup. I would like to get the insight about mentality preparation during the games. Well, it was kind of, I don't know. It was kind of funny the first road to Paris, I think, because nobody believed in me. I remember there was a poll on the forum where I think Jzilla got more votes than me. I got 0 votes.
Yeah, in fact, he was a little bit unknown, right?
Yeah, and
At that
I
time.
understand that.
Because you wasn't really involved in the community, and
no,
and I don't know. I didn't really met with you in game too much, if I remember right. So I know a lot of people because I played a lot, you know, at high level, and it was strange to see you there, if I remember right, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. No, I think a lot of people experienced that, but I think it was for my at my advantage because everyone thought they would win against me and not prepare that much. So I used that. I looked at a lot of videos on YouTube. I don't think there was a lot of people streaming, but there was some YouTube videos. Try to understand what people were playing and just trying to do my best. I discussed it with my friends a lot, and I think I have I don't know the word in English, like a view that everyone can make it. And I told myself all the time that if both players get 20 points, then it's the first to 0 that wins, or to get the other to 0. But I understand, and it's both are on equal terms, so anybody can do it. And I try to keep cool, you know.
Yeah. I have a little bit of problem. I hope Uraxor will come back because I can't really talk too much right now.
I can hear you. I'm here.
Ah, okay, because it's past time for the kid.
Okay, yeah, go take a break. Hopefully I can handle it for now. Yeah, I've connected from my phone, so should work. Okay, are you still there, avkall? Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm reading the chat.
Cool.
Questions.
Was it your biggest gaming event, Road to Paris, or did you have a bigger, better one since then?
Nah, it was the biggest. I haven't gone to too many because, well, there aren't any close to me, and those were free, so I went. But I don't have the interest in a lot of games, so I just don't take the time to go away like that. But yeah, it was the biggest by far, I think.
Nice. So you're gonna bring home a lot of memories anyway. Are you getting the cards? Are you getting the artworks as a lot of people are now to save them?
Downloading the artworks.
Yeah.
No, I think if I want them, someone will have them. So I'm not doing that.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll be the case. Hopefully, because it would be pity to lose them. Okay. have you like yesterday you didn't play many games afterwards, so was DOC one of the games that you spend the most time with because it's really addictive and you have to keep playing over and over?
Yeah, I think so. And I played a lot of Heroes of Might and Magic 3 and Heroes of Might and Magic 5. So it was like in that world, so I recognized like Ubisoft and everything. But I think Duel of Champion is the game I played for the most hours in my life, and yeah, I played like 24/7 there. After I won the qualification to the first road to Paris, and before I went, I played all the time.
Yeah, sure, I can imagine. How was your family and your friends around? You know, what did they say when you told them that you're flying over to Paris for a game? What were the reactions?
Well, my mother always thought you should never play games as an adult. You should do real stuff, as you say. But I think after I won it, she became a bit more, cool with it, and they were all like watching the finals. The whole family was watching it together at home.
Yeah.
So,
that's so funny, no? When your mother is watching you play, how did you think about it at all, that your family is watching you?
No, I didn't know it. They told me afterwards. And the funny thing is that my two brothers, well, they had played the game, but the rest of the family, they didn't understand what was happening. They still sitting there watching all day. That's kind of funny. And just asking my brothers all the time, what's happening? What's happening? What's happening? And they explaining.
Man, okay. So the next one up is Lurifax, who is a winner of one of my tournaments that we ran, and he said that he has some questions for you as well. So I'm gonna let him step in and talk to you for a while, if that's okay. Are you there, Lurifax? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here. Hi, guys. Yeah,
Hello,
hi. You can hear me fine?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Are you from Sweden?
Yeah. Hey,
okay.
hey, avkall. I was just saying that I had some questions for you because I remember seeing all the World Championship games, and ever since that I thought that it seemed like you were very focused doing this. And to me, I was just wanted to hear from a world champion. What were your state of mind and what were you thinking? And your whole thought process of playing these games, being an underdog and actually going into these games?
Well, as I said, I've always had the mentality that everything can happen and everyone can do it because you enter the arena, what you say, on the same terms. So I just tried to stay there and say, just told myself, because it's easy to, I think it's easy to, if I played like Nillicomes or Oyao or people like them that everyone knows about, it's easy to put myself in like a superior position. I think that they are so good and I want to win, and I just told myself, look, you just see them as equals, and don't be afraid, and just try to stay calm and just do every move and just trying to do the best,
Yeah, makes sense. And you also mentioned earlier about their expectations of you. Do you think that also played an advantage that they, at first when you entered, you weren't a name like they were? Do you think that was an advantage to you when you started playing these games?
Yeah, of course. I think they prepared a lot against each other, but not so much against me. And they didn't know what I played, really.
Okay.
So that's a big advantage, I think.
Cool. So were there any decks or any cards that you picked up because they were unfamiliar in the meta, or something that you brought in as an outsider that gave you an advantage compared to the more well-known players that probably had a meta among them? As you said, they played with each other. That didn't sound right, but they practiced with each other before the games.
Well, I always want to find like counters to the meta decks and everything, and if I think one player is gonna play a specific style, I'd like to use some cards that are maybe not used as much, but I think can do the work, you know, and just trying to be a little bit how do you say, not special, when it unique.
Yeah, like unpredictable in some ways.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, one of the reasons why I was really interested is because I had sort of the same thing when I played the Ascensions tournament. I wasn't the well-known group as much as the others, and I think I chose some decks that were not as much in the meta. I think that gave me an advantage at some points at least. But I really thought that your whole run through the World Championship was pretty inspiring. But also it really did seem like you were pretty calm during the games. But do you remember the mentality you were in? Just not but the preparation, but more in a state of focus or something like that when you were playing the game, in terms of nerves.
Yeah, I remember, because I think the first day really, like, it surprised me, because you know they were a bit more known than me, and I thought they were a bit better than me, but so when I passed the first day, I felt like I could have a chance. I could have a chance to win everything, and then I really started like focus and really felt like it's hard to explain, but I don't know, like I felt I was so focused, so I don't think I ate anything the whole day. I just thought about the game over and over and over between the games, and when I was in the games, there's nothing you can do but try your best, and I'm a very calm person. Maybe I don't talk a lot and everything, but I think a lot. So you think things over and over and over, and just trying to do your best all the time. It's very, we can talk in Swedish if you want later, because I feel that my English isn't the best.
No, I perfectly understand. The interesting thought was that I had like some of the same experience, but I mean, we can probably get to that during my tournament run. But being an outsider, if there weren't that many expectations from you, and if you just went in there and played the game and said, "I'll do it my best," you didn't have that much pressure that I'm sure is like the previous year's world champions had. Because there are a lot of expectations that they would win again. And I think, I don't know if Matrix is on anymore, but I just remember seeing him in some of the games. He seemed more on edge during the games, probably because of the expectations and so on. But,
yeah, I think so too. And I remember like the French players, they had this team, the Millennium, the esport team. And they had like coaches there, and I think it was Oyao and there was someone else, I don't remember his name. There were two Frenchmen there, and they took it. You know, they had discussions, and I remember their coaches were like angry at them because they didn't do so well, and all that, they must put so much pressure on them that I think they played worse than they used to because they couldn't handle it. And I'm very glad that I didn't have all that when I came there. I think that helped me a lot to just have myself, you know, no expectations, no. I just want to go there and do my best.
Yeah, cool. Well, I don't know if it's
All right.
interesting for everyone else, but I thought that was really interesting to hear just your line of thoughts there. Because I really,
Yeah,
really
absolutely.
about this.
Thanks, avkall, and thanks for coming to the stream as well. Hope you've had a good fun. Feel free to hang around. We'll be moving on if that's okay.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for having me on the stream, and I will be in the chat. I will keep watching this stream because it's the last thing that will happen in DOC, I think. So yeah, thanks for having me, and thanks for the questions and everything.
Thanks,
And see you later.
Thank you, avkall.
You.
And I hope we will meet again. in
Yes,
real
I
life.
hope so too. I think we will when the ducks are coming.
Hopefully.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye. And right now, the big thing happens because, you know, the old guy, the old second half of Kimmundi has come in. Allow me to welcome Azza to the stream. Azza, can you hear us? Hello?
The same thing happen again and again.
Yeah, people need to allow the microphone. Try restarting the browser as no, I mean he has it set up, he's using it at home. Yeah, he needs to just so in the meanwhile
Oh, that's
facts. I mean, I'm the one who's. Oh, it's how did it feel? What expectations did you have going in? And all that. Was it? It was Ascension.
Okay, so I heard parts of that. I don't know if you
really had to pay. So it. So what?
I don't understand anything, guys.
Shit. Okay, can you understand me now?
Now, yes.
Better.
Okay, the tournament you played in, it was Ascension of Legends, right?
Yeah, and thanks for setting it up and making it happen. It was really fun.
It was great fun for me. I was curious, how did it feel from your side? How was it when you had to pay the seals to get in? That must have been a big decision, kind of, because you definitely weren't one of the favorites. So I don't know. What were you expecting to get out of it?
That's a good question, but honestly, I was at that point in time. I was saying I'm not really investing in DOC, and I was actually, when we were talking to my wife about it, that at this point the game was pretty much over for me. But then this invitation came, and I said, "Well, it sounds fun. It sounds fun. It's the fun that I've been lacking for a while, and this was be a chance to have another format." I think the brilliant part about this tournament was that it was a new meta every week, that we had to ban cards, and there was a shift between maybe I'm using Hearthstone terms, but open and standard, and that to me is what really I enjoy with card games. That you have the ability to just think, okay, these are the cards I can use, these cards I can't use, so what will be the meta be like? And when I thought about it, I said, yeah, that's something I really want to do. And I said, well, screw it, I'll buy the seals, I'll have fun. If I don't, okay, sure, I'll probably make that money back, but it's not a huge investment. So yeah, I did it. Didn't have a lot of expectation for myself and how I would do. To be quite honest, I was just thinking, okay, Uraxor is actually thinking I would do okay in this tournament. I better not let him down. I'll try not to make a complete ass out of myself. And I played the tournament, and there we had. I remember Red Pepper was in it. He was really, really good at just setting the meta every week and picking up the cards that were doing well. Cuckoo, I think you were pretty much zoning out at this point in the game, and you were making fun decks and stuff like that, but weren't at your A level at that point, and that left me in an okay position to actually come into second place. I remember that. I think I did reasonably well, but I was actually surprised when I got invited to the final call, because seeing some of the players on the list, they're really, some of the what I would call the legends of DOC in the past and also the present. So I didn't really compare myself with these names. There was also some of the questions I had for avkall, that what, as an underdog, what would you think? What were your expectations? As I said, I didn't have many expectations doing that well. But then the time came to the actual final day, which was a bit different, because the final day was again back to the normal or standard format, or whatever we call it. And there weren't any deck limitations. So that was again back to a different meta after we've had weeks of shifting metas and months with shifting metas. And I just remember saying, well, again, I'll try not to make a total ass out of myself, embarrass everyone, and I'll try something else. And I made it public, for instance, that I didn't want to use one of the most broken or strongest heroes at that time. What was his name? I can't remember anymore. What was that?
Sandalphon?
No. It's the infernal guy.
Kalazar.
Yeah, exactly. Cuckoo. Yeah, because I loved playing Haven, and I thought that card and that mechanics were just so broken. So I gave myself a huge disadvantage by saying I'm not going to play that card. I'm going to play something else. And as the tournament went on, I used a lot of Cassandra, which I picked up from Res, who was actually a really, really good deck builder. He beat me in a tournament the week before or a month before. So last tournament I played before that in the finals. And I saw the value of Cassandra and how you could use the fortunes to really get an advantage together with the barracks. And I think that surprised a lot of players on that day. And I also played Ignatius, which I think I was the only one to play as well during the tournament. So I didn't have many expectations. I don't think people have many expectations. So I think that actually was a huge advantage for me.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's a long answer to a short question, but
no, it was perfectly adequate. I mean, you are one of the legends. All the promotional banners were saying that a legend shall be born, and I think you really worked hard for that win, and that was well deserved, because as you've said, every week there were new decks. There was so much thinking people had to put into those bands and decks to come up with, that it was really amazing to spectate and follow, because so much effort has been put into it, not only on our side from the organization, but also from the players coming up with all these decks. I'm kind of proud of it, and hopefully now Asa is around. So hey Asa, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. You guys, how are you doing?
Brilliant. We're fabulous here. How's yourself? How was your work today? Was your work?
Good. Yeah. I was at the Paris Games Week, doing some stadium presentation stuff for ESL. Hey guys, I have to say it's really nice to actually look at just people in the chat and think, wow, so long since I've seen some of these names. It's amazing. So,
yeah. How long has it been?
I have to say probably about over a year. I know that I unfortunately I had just had less and less time to actually play Duel of Champions since I left Ubisoft, and that was some time ago. And Yeah, I haven't actually touched. I'm actually quite ashamed to say I haven't touched a game in probably about a year now. But yeah.
Yeah, it's the same, almost the same with me. I played some games, but only one or two in the last year.
Gosh, yeah. Seeing the names in the chat, I mean, Epic African Toad. God, that's such an old name for me. And Pronic and all of you guys. It's just so weird to be back. Weirdly, yeah, a year and a half ago, and it's back. It's so weird.
Yeah, and we talked about it. This community. You see, the same names are still operating. Doesn't matter. They love the game. They just awesome.
Yeah. No, it's really cool to see that. That's one of the things I get most about Duel Champions. We had just such a great community going around the game, and I just wish that there was some way of, I don't know, just carrying on with that community, and carrying on with the game in some way or another. But I guess, you know, big companies have to make money in some way or another, and didn't make the cut. That's life.
Yeah, right. We're not here to talk about sad things. We're here to pretend that those don't happen, and that everything is still going okay. And yeah, there's Lurifax with us. He's won the last tournament. Were you still there, setting it up with us, Ascension of Legends, where we spoke about it with Kimmundi before, that he had to be taking seals from people's accounts and that he felt so guilty about it. So what's your take on it?
I didn't actually follow that too much because I had other things on the go at the time, so I couldn't actually step in and take part and help you guys out. As far as I'm concerned, any tournament is a good tournament, especially if it comes from the players. And if the players are willing to pay seals for that, then why on earth would the company say no? I mean, quite the reverse. I mean, let's say on a purely company side or company point of view, it makes a lot of sense for the company to have that kind of tournament if the players are willing to pay for it in seals. So for me, absolutely fine with the idea. However, I have to say it's a pity though that we got to the stage where the company wasn't doing tournaments by itself and where the players had to actually do that much to go through. So as far as I'm concerned, it's the company's role to offer that kind of player experience and not the players to create it. Although the players can create it if they want to, but then the company should accompany the players in creating it.
Yeah, I think we all agree on that. And yeah, I was amazed to actually hear that Lurifax, paid for the seals. I was expecting everybody to have thousands of seals lying around on their accounts. So big shout out to you for that, man. Yeah, wow.
Nah, it's cool. I have to say, Lurifax.
Yeah, well, I have a lot of seals now. Much good day.
How many seals do you have?
Well, I think it's about 10,000. What did I win? 12,000 or something? I didn't really use. I didn't use them. I had all the cards basically. So, what good were they?
Oh no, I'm so sorry to hear that.
No. Okay. I definitely don't blame you.
As far as I'm concerned, the big winner of all the Duel of Champions stuff we ever did was avkall with his computer and his gear and stuff. That was just insane.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
That's cool. So how long have you been doing the stream for? I'm sorry I missed the beginning.
Oh no, that's alright, that happens. We started at 5, so I think it will be a Tutu's channel.
Oh, wow.
If we want to do some catching up, there's been a lot of old names going through, talking about things. Kimmundi, hectoring, Matrix, Jason, too many. Simon.
Miss Jason.
You've missed a lot of good people, but there's a lot of good people coming up. So yeah, still a lot to be excited for.
I'm gonna try and launch the stream, although my internet is still as crap as it ever was. It's probably going to be absolutely dreadful.
Yeah, I hope my internet is good now, hopefully. But nobody said it's a bad quality, so hopefully
it seems to be
it's
fine.
Because my net is not that good now as was, because I moved.
So I can now follow the stream.
Right, before we move on, a couple more questions for Lurifax. Are you still playing any games competitively? Are you still playing anything at all?
Yeah, I'm still playing, but not really competitive. I mean, MMDoC were really meant to be competitive for me. But I just play Hearthstone casually, a really inferior game, but it's good enough for me. I can play it on a Hearthstone. I can play it on the couch or on the iPad when I have 5 minutes. That's pretty much what I have now. I played 2. I'm really bad, but it's still competitive and it's fun. But besides that, no, nothing really competitive. I think it's a time issue. I mean, a lot of these games you really have to dedicate a lot of time in order to become good, and that's not something I have much now, unfortunately.
Well, I never really think about, at least myself, playing competitive Duel of Champions. I always thought I'm a casual player. I like to play, and I played a lot. And somehow I became at the top in jackpots. And I don't know how it even happened, because like 3 or 4 weeks ago, before that, there was I got a lot of tips from my enemies. For example, don't use 70 cards in deck, because you have lesser chance to draw a good card. And because of these tips from the community, I went to the forum, to the Ubisoft forum, and there was where I really learned tactics. I get decks and modified it, of course, with my card pool, and that's how I became a better player than I was.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely relate to that. I mean, you start playing, you have fun, and then you get involved, and you find out that you actually have some success playing it. And then, as you said, I read the forums. I used a lot of times thinking about deck combinations and so on, and watching your stream. And if you get involved and you have fun with it, then you use more time. But it was never a strategy for me to be, world champion or legendary or something like that. But I had fun playing it, and that was enough for me. So for me, it was always casual.
Exactly.
Always.
I think nobody starts like, I will play competitive this game, because this just can't work. If you don't like the game, if you don't have fun, then you can't play a competitive game, right?
I think you're right, but in bigger games at least, where there's money on the line and you have to spend a lot of time practicing in teams and so on, I'm sure they have another view on this.
Yeah, but
that they're doing it for a living because they can. That was an option for any of us, right?
What I'm saying, they started at the same level, so they was a beginner, right?
Yeah, we all
and they got that skill because they love the game and love to play, not because they wanted to be good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, guys. I'm gonna thanks to Lurifax for coming. It was great having you here, man. I'm happy that I could hear, from somebody who's played my tournament. It's nice, and it gives me a lot of feels as well. So thanks for that, and hope you'll bring away good memories from the game and from the fun we all had together.
Yeah, definitely. And again, huge shout out to both of you for just having the stream and all the tournaments you organized. Yeah, it was huge. You were you really brought this community to what it was. Can't say is, but what it was. And that was big. So thanks, and thanks for having me.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, now we'll give word to Azat.
Hey, so I'm back.
Hey, Ada. What's up? How it's going?
Good. Really good actually. Yeah, sorry about being late. As I was saying, I was back from the Paris Games Week, doing stuff for the ESL. So yeah, I was hoping to be here earlier, but just ended later than I imagined it would. But no, it's going great. It's as I was saying, it's very weird to see Duel Champions again. To be honest, I haven't touched the game for over a year, and it's just so nice to be back in a weird way. It's like walking back home, after a long day, in a weird way, and seeing all the old names and all the familiar noises and sounds from the game and all the old voices and just seeing everyone again. It's really cool. So yeah, as he was saying, a huge shout out to you guys for organizing this. I mean, done a great job in actually getting people to come, and it's really cool to see.
In fact, I didn't do anything. It's the whole work was in Uraxor, so he's the organizer. He's the planner. He is who can be proud for this.
Well, it's still cool, and I can see Kimmundi is here, Kimmy, and SpaceElephant. If I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
it's back for the community team. Community team is all here.
Hey.
Hey, hi guys.
Sorry, I'm jumping in. I cannot not jump in with Emil coming in as well.
Of course not. Of course not. So it's back, guys. Welcome back to this Friday afternoon team stream.
Oh my god, I saw it. It's Tuesday team stream. Oh my god, I forgot about it.
That was awesome. That was I believe that was actually the first ever Ubisoft game to be streamed like that on such a frequent basis. I'm pretty sure it was the first game to ever be streamed on such a frequent basis at Ubisoft.
As I was saying during my part of the interview a bit earlier, when we started, remember in this spiral room on top of the office with a laptop and a crappy crappy webcam
and a crappy microphone as well. We had the onboard laptop microphone was the very first one we had. Oh, it was dreadful. And I remember people would ask us, would be very weirded out when we'd say, yeah, we just spent 2 hours playing the game. Okay, what were you doing? Just talking with the community. It was really cool. We streamed it online. Okay. And that's your work? Yeah, it's really cool. And we're doing it again, Friday. How long? 2 hours. 2 hours? Yeah. That's cool. How you been, Kimmy?
I'm fine. Let's get back to SpaceElephant. I stole his spot again.
Hey, hi guys.
Hey. Oh, long time not hear you.
Yeah, great. Good to see you guys. Kind of surreal to all of these people joining the one last call stream.
Yeah, that just shows how people love the game and how good was it this community. How is about the For Honor? Where you working?
Yeah. It's going well actually. See that there's still some people, the old DOC team working on For Honor game for almost 3 years now. It's been a long journey, but there's I like to think that there's little parts of DOC that are in For Honor in a way. I would say in the way we see the community as a foundation of the like I was saying, I think DOC was probably one of the first game at Ubisoft to be streamed at such a regular basis. We've done a lot of live phases, a lot of alphas and betas and stuff like that, and we use a lot of you guys' feedback to balance the game. I know I spoke with Simon a couple hours ago, and he knows what I'm saying. That we were reading all of you guys' feedback, and that every time we could improve the game with your feedback, yeah, we would do so. So for us, that was super important, and I think we brought back this.
Lots of raging feedback, right?
Absolutely,
Because,
yeah.
but that's a good
Outraging
thing
feedback.
if people rage about your game, right? Because they love it. If they're raging about bad changes or something, or yeah, at least in my view.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Sometimes some players were raging. Obviously, sometimes it's hard to control players' emotion, but when there's constructive feedback attached to it, it's always valuable. So of course, sometimes we were getting some outraging feedback, but at the same time, I mean, it shows that that the game creates emotion, and you guys are passionate about the game, and you want it to be involved. And what was great with Duel of Champions that is always possible in other games is that we could iterate, we could do a new version in a few weeks, so we could change a few stuff if it was not working properly. So the small team we were at that time kind of allowed this possibility to reiterate very often, to change a few things, to do a little tweaks here and there, so we can make a better game. On For Honor, it's pretty different. We're bigger, but we still have this philosophy of being community driven. Like we've done a lot of closed alpha, PC technical tests, things like that. So it's a bigger ship to move. It takes longer to create a version, and I mean, it's a much bigger project. But we still have this mindset of to improve the game with community feedback, and to have this interaction with players. So that's things like that uh, maybe was influenced by a Duel of Champions at least. And yeah, that's a great mentality, and I think we have a great community for Honor. It reminds me of you guys, very engaged players that wants to be involved and wants to make the game better, and trying to spread the word of mouth and spread the hype. Make this game alive and enjoyable.
Was there anybody who would stand out in giving feedback in a good or bad way? Is there any name that you remember in particular?
Oh, back in the days, God, I would say most of you guys, a lot of you guys were giving a lot of feedback. Of course, some of you guys, performed very well in our tournaments and things like that. But you are also super active on the forums. That really helped. Guys like Matrix as well at that time gave a lot of feedback. So yeah, I would give you a big shout out for your help at that time. It's cool to see that you still enjoy the game after that time, still playing, having fun.
Well, yeah, because it's closing. Do you have anything to say about the period when a game changed from one studio to another? How did that make you feel? Losing the game in a way, because at that point it was kind of obvious that the game is just being left to die.
Yeah, for a member of the team, because we were a small, super tied together. We've been working on this for a couple of years. So it was difficult, I would say. But if I put myself back in those days, I was in Quebec City back at that time, maybe I would say 4 years ago, and I moved to Montreal. So that, for maybe you guys don't know, but those are two different cities at maybe 3 hours from each other. So at that time, I moved to Montreal. I met my girlfriend there, so I moved there to live with her. So I I kept on working on Duel of Champions remotely from Montreal. So and at that time the team was already kind of changing. Say the game was online since maybe 2 or 3 years, so that we were changing the game a little bit. So I worked maybe I was 7 or 8 months from Montreal on that game, and I kind of saw the switch, but from a distance. You know, I was not super close to. I was going back pretty often to Quebec, but I was not working with the guys on a daily basis anymore. So at some point, I moved to For Honor. Started working on the game maybe 3 years ago, and I did both with big support from Ian Asa and the community guys, Jason Paradise in North Carolina, US also. So and at some point I transitioned to 100% working For Honor at the Ubisoft Trail Studio. So it's a couple months after that I learned that okay, the game would shut down and will not be supported anymore. So at that point I had already transitioned. A lot of members of the team were elsewhere. The Quebec City studio started working on Syndicate in the days. So it was sad because we put a lot of heart in this game. It was very unique. It was very different. I like games like that. Some kind of UFO games that you don't know what the outcomes will be. Community will take the games, but so it was very sad to see.
Yeah, I can imagine. Sorry, I wasn't here because my daughter just wake up, and
That's fine, man. Don't
Oh,
worry.
hello.
Hey, Emil, as the game was transitioning, did you already know that it's going to decline? Or was there a genuine intention in resurrecting it through Blue Byte? Because from the gamer's perspective, they never actually tried to bring the game back. They were slowly letting it die more and more. And despite all the messages, what an effort they're going to make, they've never actually shown anything. So was it already decided at that point, or when did it break?
Yeah, I don't really know, guys, to be honest, because at that time when the game was transitioned to Blue Byte, I was not in Quebec City anymore. I was not working. So at that moment, I learned it. I learned it pretty much just like you learned it. Have any specific information from the inside? I don't think it was planned. I think when we made the game, we wanted to sustain it as long as possible. But it was a lot of months after I already transitioned.
Okay.
The game will be managed elsewhere, unfortunately.
Okay. Were you there since the beginning then? Or at what point did you join?
For Honor, you mean, or Duel of Champions?
For Duel of Champions?
Yeah, no, I was not there the very beginning. At some point, like Simon said earlier, the guys were working on different types of game. We didn't know. The game has changed from different team members to others. And at some point, I was in Quebec City. I was working at. I was doing external communication and PR at that time. So I was not working on a specific game. I was doing communication for the Quebec City studio, and got approached by fan John Cup, producer of the game. He was the new producer of the game, and then switched from different producers. Other producers needed to work on other. That's happens in video games. And Stefan joined the team, and he reached out to me because I was that time, I was doing a lot of stuff on social media, and for him, community was very important for the success of this game. So we talked together. We got some coffees together, some secret meetings to how this game is going, how envision the community of the game, and finally joined the team at that time. I think I joined a couple months before the very first close alpha, so I don't remember dates, but it was probably in the summer of, I don't know, maybe 2012 or 2011. I'm not good at dates, but it was, I think I joined right before, a couple months close alpha. So we already had a solid game running. It was not originally, but we already had a couple of people working on the forums, for example. So I did this first close alpha. We did a couple other ones. Finally, the game was released a year after. So I came maybe about a year or a year and a half before the official launch.
Mm-hmm. Wow, that's quite a while. What were your first thoughts when you learned about this? Did you have faith for it? Did you get excited about it, or were you really skeptic?
That's a very good question. I was not skeptic. Where this is completely different from what Ubisoft is doing. This is a very unique game, but it's completely different from the rest of Ubisoft's portfolio. So, according to this, I like that. I like working on games that are not, very. I wouldn't say popular, but I like working on some different games, on some more innovative games. And at that time, doing a free-to-play game on PC and iPad from Ubisoft City was a very unique thing. So yeah, I thought it was a potential. I didn't know where it could go in terms of. We did a lot of competition, and I didn't expect that at the first place when I saw the game. At that time, I didn't expect us to go live on Twitch and pave the way to other Ubisoft games. I didn't expect that at all. So there was a pretty good surprise. And see after that the players would like to go online and create, fan sites and create. I remember the mom cards did kind of a deck analyzer. I didn't expect that at all when I started working on this game. So there was a lot of good surprise. First, I wouldn't say that I was skeptical, but I was intrigued. It was a new game. I was not a big, Magic the Gathering players. I knew their community. I knew the product. I played before, but for me, I had a lot to learn. That's why, guys, we had a lot of great game designers that were big. Guillaume Borgia as well. Those guys were big into card games. I learned a lot from them and playing the game, of course, and I learned a lot from you guys as well. So yeah.
So in a way, you could say of Champions has opened many doors for Ubisoft that Ubisoft should be really grateful for this game, for getting it on Twitch and into community engagement and all that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think it was. I wouldn't say that solely Duel of Champions influenced, all of the other Ubisoft best practices, but I think that, when you work on smaller projects, like a big editor like Ubisoft, it was like working on, an indie game in the big company. We're a super small team. We didn't have a lot of, big budgets, such as, Watch Dogs or Assassin's Creed. So we we tried to do the best we could with what we had at that time. We didn't have a lot of budget, so tried to be innovative and creative in our way. Okay, so that's how Twitch stream came on the table. So we didn't expect the game to be a Twitch success. I think it did at some point. It was not. It wasn't. I mean, it's Duel Champion never has been in the top 10 Twitch or something like that. But we paved the way. We regular streams. That's something that Ubisoft was doing broadly at that time. I think Ghost Recon as well, but not a lot of games were doing that. Same thing for gathering feedback from the community. Of course, other games were doing that, but not maybe at the same level as DOC was doing. And I think it had, a big influence on the way the whole Might evolved in the following years. A lot of stuff online. We did a lot of collaboration with it. So that was a lot of fun. And things, little things like creating a card with the community, like the famous turtle, mountain turtle, even other cards that we made with us. Ubisoft was not used stuff like that to create in-game stuff with the community, and now we see it a little bit more on other online games. Everything about monetization. Duel of Champions was one of the first Ubisoft game, not the first, but maybe one of the first free-to-play games to have monetization, how to deal with in-game currency and stuff like that. So it kind of paved the way to this industry. So there's a lot of things, a lot of little things like that. The competitive aspect. Duel of Champions was probably the first Ubisoft game to feature at the DreamHack in Sweden. This is a big esport event, and I think we've never been there except for Duel Champions. So when you work on a smaller game, it gives you more opportunity to explore new avenues, paths. So I think that we were trying to be creative. We were trying to explore stuff. And, a lot of fun from these learnings. We took these learnings and applied them on other games and bigger games. And yeah, I think at the end it had a big influence on other games. Stefan is now working on the crew, so I'm sure there's a lot of Duel of Champions influence on the crew. For instance, even in the visual graphic element, one of our concept artists, Guillaume Manuel, who was working with us in Quebec City. He made a lot of cards from the Strong, if I remember well. Guillaume is now designing Vikings for Honor. So there's still a visual influence one game to another.
Yeah. No, well, coming back to what you said before, I believe that once or twice the game has been on a Twitch front page, when it was in DreamHack or the Road to Paris Champions. So I think that it went all the way, in those peaks, and that was really amazing to see. I think that Kimmundi or somebody was, happy about it, and the players were excited as well. Like, oh, we're on a Twitch mainstream. That was pretty spectacular. But what you have said, I believe, is that thanks to the fact that the game was so small, you got a lot more freedom to explore these other possibilities. So basically, the fact that it was just a small game, it allowed it to grow so organically and to cooperate with the community so tightly, because it was the source of inspiration and source of energy to drive the game further. And so maybe that is why the game is so special, and that's why we're still here today. with good 100 people in a chat talking about it, you know, being all nostalgic.
Yeah, absolutely, and I feel nostalgic as well. You know, interacting in the game, and yeah, I wish I could play. Unfortunately, I'm a Mac boy, so the game is not on iPad anymore. Unfortunately, I would have played on the iPad. Fortunately, I will not be able to play with you guys today. But yeah, I have no choice but to feel nostalgic as well. It was a great adventure, and you guys are part of it.
Yeah,
As part of the devs, you know,
that's true.
brother family.
Do you think that in your eyes, did the community stand out, or now when you have comparison with other games, is it a common kind of community to have, or was the Duel of Champions one better? No, you know.
You guys are trying to say that you are the best community, but kind of, yeah. The community really stood out from other games. Of course, it's a different community. You know, we see a lot of other games have, you know, cosplayers, for example, or you know, visual artists working on strips or stuff like that. But Duel of Champions was not this type of game. Duel of Champions is a game where you have there's so many different elements that are considered in the design. I mean, you have so many cards and so many characters. You will not see you know, a lot of discussions. You will see some discussions on, you know, the Watch Dogs main character, for example, but you know, those discussions will never go as deep the discussion we had on balancing this hero versus this hero, or what is this, you know, what's the most powerful deck? Is it this rush deck versus this control deck, or things like that? So I think the Duel Champions community was really super engaged and super involved in discussions. You know, you were super passionate, and you knew the game very well. I mean, super technical game. It's not a game, it's a casual game. If you're playing it casually, I mean, you need to know your shit. I mean, pardon me the curse word, but you need to be aware of what's going on the battleground. So you guys needed to play a lot to be engaged. That's how I think the community stood out, is that a lot of you guys created platforms and created hubs for the community and streams, so people can go online and watch how you guys play, so they can try to duplicate your decks. You know, try to see, hey, I want to play like QQ, or I want to play like Halfcall. I want to do what, you know, Nillicomes. So you could go online and you guys were playing with, and try to, you know, duplicate what you were doing, trying to play like the best players. So you know, this aspect was really driving the community forward and driving the game, because we didn't have a lot of budget, you know, I don't know, YouTuber influencer campaign, or tutorials with celebrities or things like that. So you helped us a lot in spreading the word of mouth and make sure that people can understand this game and play, trying to improve their gameplay. So that's how I would say this community really stood out. And what was cool is that we were streams, so you could join us at pretty much any moment of the week. We were streaming sometimes from Quebec City, sometimes from North Carolina, and at the same time over the pond in Paris, Kimmundi was streaming with Aza. So if you were speaking French, you could go on their stream and learn from them and interact with them. But if you were speaking other stream, happened Tuesday at a better time for your time, do the same thing, interact with them and have fun. So we tried to create those, you know, rendezvous, or those community hubs where you could get online, you could find your friend, discuss about your best strategy, and go on a battlefield and go on Twitch and learn from the best players or from community team. So that was awesome. That's there's a lot of stuff that you guys did that I still use in today's presentation for Honor or for other games, because it was so awesome to have a community that was dedicated and involved as you were.
Can you feel the difference now with your current games?
If I can feel the difference, I mean, it's yeah, I feel a difference, but I feel a lot of similarities. The difference is that
is it sorry.
Oh, sorry, buddy, I kind of signal.
Can hear you good now?
Yeah.
You were saying about the differences.
Yeah, the difference is, of course, For Honor is not released yet, so I'm still pre-launch. So we don't have the same discussions or the same engagement that we were having with you when Duel of Champions was released. But I feel a lot of similarities when we do closed alphas or live phases like that. I feel a lot of similarities. For Honor, also a competitive game. There's characters to balance with special and things like that. So I see a lot of in our forum discussions. I see a lot of discussions that remind me of the discussions we were having with you guys on Duel of Champions. So that's why I feel a difference, because we're not in the same time in the life cycle of the game, but I feel a lot of similarities into our community core members. I feel a lot of similarities into the balancing what you guys like to talk about, like to discuss online. So there's difference, but there's also a lot of similarity.
Right. Yeah. Thanks for that. Any questions? I've been shooting left and right here for quite a while. So if you have any questions or if there are any in the chat, forward them now.
I mean, what's your? I would like to ask you guys what was your best memory for Duel of Champions. I mean, if you have one best moments on one moment that you will remember forever, or something like that. You want to share it on the chat or online. In my hand, I have so many good memories. I don't know which one to recall, but I remember the first time I met. That was my first time going to Poland, and we went there with the Might and Magic ball, and it was just amazing to meet the fans in person. That was the first time that I met them on a press tour. Was for me, that was a great moment. People care about this game, and people want to talk to dev team members, and I feel we have something here, but I have a lot of other good memories.
Yeah, I think definitely the weekend when I went to Paris, and I've met so many people face to face. You can't really compare that to anything when you can put the face behind a name that you've been talking to and playing with on a daily basis.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree.
It was amazing that we got a chance to do that. Maybe one day we'll get to do it again in some different game. That'd be brilliant. But
yeah, for sure.
Outside of it, I've always liked the discussions, the never-ending discussions about weaknesses and strengths and about which deck is the best. And that was so great because Duel of Champions offered a lot of that. We could keep having these discussions, and there were always people arguing, for one position or another. And that was something I've enjoyed a lot because it allowed us to really think about the game and to push ourselves forward and to improve our strategies and to find the best decks. And then it got really competitive, trying to get as far as possible. I think that if it was me, a couple of people, we had really good time going for it as much as we could.
Yeah, oh yeah. I think that was for me it was a great moment coming at work on the Monday and looking at what was discussed during the weekend. What was the strongest deck? How can we buff this nerf that? Well,
Did
yeah.
you get to play the game at all, or were you always just around the community?
Oh, I played a lot. Yeah, back in the days, I played a lot.
What was your favorite deck?
I was playing every day, actually. I
Nice.
was a big Stronghold player. I was playing mostly Inferno or Stronghold. I would say I don't remember exactly what deck, buddy, but I would say definitely a Rush deck. Yeah, probably a Keltor deck at some point. Probably a Crag Hack deck as well. Probably a couple of Inferno deck, but the Rush deck. I needed to close the deal in less than 7 turns, unless I'm in trouble. So yeah, my big nemesis were those control decks that would control control the battleground for turns and turns. So yeah, and it's pretty much the same. I mean, I now on For Honor, I definitely identify as a Viking. So I still play the new game the same way I was playing Duel Champion, in a very rushy way.
Yeah, I think I was pretty much a similar kind of player, just very offensive orientated. I always disagreed with Situ when he was playing defensive, and I would play more offensive. Those were really two different styles. I remember then Forbidden Flame came, and it was like, holy shit, what's happening here? Always, blew up all your strategy, and that made it really difficult for these decks before it got kind of balanced again.
Oh hell yeah. Definitely. What was your favorite deck?
Kieran back in the day, because I've played it for 2 months straight every day for several hours to get to 1500. Yeah, because I got lucky. I pulled him quite early on, and then I've got some wolf captains, and they just melted through people like nothing else. His ability was passive, and that is really strong. And yeah, that was such a glorious time.
Oh yeah. I'll definitely try to find a few videos on YouTube. We did a lot of play versus devs.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a couple of videos still online on YouTube worth watching.
Yeah, there is actually a lot of footage out there. I just need to dig in and find it. Might get around to it. Do some memorial of DRC. Yeah, sadly we didn't have time to do it for the stream, but there's just too much going on in my life right now. So the voice call was the best I could manage. So we'll have to come back to it possibly.
Absolutely.
And
cool guys.
Yeah, I think time's about up. So thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate that you took the time to stop by to talk to us, to talk to everybody around here. And yeah, I hope that you'll remember us. Think about us sometimes,
Oh yeah, for sure, guys. I remember you every day. Don't worry. Said there's a lot of things. Ubisoft games that has a little bit of dual inside them. So I'm really proud of that. What we did with this small team back in the city. Exactly where we were going. We made something great. So hope that you guys still appreciate. A few years I would say after. So it's always fun. Thanks a lot for your time. Thanks for this stream. It's amazing. One channel. Sure, keep up the good work, guys. And who knows? I don't have any official. We'll see on the end.
Okay.
In the future, we don't know. I will work from the inside.
Thanks.
Awesome, guys. Thanks a lot. And
so I've been told that people are excited for our last but not least couple of guests as well, because we have decided that one guest is not enough anymore, that you guys deserve more. So this is just gonna be a sort of overdrive / after party / crazy madness, and everybody throw up confetti in the air, because the last guys to come up is Mr. Drab, whom I hope you remember because he's done a lot for the community as well. And joining him will be Nillicomes. So yeah, Nillicomes, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Hello.
Hello.
How are you, man?
I'm fine, thank you. First of all, I'm not a couple with Drab.
Okay, fair enough.
Good. So, how are you doing?
I'm okay, man. I'm happy that it's coming together so well today. I've been really hoping this will work out, and so far so good.
Yeah, there's so many nice people. I miss them all.
Yeah, me too. Click on it. Oh man, Mr. Drap is trying to join us. It might take a while.
Yeah, Mr. Drab is slow.
Have you played the game anytime recently?
Actually, no. I think it's 1.5 years ago.
But you still remember us. I'm proud of that.
Of course I do. I think last time I played Swiss and in bugged out. So I said
no,
fuck it, and I didn't play anymore.
Okay. I don't know if anybody else is here, Tutu or Azza. I'm not looking at the chat right now, but I'm sure you are. So.
Yep, still here, still listening to you guys.
Hey, Azza. What about Tutsu? Oh, you was working with the twins, right?
Yeah, it's with the kids, I suppose. Kimmundi, if you want to join in, please hop on. It's everybody's field now.
Yeah, joining in.
Hey, Kimmundi.
Hey, Nillicomes. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Good to hear your voice.
Yes, it's been a good night.
Yeah, for sure. Was so excited for this.
Gosh, it's so weird. I'm looking at this the game you guys are playing on the stream, Tutu, and I can't remember any of the names.
Oh come on the left, Sakane.
But even when I was playing the game, I couldn't remember the names.
Yeah, I remember those last series for you were a bit hard to remember.
Oh god, I can barely remember my own name most mornings. So.
So somebody was talking about your special streams, Azza. Do you remember them?
Yeah, how can I forget?
Those face discs streams. I will always remember staying after a day work and still watching you play
I got
because you
so
were
drunk
getting
that night.
hammered. Because each time you took damage, I think you were drinking.
Yeah, every time I lost the game, I'd have a shot of some weird Polish alcohol that I'd got from a friend or something. It's so weird.
Yeah.
Oh yes,
Remember-
that one. I remember that one.
Yeah, the Asa streaming where he was drinking.
Yeah, I did that once.
This was
and
this
I
was
regret
totally
it.
not official from Ubisoft.
It wasn't professional.
Yes, it was very professional. It was your best stream.
Yes, well, call me an entertainer then, and get me
Sure.
another drink.
What about tomorrow?
Tomorrow the game is closing at 10 a.m. It would seem, if I understood correctly. So it's
Oh.
not really the last night.
Well, you have to do it now then.
Come on, Asa. Go on it.
I can't. I've got to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning tomorrow.
As I was saying earlier, it was devastating when I saw that the game would close. But I'm really happy that Uraxor took it on him to organize this last stream and get all those nice people together. Seeing all those names in the chat, oh my god, that's so great.
Yep, totally agree.
And seeing this stream, like those games with the spectator mode going so fast, reminds me of those streams we were doing, and we're catching up on everything that was happening.
I'm suddenly thinking back on all the events we did.
There's so many. When I think about it, at some time, I think we did like 6 or 7 streams a month, plus all the events. Oh my god.
More than that. If we did 2 streams a week, that's 8 streams.
Yeah,
actually, no,
I
probably about-
remember I did.
but by the time you get rid of 1 or 2 that we cancelled,
Yeah.
probably about 6 or 7.
Yeah, and I remember that at the time I was doing like twice a week, twice a month. I was also doing a French stream.
Yep.
So at like 8 a.m. on Wednesday. That was some
French word, please.
French word. That was some dedication.
What was the tournament we did where it was the French against the rest of the world?
I found the thread just earlier because I was looking for the Xom statue photograph, and it was called the beret. What was that? Oh shit! I had it. I read it right now. Let me find it again.
I remember we basically created that, just like
Serpentfly for Beret the Cup.
That's it. It took us. We were just talking about something, and we thought, "Fuck it, we'll just
yeah,
make a
let's do it.
competition." In about an hour, the thing was done, and the post had been posted. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, with the most ridiculous rules like no Keltor allowed, and
Yes!
you had to play
You
one.
had to have one Serpentfly. That was awesome.
Like all deck list had to have one Serpentfly at least, and you were not allowed to play Keltor.
And I remember when we watched the replays and people would play Serpentfly just because they could play Serpentfly, we were going, "Wow, you played Serpentfly!"
Asa?
Yep.
Did you ever win a game on when you were streaming?
I don't think so, no.
Oh, okay, fine.
I think it would have been such a momentous thing that we would remember.
And to answer Ogrimar question, the previous French GM was Margot, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Or Omar on the forum.
Indeed.
Yeah, I never met her directly, but
very nice person.
She left on Trace on DOC.
She left to go and start a French bakery in Chile, if I'm not mistaken.
Was it Mexico or something?
It was. That's right, Mexico.
That I followed. And then she came back, I think. I don't really know her directly.
So Kimmundi, where are you working now?
I'm working for Bandai Namco Entertainment in Lyon. So,
why are you not at Paris Games Week?
Because it's I'm like SpaceElephant now. You know, I'm dealing more with EMEA and international stuff. I'm not a day-to-day CM anymore, sadly. And the Paris Games Week is managed by the French team, so I didn't have to go this time.
You didn't want to?
There was not much time to go there. I wish I could. Doing events, I do miss it sometimes. I did Japan Expo though.
Okay, cool. But yeah, it's funny. Once you've done one event, you've pretty much done them all, and yet you still miss it.
Yeah, you still miss it, even if like during the event you just think, "Oh my god, I'm gonna die. It's awful." But then 2 months afterwards, let's do another one.
I think you just miss meeting so many people and seeing all the old crews and stuff.
Yeah, I remember we were talking about the first road to Paris. I remember being like 5 day long on the Duel of Champion booth back in I think it was 2014. Yeah, it was 2014 when we had the Duel of Champion booth on at Paris Games Week, and we had the qualification for the finals on the booth.
Yes, I remember that.
It was so great. We had all the Quebec team and people like that. It was awesome. It was such a good ambience.
That was the time avkall won his stuff.
Yeah. The guy nobody knew, but he still managed to win.
And the next year we then did it in the Meltdown, but we invited avkall and did we invite 2 people for the finals?
Oh, which final? For the finals?
Hello. Hey, Drab.
What to Paris 2015?
Yeah.
It was 8 people, if I remember correctly. There was a lot of people. There were Tutu, there were Kill Virgins, there were
Okay.
a lot of people. Hello, Drab.
Hey, Drab.
Hey there. I have no idea which microphone I'm using, so
it's working well. So it's
Yeah,
okay.
we can hear you clear.
Loud
is
and
it?
clear.
But you are a bit
Okay.
slow.
Okay, so welcome, guys, and hello. See you after such a long time.
Yeah, what have you been doing?
Okay. Right now, I had to mute the stream. I to be honest, I left the community and the game itself pretty much a long time ago, as I was not able to play it anymore because I switched to Mac computers.
Well,
I think
it's-
Nilly's joking.
It isn't playable
Too
in
much
back.
troll. Too much troll.
Too much troll? No. So yeah. While I was getting older and older, I had not that much time to play the game at the level I would love to. So eventually, I'm afraid I had to stop it.
Okay, so you're not playing anything anymore?
Right now,
Yeah.
To be honest, I'm not playing any game. To be honest, I try to follow some of those games I used to play or watch during my life via Twitch. So that's why I'm here. And yeah, that's basically how I'm still a little bit connected to the gaming industry.
All right.
Okay, guys, I'm afraid I have to get going because I need to get up in 5 hours or so. No, 6 hours.
All right, Asa.
Have a
Enjoy
good night.
yourself.
Again, a
Yeah,
huge
see you.
thanks to Uraxor for
Okay.
setting the whole thing up. A huge thanks to Tutu for streaming it.
A huge
and a
thanks
huge
for
thanks
being
to
here, Asa.
Yeah, thanks
my
for being
pleasure.
here, Asa.
Absolute pleasure. Huge thanks to all the guys who joined us, and I have to say, big shout out to everyone in the DOC community for just being awesome in general. And yeah.
Oh, Asa, it's time.
Yep. Thanks, Asa. Thanks a lot, man. Really appreciate it. And yeah, hope to see you around. Good luck with your channel. I hope it'll
Thanks.
be going well.
Thanks. Well, see you guys soon. Take care and have a
See
nice
you.
evening.
Yeah, it was
You
a
too.
nice time.
Sleep
Bye.
night.
Thanks. Bye.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Before we move on, I have one question for you, Nillicomes.
Oh, really?
Yes. What is your relation to the Juggernaut?
Juggernaut.
Yes.
Well, it was actually Matrix who invented the nickname, the Danish Juggernaut.
Okay.
I'm not so sure why, because it's not like I'm a big guy. I'm rather small. So maybe it's ironic, I don't know.
Do you like it? Do you like it?
Yes, of course I do. I like the irony in it. So it's
Okay.
fine.
Okay, yeah, so long as you're happy, man.
I'm always happy.
I kinda like it.
You like it too?
Sure.
Is it only me that I
This
listen
thing
to
is really
Uraxor,
powerful.
which is really like in a slow mode?
Yeah,
Or
he is in a
okay.
slow mode, yeah.
Maybe he's super tired.
I think so.
Okay.
I think you should drink some coffee, maybe.
This is a retaliation that
Uraxor, are you human?
Yeah, it turned
Are
out
you
this guy is a robot.
human?
Sometimes.
Uraxor losing in the space.
Yeah. Uraxor, try now.
It's good, it's good.
It's fine.
And yeah, I'm just killing Tutu on my...
No.
No.
So
Now
yeah.
it's happening again.
So while they are playing, Nillicomes,
me.
can you say something about what happened to you? If you were playing the game, or you kind of switched to the different game?
Yeah, I haven't played DoC in 1.5 years, and I think in the last half year I played some Spellweaver.
Yeah.
It's not as good as DoC, but while I wait for the Sen Arun game, it's fine. So, but I don't have much time to play, and as Sutsu has his twins, I'm gonna have my own Pokemon in January. Yeah.
So yeah, congratulations about that.
Thank you.
Aspect of life. I'm trying to play from time to time the Hearthstone, but the game itself is like it's really frustrating, right?
Yeah.
Especially when you had this background of trying to calculate everything, and you were all. I was a person that I was not. I was never like the mirror matchups, just because of the RNG and how you can draw and how the whole matchup can be dependent on that one. So in Hearthstone, when you've got so many different coin tosses, and people like don't realize how many of those are, so it's definitely not a game that gives me any enjoyment, let's say, because
totally agree.
Yeah, because to be honest, Blizzard caught me while they made this deck, Green Patron deck, when it was really all about the draw potential. Maybe you are not that familiar with Hearthstone, but there was a period of time when there is one deck with no card that was, let's say, based on RNG.
Okay.
So because of that, of course, I bought all these packs to give them the money and get those cards, because at currently I just prefer to not waste that many time, but get the cards. And once I did it, they actually, there was less than 1 month, they completely changed the deck and made the balance, because they thought it's like too complicated for the community or something like that. It was,
Really?
of course, a little bit off balance, right? But it was definitely not superior, and yeah, then they just decided to make the game more simple.
Okay, that's weird. I think I played Hearthstone for like 2 weeks and then I got bored of it. Never really caught me.
And how about the new Polish CD Projekt Red Gwent game? Have you heard it? Have you seen it?
No, actually not. It's first time today I heard about it, so
yeah,
I have no idea.
Because there was a Witcher 3 game, quite popular, and within the game there was a card game as well, and it got really popular. People were talking like the game is almost as good as the Witcher, which was the role-playing game. So yeah, the Red CD Projekt Red decided to make it like a normal game with some free-to-play options or some microtransactions.
Yeah, okay.
avkall, I'm talking about Gwent, which is the GWNT, the Witcher card game.
Is it released?
It's on the alpha stage, I think, or on the beta stage. Right now, you can even find it via Twitch, and for sure you can find some first videos at YouTube, because I think like one of the biggest streamer was playing this game already.
Okay, nice.
It's completely different, because I think I could actually like it, because it's really all about the math. You are not like interacting that much, like fighting, in a sense, attacking your opponent cards, but you are trying to interact with those cards, and they give you power, the numbers, and the guy with the bigger number wins. So you actually have to really calculate each turn a lot of math, I think, and that's why actually it's really interesting with not that many RNG aspects in the game.
Oh, okay. That sounds nice. Maybe we should have the doc community trying it out.
But not me, because at this moment they are not. There is only PC version, I think.
You are not excused.
Yeah, but maybe soon in a future they will just if it will be a good game, so probably they will make it on a Mac OS as well.
Okay. Well, you know, you can still sell your Mac. There's still time.
Yeah, but it's like I would love to have a PC, but I've already got 2 computers, so having 3 computers as a one person is like having 3 cars as a one person.
I don't know. I had 5 computers once.
Okay. I'm not the person that likes a lot of different objects around my life, let's say. So
okay, I understand.
I would have to sell at least 1 computer to because even right now I'm considering, do I really need the computers?
Yeah, you mean it's more nice to have than need to have.
Yeah, exactly.
Fair enough.
And yeah, I'm actually watching from time to time Enclase, because I know Enclase is still playing the game, although he's playing the Hearthstone. And I'm really shocked about how the Blizzard made this game. Like the business plan of Hearthstone is so huge and so well thought, comparing to, for instance, the Duel of Champions version and the whole economy.
Yeah, believe you.
I played quite a lot of Hearthstone, even if I don't really like it. But I don't know. I didn't play with the last expansion or Science. There is a open standard, or I don't know how it's called in Hearthstone. But sometimes I really enjoyed it, and I even reached like rank 10 or a rank 9. You know, it's not hard, but with that game time, how much I played, it was like 50 games per month or something like that. But still, I always was. So the randomness, it's made me so angry.
Yeah, you have to like completely switch your mind and like try to not think about the situation that it could be even or for your side better. So it's like it's really the Hearthstone is like a gambling game. So I'm not sure if I enjoy spending my precious spare time to gambling that might be not as profitable as, for instance, poker, right?
Yeah. Instead of playing Hearthstone, you could play roulette, poker, or something.
Exactly.
Also in the Legends, what's the full name of the game? The Legends.
You are talking about this TES, which is
yes.
the Elder Scrolls Legends.
The Elder Scrolls Legends. It has so many good ideas. I really like the idea of prophecy. I don't know if someone knows the game. The prophecy mechanic is just make rush decks so less effective, but still they can be effective. But if you have a prophecy deck, you easily can counter it.
What is this prophecy ability doing?
Basically, you have you have 20 or 30 life, doesn't matter. And after you lose 5 HP, when the enemy deals damage to your hero, then and you draw a card with this prophecy effect. If that card has a prophecy ability, then you can play it for free. So basically that's all, but that changed the war game completely. So and if maybe Hearthstone should be something like that and give more strategic ability, it could be good.
So you've tested this game, but like I really think like all those new games, even the Gwent, the game, comparing to Hearthstone, they are not somehow aimed for the mass audience, right? And this is the problem. If you already make the game that is a little bit for only some sort of people, it's like I'm not sure if it can be so popular, because it's already hard. Like this market of card games kind of fulfilled with Hearthstone.
Well, Hearthstone is a lot for casual players, but it lacks depth. So if you offer depth to players, then you can get a community such as DOC had, that will stick around, and so long as you offer support and you communicate with the community, it will give back to you. And hopefully that includes, keeping the game up and investing enough to have the servers running and have some people working on it. And that is what no game has managed so far. Games like DOC, they had a really good platform, but they failed at communication. So, say me and my friend, we trying to bring the game back to life, an old game of ours. So I believe that so long as we manage to communicate with the community, we'll be doing okay. We'll be able to survive, and that's the potential there that I'm really hoping for. That it's a card game that would allow me to, collect cards, because I go crazy for that. Collecting cards is like collecting Pokemon, can't stop. Then it needs to offer you something meaningful to do with your collection. Hearthstone isn't that.
What do you guys think about the interface?
Of which one?
Hearthstone.
I think it's kind of okay to as simple as it is, because you can actually really effectively use the phone version or iPad version, right? And like from time to time, when I'm traveling via underground, I see some guys playing the Hearthstone because they actually can, and probably like the docs will be just too complicated to play it via those more mobiles or something that is
okay,
a little bit smaller.
Mm-hmm.
And this is another, of course, the animations sometimes they are just too slow, but comparing to, for instance, this game Magic the Gathering, when they made this game, not the Magic the Gathering online, but they made the Magic the Gathering for casuals. And maybe you know the name of this game, but the animation, like the attacking animation, was already so slow and so frustrating. Like I was not able to watch this game for more than like 50 minutes.
I'm trying some puzzle, but I can't remember how it should be solved.
In DOC.
Yeah.
There is a question in the chat. Drap to drap. Yes, I am the Mały Drap from MMDoC King and from the community, let's say. Like I was always hanging around, although I was not playing the game for a lot of time, to be honest. Because even the Road to Paris, I was absent actually, the second one.
You was part of the family.
Yeah, I'm the part of family right now.
And we love our family.
Yeah. Man, it's been such a great evening tonight. Really enjoyed talking to everybody.
Yeah, it has been so long time ago. Can't even remember.
Yeah. Did you have, Nilly, did you play any other game? I know you were mentioning to me some games that you're playing.
Yeah, I was playing Spellweaver. But yeah, the player base is not too big, but at least you can find opponents.
Okay.
I missed it. Fuck.
So I got into chess, to be honest. If I would play something or watch some game, I usually will pick chess right now, even on a Twitch, because like 2 days ago, I think there was a huge match between the final of the Blitz Championships, and Blitz is a fast version of the chess.
So 5 minutes
And it,
or less.
yeah. Or from 5 to the shorter periods like 3 or even bullet, which is 1 minute. What?
Game in 1 minute of chess?
Yeah, you should watch it. Actually, it's really insane and insane fast paced. But I think like 5 minutes for the casuals with some commentators, because you will not understand what's going on in like 1 minute bullet. But in 5 minutes chess, there is enough time for commentators to analyze situation and give some clues how you should what you are trying to what current player is trying to do.
Are you playing with Tsutsu?
The chess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tsutsu was playing a chess. I remember that.
Yeah, but I'm not that really good. This puzzle is hard, I have to say.
So Kimmundi said that he has Anael framed on the wall of his apartment. Kimmundi, I'm moving in January. Are you okay with that? I will usurp your Anael.
avkall, see you, man.
I'm
It's really nice to see you.
See you, avkall.
Yeah,
Nice
good
to hear
night,
from
guys.
you. Good night.
Right, good night, avkall.
Night.
Night. Bye. And there was silent.
Yeah, he's gonna. Yeah, man, the Zerm figures. Anybody has any spare? I would take one as well.
Oh yeah, I got 2. You want one?
Oh, I was talking at the chat some time ago.
Yeah, sure, I'll take it. How much is the postage?
avkall, you can chop it over and give one part to Uraxor and the other part to me.
Alright, you want the butt or the head?
I'll come pick it up. Where do you live?
Just give Uraxor the head, that's fine.
Alright,
Okay.
cool. Talk to you later. Give
See
me
you.
addresses. Bye.
Ciao.
Bye.
Bye. So use the event.
What?
You can use the event.
Event?
Yeah. There's an event in the bottom of the game.
Oh yeah.
No! Don't surrender.
No.
Oops.
No!
Don't tell me. I wanna solve it.
Okay.
I couldn't use it. I already used it. What? Psst. I will solve it. That's for sure.
Okay. I because it's like the DLC, so I will just go back in time a little bit, and I would like to ask you a question to all you guys. Which cards of the DLC you think was the most funny for you? Like the most like had a lot of opportunities, was completely different from other games or other card games. Like, what's your best call on a
other
like
card games?
No, not other card game, but about one single card from the doc you would like to pick, if you think which one is which card was the best for you, for instance.
Deep Mountain
Pow.
Turtle, of course.
Pow, of course. Pow and Broken
Pow
Bridge.
for you.
Pow and Broken Bridge.
Okay, yeah.
Power is useless. when facing Deep Mountain Turtle, he just died.
The best card ever is Firebolt. I've got
Firebolt.
Oh
yeah.
I'm reading the chat.
Okay.
For me, because I was trying to dig into and do some research, so I was like checking the different topics from the past. Even with my deck, I posted there. I think like the most interesting card was the revised tactics one.
Oh yeah, that was.
It really allows you to like
optimizing your deck, right?
Yeah, and even change your deck completely. So
yeah, exactly, and take out those useless cards, the counter cards for fucking control decks. Oh, OTK decks, I mean, of course.
Okay then.
I'm looking through the cards now.
Avistian told revised tactics as well. Forbidden Flame was just
my favorite man.
Forbidden Flame was way too much, too powerful.
Yeah.
Russia. Yeah, because we are not talking about the power level of the card. Like I really loved the Broken Bridge and the power as well, the whole mechanics and how much different ideas was behind it. Especially when they add this Shalam champion.
Mm.
Shalan.
Altar of Shadows was the best card, all the way. That was a card that were not that interactive, I would say.
Oh, I understand now this. Or not?
I really liked the old shaman that was just pumping out damage and getting stronger at the same time. You could do such a crazy combos with him. You could burn through everything. That was really good. I
Who you say?
It's really good.
Which one?
The Bloodclaw Shaman.
Oh.
All the, like, 1 damage for every killed creature.
Yeah, okay.
That was a lot of fun. I mean, those decks I've really enjoyed playing because they give you so much versatility that you always had 10, 15, 20 ways of playing every single situation, and you had to, you know, calculate which was the best option for you, which would give you the most damage, and I've really enjoyed doing that.
Yeah. Oh, the Rakshasa, those with the evade. I really like the evade ability. I remember when everyone was playing Cassandra, the ramp deck.
With the lock ability?
Yeah, exactly. It was in one of Uraxor's tournaments. Which one was it? The team one. What was it called?
Team League?
Yeah, Team League. Yeah. I think every one of my opponents was playing Cassandra, and I was beating them with Ariana because of evade. No, Akane. Sorry.
Right. It was getting crazy though with Aria Blast and Evade. There's like you spend half a minute looking at the board trying to figure out where the damage is going to be the game, I think.
How many understood this?
I have no idea what they told actually.
Sorry, I'll try to, because I'm connected, you know, through weird ways. So.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you hear me now better?
Yeah, way better.
Yeah,
Way better.
now it's fine.
I remember when I was like playing against those Cassandras, there was a moment when, at all those jackpots and everyone was playing at the high tier of the game with Cassandra's lock. And I was playing the different deck, which was this weird Damiria Rage and with Altar of Distractions, which was like a poking deck with 4 Cosmic Singularities. So, for instance, I was playing a lot with Russians back in the day. They were kind of okayish Cassandra players, although they were not that great comparing to, for instance, JK or Nameless Order, who was at the chat. They were way better with Cassandra. But for instance, there was a guy, Tsutsukbu, which in Russian means siski, which are tits. And we were playing those games, for instance, because he had like 5 prisons, 4 prisons, and a lot of pillages due to my singularity. So the game were lasting for, let's say, 50 to 60 rounds each game. So I consider that was quite fun.
Uraxor, do you have a link to the team league, the results or anything?
You mean Ascension of Legends?
No, the team league battles.
I'm not catching up, man. What's that? Tell me.
Well, we was on a team. I think I was on a team with you, and we were, battling with the other teams.
Yes, I remember, but I have no idea where to find any documentation about it. I'm sorry.
Okay. Damn. To search for it.
Yeah, okay, go for it, man. It wasn't me who ran it. No, it was. So I don't have any documentation about that.
Okay. Who you said was running it?
My turn. No.
Aha.
Some magical name.
Yeah, some robotic name. Yeah.
Maybe some robot was in charge.
Wasn't it from the French community? Ogre Mar would know, maybe.
Maybe.
No. Definitely no. I think it was a Polish guy, Torontir, but I was.
Okay. What about that owl guy?
Yeah, because he was not running alone. This I have no idea who was also.
Oh yeah, Enlightened Owl. That was his name.
Oh yes, okay, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember Enlightened Owl writing these long stuff on forums. Or was it his own channel or something? Can you remember?
Yeah, I do, man.
Yeah, I do.
It was always a big outrage.
Exactly.
Oh man.
Team League announced team invitations begin the draft tournament. There is a link.
Oh.
Wish. I'll play a Swiss with you guys if you put up anything or something.
Did you ask anything, Uraxor?
So how many teams there was? Okay, only 4 teams. Because there was like 3 teams invited and 1 team that was created.
So 5 teams all in all?
Oh, maybe 5 or even more, because there is one team with avkall, I think, and I don't see this. Yes, because avkall was creating his own team, I think, as well. So I was in a completely different team as well, with all guys from Brazil, and yeah, it was kind of fun.
On our team, Callers of the Void, there was Uraxor, me, Matrix, Duel, Trupicial, and Tsutsu. Seems like a good lineup.
Oh yeah. I remember.
Wasn't you on a team drab?
Which one? In your team?
No. Wasn't you playing along in the team league?
Yeah, I was playing there, but I actually don't remember the name of my team.
Okay.
So.
I guess you didn't win.
It was a team. I remember my name, though.
Okay.
I think we were like, we can just check it. Of course, we did not win the tournament. I think we were second or third, something like that.
Damn it. I wish I have saved it somewhere.
I could find it via, actually I can do it. I think we still got because we had our own webpage with our team.
Oh.
So I can actually check if it's still there on my really old mail.
Yeah. Try
and
it out.
then I can give you some, for instance, results.
Sure. That would be nice. I actually think it was a really good tournament.
I only have to dig through 500 mails.
Okay, that should take no time. Good luck.
Oh, actually, I can just search it. The team, for instance. Zeiko. Okay, I've got one guy. Test team.
Okay.
Maybe this is the link, or. Fail.
Fail.
Are you still there, Tutu?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm
You LQD brand.
If you want to shut down
Ugrima.
the stream, we can do over to Discord. So just let me know. Don't worry about it at all.
Could you say it one more time?
No, it's fine. I'm not working tomorrow. It's a free day, so it's fine.
Okay, cool, brilliant. So yeah, so we can keep it up for as long as
I'll
people
just
are
will be
around.
a little bit quiet. That's all, because I'm a little bit tired.
Yeah,
and sometimes I'm going to smoke, so.
That's fine. Well, I think that officially we can end it.
Yes, that's exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
I completely agree with this statement.
Urax is always right.
Cool. Okay, yeah, let's not discuss that anymore. Leave it at that. And so, yeah, keep the stream up for as long as you can. I'll put a Discord link in a chat again, so that you can join us on Discord, listen to Discord once the stream goes offline. And yeah, thanks everybody for coming, guys. Hope you've enjoyed it. Hope we weren't too boring. Thanks Tutu for hosting us. It couldn't have happened without you. And thanks Nilly, thanks Drap for making the outro. Whoever's still online, you guys can just join our chat. Feel free to have some fun, whatever that you've been doing already anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you for doing this, Uraxor.
Understand, sorry.
Understandable.
Yeah, I understood it.
A little bit slower, please, because I didn't understand. No, I'm just joking.
Man, I
I'm
cannot.
just joking.
It was
Thank you for
beautiful
organizing.
ending.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Uraxor.
This
It was amazing.
Was lacking.
Okay, thanks for joining, guys.
Okay.
Thanks for hanging out in the chat, everybody. And hope you had a good time. Hope you've enjoyed the last final call. Yo! Yeah, and feel free to keep the stream up for as long as people are here, for as long as you feel like it. And the rest, we're talking over Discord, so I will post the link again soon. You can listen to Discord and you can join the channel. I will keep it open for, after the game ends, so that people can come there and talk with the faces they used to know in the OC.
Nice.
So spread the word as well. And I'll do some organization on the channel tomorrow to make it friendly to allow people to open up new text channels and stuff.
Thanks
Say
for
the game, for Milky and stuff like that. So
You sounds really tired.
It actually sounds really sad, I must say. You should play some music like Titanic from the movie Titanic.
Yeah, that would suit well.
Well, once again, thank you, Uraxor, for doing not just this stream, but the whole of your work for the OC community. I think you did a lot, and I guess everyone can agree with that.
Yeah, I can agree. And you was there from the start too, so amazing.
So yeah, thank you for all this time. We were able to watch you, Tutu. Just check your donations if there is any, for instance. And yeah, man, it was a hell of a fun time spending, watching, playing, and analyzing the computer game.
Well, hopefully, if my kids not gonna be that little, so like in 1 month I can stream some game. I don't know what, but surely not DOC.
That could be amazing, Tutsu. I think you should try and stream Spellweaver if you haven't tried it.
Or the Russian version of DOC.
Yeah, maybe.
Anyway, the Chinese version is still on.
Really?
I don't know. I don't. It was a question. Sorry, I missed it. But it was a question.
Okay, I don't know. No idea.
Because it was
we could
totally
try to
separated.
take over.
Did you say, Uraxor? What should we try?
To take over the Chinese version.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to smoke. I will come back in 5 minutes. Just be bad until that.
Okay.
Okay, guys, I think I will be out as I have to wake up earlier this morning. So yeah, it was I already told you, so and you already know it. Like
Yeah, exactly.
I only want to say huge shout outs to all the chat that is still there after all this time, and yeah, although the game is quite dead for a long time, there is still people that loves to watch to playing it, so it's really nice.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to bed too because I need to get up in 6 hours. So
Oh,
yeah, but it has. Thanks for letting it be such a good time for everyone, and I have a lot of emotions when now that the doc end. So, see you, Uraxor, see you, Sutsu, see you, everyone in the chat.
All right, thanks, Nilly. Thanks for stopping by. It was really good. Much appreciated. And yeah, thanks, Drap, for coming. I'm gonna give rights just to random people now, so you know the chat's gonna get busy, messy, possibly. So yeah, if you wanna hang out, guys, just join the Discord. There's quite a lot of people right now, so that's that. Yeah, and thanks, and good night, goodbye, see you never. I don't know what to say. Yeah, let's just take it easy, I suppose. I'm giving you rights, guys, so you might need to re-log in for them to take effect. And then obviously you need to join the last call voice channel. Okay, see you around, Kimmundi. I hope you can hear me. I hope anybody can hear me. I'm just out in the darkness now, all by myself. Goodbye, Toad. You should be able to talk. You just need to reconnect, enable your audio. If you're using the browser, allow the browser to use your microphone. Yeah, he has the rights. He needs to relog in Nillicomes. And if that doesn't work, then he needs to download the app.
Right now it should be working, is it? Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yep, can hear you both.
Finally. Nillicomes, are you still here? Hello? Well,
Yes,
can
I'm
you
still
hear
here.
me guys? Hi, hi.
Hi. Good
So
to
after
hear you.
everyone's gone, I can finally talk to you.
Exactly.
Why
you have
did
a
you...
private, you have a private, channel with Nillicomes. You should appreciate it.
Yeah, like a VIP.
Yeah.
Why did you talk so much about Hearthstone?
Who? Me? Oh, Uraxor. Or Drap?
Yeah, you both of you.
I didn't.
Oh god, I didn't get a bug in DLC like a year. And now, guess what?
there was a few questions about the Hearthstone, right?
Yeah, that's why. Probably. So, Toad, tell us something. What are Toads doing right now? Not much, it seems.
Nope, nothing at all.
Nope.
he was so excited to talk to you, you know, that he lost his voice from all the excitement.
But I think he passed out.
Too much pressure.
Yeah.
He just
All the
wanted to
blood
ask
run to
about
his head.
Hearthstone.
Uraxor, is it only me that hears Sutsu as a lightning bolt or something?
Yeah, it's totally for me too.
Right
Wait,
now,
so
yeah.
are you talking right now or?
Lightning bolt.
Can you hear me now?
Lightning bolt.
Whoa.
You seem very electrical, Sutsu.
Yeah,
I'm
oh,
ready
alright.
Oh.
Something went wrong.
Watch out, the Toad is coming. The
Yeah,
Toad
we
is
can
coming.
hear the
Yeah,
Toad
I'm
again.
back.
Toad?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's that?
That wasn't me.
Did you pass out?
Not
Well,
yet.
there is
Okay.
a question in the chat.
Okay.
What do you think about RuneScape Chronicles? I played that game, and that game is really good.
Yeah, I also played it. I actually enjoyed it. It's like really unique, to be honest.
Yes. It's a card
Which
game.
one?
RuneScape Chronicles, and it's free. If I'm right, if it's free or not.
Is that a card game?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, but it's very different. You should try it. At least
Alright.
it was strange for me in the first 10 minutes, but after I understand it, it's really good.
Yeah, at the beginning it might be very confusing for new players because it's like exactly what you would not expect from a card game, but later on it gets better, so yeah.
Okay. Is the graphic as good as the normal RuneScape?
Wait, what? RuneScape freaking rocks, guys. What are you talking about?
I didn't say anything, I was just asking.
Is there any fan of RuneScape the game?
I used to play it
Okay.
back then.
Like back then, you mean in the 90s, 80s, or?
Yeah, Pronic was MLG in the 80s.
Because the game is really old.
In the 80s, yeah, sure.
So, but answer the question. How is the graphic in the RuneScape Chronicles?
I've just run it, you know.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
a little bit.
It's like animations and 3D
yeah, it's
models.
Oh.
I mean, it's kind of like RuneScape graphics with some shitty animations, but it's okay.
Okay, so it's better than Hearthstone at least. That's good.
Yeah,
Yes, definitely. Like, don't even compare. Don't start on that.
I hate the Hearthstone graphics. When I stopped playing MMDoC after my account got hacked, I tried Hearthstone, but I just got repelled by those graphics. It's just atrocious. I can't stand them.
I really don't mind, to be honest, the graphics, because for me it's more about like how fast is the animation and so on and so on. And when I'm looking at this RuneScape Chronicles, there is a lot of like fighting between two characters, which I consider a little bit too long. If, for instance, I would like to play 20 games per day or more, with
But you don't get a large E-pen by playing that kind of graphic.
like,
What the fuck?
yeah, it's like you have to understand that if someone would want to spend like 5 hours straight,
Yeah.
this graphic and animation will not get boring, and how fast it will get you bored, right?
Okay.
And in this, because I'm referring this to this RuneScape Chronicle gameplay when I landed, and I'm watching, and I consider maybe
is
the
there a
game.
lot?
Hmm?
Yeah, is there a lot of people playing this game?
Not
RuneScape
really.
Chronicles. Not
Like
really.
I've actually checked the stats on Steam charts, and there isn't that many
Oh.
people. I mean, I know the game has like 2 clients on Steam and outside Steam, but currently on Steam there is like average of 150 people playing it. I don't know.
Well, I guess the Steam platform would be more popular than the other client. What do you think?
Not necessarily, because like the other platform outside the Steam was the first one to be released. So first one was the other
Oh,
platform,
okay.
and then a few months later they released it on Steam after the beta was done.
I
so...
see. I see.
By the way, is my microphone too loud or is it just okay?
No,
It's fine.
completely fine.
Okay,
Yeah, it's
thanks.
perfect.
It's fine for me. I wonder how many people are playing Hearthstone right now.
Well,
Nobody.
No, it's
Nobody.
only computers.
Yeah, it's only bots.
It's bots, guys. Bots.
Yeah.
Are there really a lot of bots playing Hearthstone for players?
I don't know. I don't think so. If
Would
if
there
I
we
be
think
any
there-
don't
point?
real-
There was a moment when the bots were quite popular, I think. Although I have no idea if it's still there or not. Because, to be honest, the game is kinda easy, right? So
Yeah, it is.
to make the bot that will only hit face,
Yeah.
and it will
How
be
do you use
quite
the bot
effective.
in Hearthstone? Like what?
Hmm?
You program the bot in Hearthstone or what? Like how can you possibly use a bot for Hearthstone?
Like to grind
I
money.
know, to grind all the day long.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
or rather play a deck that has a lot of randomness.
Yeah, some people are like that. You remember there was a time when there were bots in MMDoC?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The what is that hero? Which
Yeah, exactly. I
Yeah,
can't remember
Crack,
either.
no? Crack
What?
hack?
Yeah, something like that. I can't remember
Not
exactly.
Craig, but I will
Oh,
check it. I'm still in the game.
If you
Guys,
could.
I have 11 gold boosts and 14 XP boosts left.
Belias was the hero, and he just discarded.
Belias.
Yeah. All
Discard
right.
the
I
card
thought you
all
were
the
talking
time.
about. Yeah. Yes, that's true. And at the beginning of the game, after like Sanctuary was released, you could stumble upon bots like 3 or 4 times in a week.
Yeah.
They were quite common.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
After
Yeah.
today's stream, I wonder if Ubisoft ever realized what opportunities slipped right past them with that game. I mean, they had a head start on Hearthstone, and they could really make the game popular. Somehow they managed to mess it up.
Well, the game
I mean, the
get
main
this popular when Hearthstone just released. In fact,
the main
as I remember.
problem the main problem with Ubisoft at this point is that they can't really sell their games. They are completely, they don't understand the basics of marketing, and it's not the first multiplayer game they can't really promote, because there are so many different games like that. There is Heroes Online that I already mentioned before. There is the Epic Quest for Mighty Loot, or how it was called, something like that.
Yeah, that was a really good game.
There
Really
is
good idea.
there is Settlers Online. It's not the first time when they screw up the marketing. Like, it's not the first game.
But
Yeah.
isn't it like, to be honest, isn't it like there is a Blizzard which has so much experience and like skill inside the marketing? So
Yeah.
each game they made, the game is either super successful, a lot of people play it, and so on, right? And there is the one huge this company like Blizzard, and I can't find anyone who has the same feeling.
It's.
I mean,
I feel
it all
Paradox, for example, Paradox Interactive. It's a really good
Mhm.
company.
Oh yeah, I've heard
What
it.
games did they
City
make?
Skylines, Europa
Europa
Universalis
Universalis?
4, Crusader Kings 2.
Mhm.
Europa Universalis was a cool game, by the way.
Yeah,
Oh
it's
yeah, I
really
love
cool.
it. Completely love it, bro.
I have all the
But-
DLCs except the last one. I'm waiting
But,
for
Yeah.
the
but
discount.
the economic system is a little bit different because I'm not saying that there is no company that produces a supreme title like even the Witcher 3 from Poland, right? But I'm talking about this free-to-play model that they made with Hearthstone and they made with I think Overwatch is actually you have to pay for it, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
the Heroes of the Storm was another free game.
Exactly. Well, as for Blizzard, I think they have a fundamentally different approach to the financial model of a game, and with Overwatch, there was some of an exception. I think they actually wanted to try out another approach. And as for Hearthstone, it was from the beginning a game that was, in my opinion, targeted as casual players and purely to bring a huge profit to the company.
Yes, but the pay model is not that really count. If you just see World of Warcraft, for example, that pay model is really bad. So you have to pay every month. People surely don't like it, and the game still
Yeah.
was really successful.
That's true.
But
What do you...
there was a different period of time, I think. At that point, it was quite normal to pay like a monthly
Yeah,
to
but
play
it's
the
still
MMO.
successful, and
Like,
still you
yeah.
have to pay. Okay, now you can pay for gold, for in-game gold. You can buy game time, if I'm right. But still, most of player just paying.
I
mean,
was
for
more
me,
into the MMOs.
Yeah, it's MMOs. It's another genre. That's true.
I mean, for me, the of Champions microtransaction system wasn't
Yeah.
the system itself. It was rather the fact that they suddenly changed it, so you couldn't gain seals by.
Yeah, exactly.
Which was
Yeah.
obviously theoretically it was a good change because back then it was too easy. There was literally no point in
Yes.
buying anything because you could achieve everything. But people were, well, as you could expect, not happy because getting seals became almost impossible. So yeah.
For me, the second most frustrating thing was to make the legacy content accessible only by buying seals. You couldn't
Yeah.
purchase anything with gold. That was really stupid.
I mean, later on it got better, but at the beginning when they rolled in the update, you couldn't buy anything for gold. You could buy only these basic decks,
Yeah.
and it was like really weird. At the beginning, I thought it's gonna stay like that.
They
Agreed.
tried to fix it with that well of wishes, or how do you call it, where you could make
The
your
wildcards, right? Oh no, I know. Okay, yeah, now I know.
Yeah, but I think it was too little, too late. And previously, I was talking about the times before the release of Hearthstone. I think that MMDoC was actually a few months sooner. It was
like
released a few months sooner than.
year. Yes,
Yeah,
officially,
yeah.
but the beta was playable like a year ago.
Yeah, exactly. And while I'm sure that Hearthstone obviously had a much bigger player base because of the World of Warcraft franchise success,
Because
but
of
still,
Blizzard.
but I still think that Ubisoft could have made this game much better, and it could stand its own on the market if only they had a better financial
In fact,
model.
I think they never get this game seriously. They
Yeah,
just
exactly.
made a game, and
I mean,
never thought it will be good. It has a potential or something.
I
Like
agree with you.
even today, when there was a Simon, right, from the
Yes.
Yes.
he was talking like the whole team was so small, right? And that was the, I think, biggest problem, that Ubisoft didn't want to give
Invest
more
into it.
invest into marketing. That's
I
why
mean, for me, the biggest difference between Ubisoft and many different companies, for example, Blizzard, is the amount of games you create. So, for example, look at Blizzard. They create big games, like not that many. When they create a game, it's a big one. Look at Ubisoft. They create so many small titles that barely anyone
Exactly.
notices.
I remember looking at the forums when I became a mod at the Ubisoft forums, and there was just so many games I've never even heard about. And I think that Ubisoft got split into all those little indie projects and ended up giving up on every single one of them.
Exactly. Every single one of them was not receiving enough, I don't know, marketing.
Attention.
Attention is the word.
Attention, yeah.
You weren't listening to Emil, if I may weigh in, because he said that Duel of Champions was from the beginning meant as an indie game, as a test project with just a small budget to see what can be done to sort of scout the grounds. And big part of why the OC became what it was exactly because this was the financial
Mindset.
plan and everything.
So
Yeah, because they were allowed
for
to
that,
reach out and test things, and I think that it all just clicked together so well. So saying that they didn't allocate enough money is one thing, but you need to realize that if they did, then it would have been another game that doesn't communicate at all, that just gets big audience, scrapes the money and doesn't care. But because they were so small, they had to care and they had to communicate closely, which is something that wasn't common in Ubisoft. So I think we should appreciate that.
I do appreciate that, but still, on the other hand, I don't understand their actions. If you're a big company, you don't really create indie games. When you create a game, you want it to be a smash hit, something that gets people hyped, not some indie small test projects.
They used it to test, a lot of things.
Also, when they just realized this game has a potential, they started to put money in, and they started a road to Paris. Even they hired more community managers. I guess they hired more programmers, more and that was, if you look the Steam charts, that was a time when there was like 10,000 players at the same
Exactly.
time just in Steam. And after that, the hype gone because they released the tower expansion and everyone was pissed off, and they started to lose money because they invested so much in the game.
I agree with Susu, and I think that saying that MMDoC was an indie project is an oversimplification by Ubisoft, and I really think that there was a moment in which they tried to move on from the indie status of this game to something bigger, and they failed at it because of the mistakes that were made at the beginning of the project.
I guess I can agree with that. Like, yes, at some point they were trying to get this game out of the indie status, but it looks like they weren't even prepared for that. They didn't even expect that. And when the game suddenly became kind of big, then they were like, "Oh, wait, what? That actually happened?" And they didn't really had the set plan of what they should do to get this game big.
So we could say Ubisoft went full Ubisoft on the game.
Pretty much, it's typical Ubisoft.
Well, what can you do?
Nothing.
Nothing. But I'm really glad that I had the opportunity to talk with you guys today. It was really awesome after all these years. The only thing I regret is that I was never able to get into like the competitive side of the game. That's something I've missed on.
But at least you were part of the community family. That's the most important. So
Yeah, that's right. I've had a nice account, but the guy who lived with me in the same room knew my password because I've let him play on my account from time to time. And one day he thought it would be fun if he delayed all my cards
Man,
in the
that's such a
sacrificial
bummer.
pit.
yeah,
Yeah,
a great friend there.
I remember
yeah,
that.
great friend, totally. But
Oh.
well, seems like Ubisoft is throwing everyone's account into the sacrificial pit. It's tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
10 a.m.
Yeah,
Central
maybe my
European Time.
friends got a job at Ubisoft.
Maybe that's
For
his job.
Ubisoft, everyone is even. Remember
Yeah.
that.
So
Yeah.
I
Oh
mean, I
yeah.
have to admit, I got pretty similar feelings throughout the entire stream. I really started to regret that I wasn't that much into the game because throughout these few years of my, well, let's call it career, I had really so many breaks. I could play for 1 month just to have a 4 months break. And when watching this stream, I really started to regret that I didn't get closer into the forums, into the community, into everything, because you all just seem to be so chilled and cool guys, honestly.
yeah, well, you can clearly see by who came to this farewell stream. It's all the time. It's the same people. It was a really nice community, and still is, I think.
Indeed, I totally agree.
The best thing is I almost missed the stream because I thought it's gonna be tomorrow. Not kidding. and then I realized, fortunately for me, I visited Twitch just by accident, and I was like, "Hey, what? That's happening?"
Nice.
Yeah, I almost missed that, and I'm really happy I didn't in the end.
Lucky you. You came in. Man.
Yeah.
The only thing I couldn't pass in the game was the lack of cards with every expansion. The older players who started in the beta and before Sanctuary was released had some sort of head start, especially if you consider how later on Ubisoft changed the way you're getting seals. So for
yeah.
new players, with every expansion, it was becoming even harder to, hop in the competitive ranked games.
True enough. Yeah.
The problem is
Sorry, go
that
on. Sorry.
every decision they made during this time was a little bit too slow, right? Maybe because it was due to like huge people around it, so it was like it was hard for them to decide what to do in a brief period of time. But even when I was asking about this Amar, because I realized like the deck was a completely mistake, right? But I think it was there for like 3 or half a year or something like that. So they didn't even fix it as fast as possible, right? So even on this, I think they even banned this deck during the road to Paris. Am I right?
Yeah, the deck was not allowed to play.
Yeah.
Which one?
Wait, which one again?
Amar.
Oh, okay.
Oh, really? Was it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they did not fix it via patch.
They had to wait. You should have asked the question in the chat when you had a chance, really. But
yeah,
it's not as simple as just pushing the button. There's the whole process.
Yeah, I know the client was really badly written, right? So I know that everything that they made, it was almost impossible to change the values or anything. But still, that's
well. As for the cards, I can say in defense of Ubisoft that I've never heard of a single card game that didn't have a broken card or broken decks. No matter what game you take into consideration, Magic the Gathering, something as stupid as Pokemon or MMDoC, every game has those OP
Yeah.
cards and decks. You just cannot prevent that, I think.
Well, what
Sometimes
about
the
the bounce
player...
succubus?
About what?
The bounce succubus before they nerfed it.
I don't know.
You know, the creature
Yeah.
that dealt
Yeah,
2
yeah,
damage.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I
Later on,
remember it.
nerfed. Yeah, you know what I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I do. Well,
I
so we
think
have that going.
True.
Wolf
Fair enough.
Captain was even more powerful, right? So yeah, but it's completely fine. But when you want to gather more new people, right? It's really destroying the feeling of the game when you just want to play it and you face the deck that not only has all the necessary card, but as well is just totally broken. And there was a moment that everyone was playing the Amar, right?
Exactly.
And Amar was ending the game in fourth turn when it was a lucky draw. So it was destroying completely the game.
I mean, the meta was always kind of wonky in Duel of Champions. It was always kind of weird. Not like I'm complaining. I still like the game, but it was
Which
always
one?
weird. I'm talking about the meta in the game. It was always...
What do you mean by weird?
Well, there was always 1 or 2 decks that were like super dominating, and with every new release, every new update to the game, a new strong deck appeared, and in the end, at the highest level of play, you could really expect what decks those people can play if they want to win, because everything was strictly set up. You couldn't play anything outside of that meta.
I think people lack creativity.
Luck. Yeah, of course, people like to win with the easiest decks, and easiest are usually those that rush. For instance, when I was playing with during the time with JK, right, and we were playing, let's say Keltor, we were able to have like win ratios on our games around 80s to 90%. And everyone was playing the same decks as we do. So that I think because the community was quite small, the difference between skill of each player were really, really huge, I think. And especially when actually if the meta was fulfilled with one deck, which was usually like cheap deck, like this nasty crack hack and so on and so on. So everyone was trying to do it because it was fast, so it was
and
easy to grind extra wildcards or gold or anything. But because of that, you were able to think about the meta and prepare something that will, for instance, will counter the meta. And I think, especially when I was like reading about the decks I was creating, I really that was I was so passionate about the Duel of Champions. This like these all puzzles that you have to solve, how to like solve this situation of current meta, create a deck that will be a little bit more unique and that will just crush your opponent. And because of that, when you were kind of having this huge amount of win ratios, going to, for instance, Hearthstone, when usually you will have like 50, a little bit more % of win ratio, it's just mind blowing how different it is.
I think Hearthstone is much more random than MMDoC was, and all those RNG elements in Hearthstone.
Like We were talking about the RNG elements, but of course there is RNG in matchups, because there is some matchups that you will not be able to win against the different decks. Of course, if your opponent is super unlucky, then there's only one chance that. But usually, like Hearthstone is more about a rock paper scissors game, right? There is a lot of different decks. They play a lot with almost every champion. But as I said, it's not that you can prepare a deck that will be supreme against most of the deck. And for instance,
Do you guys remember those terrible times of Nergal OTK decks? I
Wait,
hated
which one?
that meta.
Nergal?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck off! Don't even start on that.
Yes, the Nergal before the nerf, because before he got nerfed, I just hated that shit. Every game I would come in, it was a Nergal OTK.
I mean, for me, like when I look at the process of the shaping the meta, it looks like that. There is one superpower, and everyone is using that deck until someone comes up with a counter deck. Then the counter deck becomes super powerful and popular and comes to the new meta. And then there is one guy creates a counter deck, which again becomes popular, and that's actually how the meta looked in Duel of Champions. That's how it was. There were many changes even before there were new like packs and expansions. So.
And this is usually how the meta floods, let's say, right? Because it's always you have to adapt, and someone who is able to adapt during tournament, for instance, and is able to see how to change few tech cards, is have this edge, for instance, and is winning. So this is the actually how the card game works.
Yeah, I agree.
Do you guys need to go to
That's
work
nice
tomorrow?
contribution, Uraxor.
Yes, I need to go to work tomorrow.
Seriously, then maybe it's time for you to go to sleep.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm getting up soon again, so.
Also maybe times for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, guys.
You must be
Well,
tired as
actually-
a dad.
Yeah,
It's such a shame I got here at the end. Such a pity.
Well,
but
just
you
to
got
report that on the tomorrow is a normal work day, but in Tuesday you have free day of work.
Tomorrow is a free day. We already worked that in 2 weeks ago, so I'm not working tomorrow.
But it's not like a special day, but just your decision.
I mean, my next 2 days are free, so I can party, guys. I can totally party.
we worked at when was it? 20? No, it's 15. This month 15 when we worked tomorrow. It was really not understandable, right? Yeah, I said I have to go to sleep.
Well, thanks, man. You've done a tremendous job. You stuck with us the whole time from 5. That's 7 hours, over 7 hours.
Almost.
Yeah, wow.
I really think it was a big success. So glad you made it.
Yeah, absolutely
It was good to
fantastic.
hear everyone and see lots of familiar face in the chat also. It was really nice to see still more than 100 people just come to see the final stream.
Exactly. Yes, that
after
was
a
really
year,
fun.
it was even surprising.
Yeah, very
I was
surprising.
surprised as well.
And it was all the good people, all the good old people.
Yeah, it really gave me like some sort of flashback into the past streams Tsutsu had and you guys.
Yeah, and
It was
Bonnie
really
and
awesome.
all the other crew.
Yeah.
Exactly. You had this special emotion back then. I felt kind of the same tonight.
It's like a really, like a really mix between kind of, I don't know, sadness and happiness, you know, because I'm really sad it's all going away.
Yeah.
It
But
feels so.
times
It's not
go on.
like it's not depressing, but it's just hard to describe. But it's.
It was ambivalent.
Okay, anyway, I will go.
Best thing is like 6 hours have passed.
We
and I barely
understand
noticed.
too. It was really nice to hear from you. I hope you're doing great and that your
Yeah, of
daughters
course.
are doing great.
Yeah, and
I have a son
congratulations
as well.
again.
I have a daughter
Yeah.
and son.
Oh,
Yeah.
They are not
sweet.
identical.
All right. I see.
So,
Anyway,
Congratulations, Sutsu, and
yeah,
good luck with them.
congratulations.
and
Thanks for having us.
And I
Thanks.
will-
See you guys.
and I will
Thanks,
upload
everybody.
the-
Yeah. See you guys.
All
Take
right.
care
See you.
and sleep.
Good night.
Bye
Good
bye.
night, guys.
Good night.
Talk to you later.
By
See
the
you.
way, Susu,
Come to Discord to hang out. Come to Discord to hang out, everyone. At it.
Yeah.
All right. We will.
I'm coming back tomorrow.
And never again,
I will-
right?
Oh, yeah. See you guys. Bye
See
bye.
you.
See you.
Ciao. Good night. Thanks for coming, everybody.
Good
And
night.
Good night for
Okay.
the viewers
like,
as well.
Susu, could you do one more favor from me? Because I see on a stream there is a Swiss tournament leaderboards. I'm really curious who is on the top of these leaderboards. Are those names familiar to me or completely new guys?
Who is familiar for me is Pavel. He is second with
He's still playing. Oh wait, no. Never
four
mind.
that three. Whoa, he has a really good ratio.
So
Wait, I have a question too. What's about the jackpot leaderboards? Because they're like since few months they're completely kind of broken. What?
There is Avenue with 64 points.
First place has 3 wins. So if you go 4-0, you can win. You can have one of the most difficult achievements in a game.
Yeah, but if you win one game, you will be 5th or 6th.
Oh, it's good
By the way, my internet is awful, so right now I'm watching the live stream at low quality, so I can't really see anything. So what's going on right now?
We're saying goodbye.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we're
we're
saying goodbye.
we're
And
trying
we should
to.
really go, I think.
Yeah.
There's still a couple of
Over.
champions too. I don't think there's any champion 3 left though.
I will check
There
this.
is
I will check
There's
this.
no champion 3 since few months. I was confused by that. but
Champion
yeah.
2 only.
Okay.
I wonder why. Like, what's the actual reason behind that?
Because you cannot keep up the high enough elo without people around you, I
Yeah,
think.
there are not that many players. Okay, I really have to go.
No
Yeah,
problem.
me
See
too.
you
So,
soon.
no problem.
Yeah.
See you
Bye,
guys.
guys. See you
Love
next
you
time.
all.
Bye.
see you.